Futures back in negative territory today to start the day as we have Tesla on deck for after the market. We got Netflix last night, and we also got UK and Euro inflation news, and it's not good for the UK. Above 10%. Again, that sent futures down, as well as Bitcoin and other speculative assets, guys. We have a whole bunch of earnings this morning. Morgan Stanley reported, as well as many regional banks, Western Alliance Bank, United States Bank Corporation. Lots to get to today. It's Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, guys, futures decidedly red to start the day. The S&P down 0.5%. The Dow taking on the chin, 0.4. NASDAQ leading the way to the downside, 0.79. And even Toronto red. Brazil flat. Crude red on the day. Tell that to the gas station near my house. Bitcoin, Ethereum, all red, guys. They're all on the watch list. By the way, quick shout out to myself today who made a mistake on the watch list. Thanks for Sean for pointing that out. It says Goldman Sachs. It should say Morgan Stanley.
Well, maybe they'd be up if it said Goldman Sachs. Actually, look, see, this just goes to show if the Leafs had won, then the markets would be up today. So everybody should be cheering for the Toronto Maple Leafs, in my humble estimation.
Right.
Netflix earnings
that's
were
for sure what it was.
Well, it absolutely was not that. But yeah, it's not a good-looking start to the day. However, if you put things in perspective, remember at about 4:05. When Netflix is like, oh my goodness, is it going to be bouncing off the 200 period on the daily, like 280? Will we see that? And then it's kind of right back above 325. This is a different looking morning if that held some of those lows. So there's a lot to get to. There's a ton to get to here. We know we have Tesla after the bell. They cut costs again. So you have all of the EV names under pressure, whether it's in China. XPeng's down like 6 or 7%. Rivian's down 2% here. Tesla itself is going to be down. Aforementioned Netflix is going to be in play. Bitcoin, Ethereum making moves down, so that puts Coinbase under pressure. And even on top of that, you had ASML report over in Europe. They're down 2%, big major chip supplier for the semiconductor industry. That has Intel making a flat bottom break. Man, it's another one of these days where you have to be laser focused on what you want to watch at the open, because it's more about whittling down the things that are moving to what you can actually execute on. So I'm pretty excited for today. 1% to the downside to start, but you know there's going to be activity. It's all about the trading opportunities first.
Yeah, we're going to have Daniel Shea on to talk about Tesla, which comes out tomorrow or tonight. And then we also got today another drop down in the pricing for the Tesla Model 3, the cheapest rear-wheel drive model. Started the year at $43,900 in the US and now is down to $39,900. So total cut of $7,000, which is pretty nice to see if you are a Tesla, looking to buy a Tesla. Not great, obviously, for the resale market, but I don't think Elon's too worried about that. Tesla right now down 3% and starting to get juicy, man. We broke through this 180 level right here, and now that we continue to make a move down for Tesla, this is going to be an area. Whoops, it's going to be a little bit of an area of concern, because we talked about sort of coiling up here between 190 and 180 over the last week and a half, and now you're starting to go to the downside here. So I think Tesla has a great opportunity to, continue its downside move here, especially if you're going to use 180 maybe as your stopping area right there. I'm not going to get into anything in the pre-market. Yesterday we got into J&J and it went down $4 almost immediately, well, pretty much immediately against us right there. I don't think that will happen with Tesla today, but I always think pricing cuts are good sign for Tesla. It shows them that, hey, maybe they can scoop up a little bit more market share as they bring the prices down of the cheaper models. But what does that mean for supply or for demand? I guess we're going to find out today as another big one coming through. Netflix was great yesterday. Lots of excitement as we watched it live here on the show, but a nice bounce back as CEOs come on and sort of calm the storm a little bit. I like Netflix here today. It's #1 name on here. I didn't write down any levels. This 320 could be key as well. I think we do have like a little, I don't want to use your term here. I don't think we quadunk down at all, but I do think that there is a good potential of a flush here in Netflix, back off the open. But we'll talk more about this as we go. It's on our watch list. It's on the sticky note. Neil and I both have some ideas here with this. So we're going to continue to watch out for Netflix here today. Tesla on the mind. And yeah, I got Netflix, AMD, and Apple. Just 3 names. Pretty simple on here. Bed Bath & Beyond also starting to run again today. AMC is going to be in the building. What do we got? Yeah, exactly. There it is right here. So
that's all we got.
Maybe it's meme time again. Sharif, you've already declared it. Small cap season. Maybe it's Meme Mania back 2.0?
With that, I'm totally good with that. Bring back 2021, baby. All right, not on the watch list, but interesting nonetheless. Fox, yesterday, coming to a deal with Dominion Voting Systems. This was an outstanding lawsuit, and the deal is for the cool sum of $787.5 million. Legal experts saying that this may be just the tip of the iceberg, guys, for Fox, as other voting systems who claim to be defamed by Fox after the 2020 elections may be instituting their own lawsuits. So this could be interesting here. This is not a small sum.
It is pretty big. I don't know that it's necessarily going to... It might not move things. And I know that's weird to say when it's a large settlement like that, but it's absolutely not a guarantee to move things. You tend to see I don't want to get into the politics of anything like that. There's almost no point to it. Like if we were trading down like 10%, maybe I'd care. If we were breaking out or breaking down on Fox, maybe this would be a little bit more interesting. So it's a headline that I think some people are going to be passionate about. As far as I'm concerned, if you're not breaking like $30, then what are we looking at? If you're not breaking 32, what are we looking at? So, this is probably going to end up a little bit of a nothing burger. You can continue to follow the headlines because obviously if you get cascading suits and the sums start piling up, then obviously it can turn into a little more of something else. But for now, I'm kind of going to stay away from this. There's so much to look at today that I feel you can get bogged down with what seems like a big headline, but is not necessarily providing you with a trading opportunity. That's the thing. You got to be able to separate the wheat from the chaff, if that makes sense. I like the saying. I don't know if that fits there, but and in this particular case, I don't know this story is going to give us a move that we can trade off of at least.
Yeah, no, I'm not even looking at Fox. I mean, look at that daily chart. It's still stuck in the middle. It has nothing to do with anything. We don't normally trade it. I mean, if it does get increased volume, it could be something. I'd be more looking at, and this has nothing to do with this. It's just going back to another communications business, Disney, another name that you guys could look at here. I think Disney's about to coil up, possibly for a nice little long as well. Disney getting hit a little bit yesterday on Netflix, and then, yeah, now we have that ad there. Brought it all, there we go, let's put this up here. Brought it all the way back up. Now Disney's basically flat on the day. If I like the Netflix long, I definitely have to like a Disney long as well. We're trying to hold out near this $100 mark. Again, it was just a year ago today that Netflix was down that 35%. We talked about that off that earnings, down 77% from its highs. I mean, Disney is basically the same story here, down 50%. Was its high was even probably higher than this. Now that makes about sense now that right there, 205 back in March. This is, again, big COVID bumps. We already know about that. So I don't know if we're ever going to get back, well, ever. Yeah, we will. But at some point, this 200 might come into play. It's going to be no point soon. But I always wonder that, if and look, Netflix is the best streaming service out there. I don't think anybody would compare Disney to Netflix at this point as far as streaming is concerned. Disney lost $4 billion last year, or even last quarter or last year, streaming. So, and the content's not there for Disney like it is for Netflix. But Disney has a lot more about it as well, right? We have the parks, we have things, the movies, the theater business, things like that, travel, So I like Disney down here. I think this is a name that could get going as well. So I know that they have their whole Disney woke. Again, we're not going to talk politics, and I think that's hit. Well, we'll talk about it when it hits the stock. So I feel like that's, there's been a lot coming out of that there for Disney. We know Bob Iger's back. I kind of like Disney moving forward here. I haven't really been a huge fan of the name, but I was thinking about selling like some McDonald's that's, like look at McDonald's. Again, the reason why I bring up McDonald's, I know, one is Disney, one is McDonald's. They're not even in the same area. But, as far as value is concerned, like, look at this chart. What we've been doing here, I don't know why it's not loading up, but McDonald's is absolutely ripping. And this is a stock that I've owned again from time. Bought McDonald's thinking that, you know, this was going to be something that continues to win. I was up buying Tim Hortons, Starbucks, all these names. But I was wondering now about switching out of such a good winner here and maybe going into something a little bit more depressed that I still do think has value in it. So Disney, maybe selling out of some McDonald's today and rotating into some Disney off that nice, what I thought was a good report from Netflix. So that's something that I'm going to be thinking about here today, but really impressive as McDonald's. I keep getting a brand new 52-week scanner, and I'll say it on the show near the end of the day, and it's McDonald's. Keeps getting higher and higher every single day. It's kind of just creeping higher. And I just wonder if there's some risk there when earnings hits for McDonald's, which I'm going to find out when that is and throw it back to Sharif.
Yeah, guys, we saw Tesla in the news today with respect to the margin the price cuts, squeezing margins a little bit more. We know that they're the king of the margins in the EV industry. So how are their competitors faring? Let's have a look at the charts. Ford not really moving on the day, down 1%. I'm just keeping my eye on these ones to see if we're going to get a sympathy corollary move on some of these EV-related names. Ford, like I said, down 0.86%. Lucid as well, down 2%. That's down a bit more aggressively. Rivian as well, down 2.75%. They're all starting the day in the red below yesterday's close. And XPEV, down decidedly 7%. Neil bringing my attention to this one this morning. This is a standout for these Chinese ADRs. Looks to be gapping down quite aggressively.
You know, leaving that chart up, it's like one of the annoying things about the Chinese ADRs. If it rejects an area, sometimes it just does it overnight, and that's a rejection of that 11 breakout. But Rivian in particular, Rivian's really close to its. Did you hear we're talking about EVs?
I really did not have any idea he was there again until I saw it on our screen.
Dude, it's crazy. It is insane how you do this with every single time. You have the mango again. Cheers. So that's the mango, peach mango as always, the drink box.
You prefer the drink boxes more than the drink bottles.
The bottles.
Yeah.
It's so much sugar, Randy.
Wow, you really zoomed in there on Randy there.
I'm just...
People really liked Randy's EV take yesterday. I saw that on the chat. They really love Randy.
It was great.
Do we still have that FOD? Have you seen that Randy board? What's it called?
For the love of...
Like a GIF.
I haven't finished my coffee yet.
What do we call it? The bumper?
It says, is it a
seen
bumper?
that yet?
No, it's a transition. Is that what?
Whatever it's called, where it used to be like, hey, now going on to Randy's EVs, and then we had Randy like in a car and you would do like a little slide.
We have to have it
screen.
somewhere.
Okay, he's gonna try to find it,
it.
that would be pretty sick. There you go, Randy is a ninja. Yeah,
He is a ninja.
Did you see it? You probably saw it.
No. I see him when he comes on camera.
Me too. I didn't
because
see
I was
him.
looking at my chart and then I can see the.
Maybe I could feel him there, like a presence.
You see his point
there?
like this? Can you show that we have like a pro? So we have our trading
Rainbow
stations
Lubes
here.
again.
I don't know if you guys can. I don't know if we have this shot. Do you have the shot? Yeah, okay, so we have our trading stations here, and then you've got like a program monitor. That's how we know if we're on camera,
Right.
and that's how we know Randy is behind us. So there you go. Randy, our EV guy. And so what was it? Oh, yeah, Rivian. Rivian 52-week low incoming. That's what I was getting at. And that's, if it breaks $13, 12.5-ish is pretty much that. Forget about 14. I don't think we're going to get the 14 short again. Well, you never know. You probably need a squeeze for that to happen. So I don't think I want to be chasing this. Like, if it starts going to the upside, I don't know if I want to chase the long if it hasn't tested the 52-week low, but you got to at least start thinking about this could be making a bit of a bounce. Ideally, until Tesla reports, like if Tesla, if Tesla reports, blows out of the water, it's probably going to bring the entire group and make a move. So I'd rather this happen today, like maybe a break of 13, let's just say, hold 1250, start looking for longs to the 52-week low. I think we have a shot to get there today on a 13 break. If we're anywhere near 14, I start a short position. I might even think about it in the 1350 to 60 range. But this is the day I come in actually looking to bottom pick on Rivian if we can get under that 13.
What's up, Ponzi Fonzie? Saying this market's like a piñata. Yeah, we will bust it open, and then all the candies will come flying out of this. Look, I think that we're still looking at McDonald's there, but I was looking at Lucid on the other chart here. You're down to $7. Looks like you're trying to break this daily level here on Lucid again. Let me see. Let me zoom into this just to see what it is exactly down there. That's 714, 720. 730. I mean, I think you're going to get down there at some point. This is the 50 period here, 850 coming up. We can look at them all, man. I mean, what do you want to look at? Fisker? I have the same thought of all of these names. I'm in Fisker, by the way, which is, wow, $5 right now. I'll have to double check. I think it's probably in this name at 12 or 10 or something. But yeah, this has been pretty bad. Most of these stocks, man, are all, no, I don't want to do that, are all at close enough to their lows. I mean, whether or not you bounce off of these lows or hold them, that's still Lucid. Whether or not you bounce off of these lows or hold them, it's not going to really matter. And Fisker actually looking a lot worse than Lucid. Look at this, straight to the downside right now. So now that I even see this name's even worse than a Lucid. So I'm going to forget about Fisker. Just keep going short on that one. This is a little bit better. At least you have some flat bottoms here that if you break this 740, 750, I think you continue to go to the downside. With Tesla continuing to lower the prices of their cars and quite frankly, being the only company that can actually produce electric vehicles right now, it seems like, in mass, I don't see any of these names getting going anytime soon unless they dramatically drop their prices. And even if they do, you still can't get your hands on them. So I wait to see some mass production happening in some of these names, and I feel like we're still years away from that. And the only name that I think, there's Ford, there's GM, we talked a little bit about Stellantis, Volkswagen possibly, because the fact that they have already a lot of these plants and battery deals in place and so on and so forth. These might be the ultimate winners if you don't go with a Tesla. But Ford, again, I always go back to this 11 area. I want to wait for earnings to come through on Ford. By the way, McDonald's was April 25th. Let me just check out when Ford is right here, May 2nd. So you still have 2 weeks before Ford comes through. But I still like this down here near 11. If it dumps into that area, I think I'd like to grab that long. And even a 13 break on Ford could be half decent as well. I don't know if we get that today, but Ford can compete on the lower cost, I feel like. Maybe not to the extent of the quality for Tesla as far as battery life is concerned, but they just got some batteries fixes there in Indonesia, I think it was a couple weeks ago. So we're going to wait to see what happens with Ford. This is the name that I would choose based on its valuation and where it's at. It doesn't have the PE of Tesla or anything like that. So we're going to see if we can go long right now on Ford if we do get any dips.
Disney continuing with the layoffs. We know that they talked earlier in the year about restructuring after Bob Iger came in, kind of to build on what Sean was saying. So this just coming in, they're looking to reduce their entertainment division by 15 points to reduce that as a part of the 7,000 layoffs that they plan as a part of the $5.5 billion cost-cutting restructuring in the company, essentially. So Disney not really moving off that. It had moved a little bit yesterday in sympathy with the Netflix earnings, not really doing much right now. Meta as well this morning coming out saying they're going to be cutting 4,000 more jobs, but the market, I guess, saturated with Meta. It's down into the right, guys, holding 214. It's been a tough couple of days for Meta, but maybe Disney sees a better.
Yeah, like I kind of felt like Disney would have been. It might have been more interesting of a trade today had it held beneath $100, because I just feel like you had two plays in there. Like if Netflix had been maybe like if Netflix had been down in the beneath 300 and you're looking at that like 290 level, then I think you had some pretty obvious kind of longs in front of the 200 period moving average, and then maybe Disney would be trading off of its support level. Like you look down at like 98, like wipe out bottoms 98, okay, there's a bit of a long there, but now it's like right in the middle of a chop fest, in front of earnings, right on top of the 100 level. So maybe it is more interesting for a longer term oh, thank you, Randy. Thank you very much.
We were debating how good the coffee was.
I don't know. I feel like it's
bad.
Are you changing it to a bear?
It's
or
not
the
great.
coffee?
Well, then thanks for reloading us.
Right, thanks
Cheers,
for the
Neil.
reload. Cheers.
Sludge. We'll try some sludge here. Thanks, Randy.
It's not that bad. It's just, it's not like gourmet coffee.
I'll have to go to Tim Hortons with Randy or whatever. Maybe
Oh, that's better than my
after.
last cup.
That is actually better this
It's
time
better than
around.
last cup. I think he meant that we're supposed to change
trying to
this
buy
into
some
a
Disney.
bear. So this, by the way, this is
No,
Randy.
I think you said down for the...
For the coffee?
Well, we should... I don't know
No,
if Randy
I mean,
knows the
we're
market's
almost
down
1%.
1% right now,
Anyways,
but it probably
so
should be.
let's just do this, because sometimes when we do this, the market makes a bottom. I'm not even making it up. I want to say scientifically that 8 times out of 10, if I change the bull to a bear, the market makes a low and then the market goes up. But I just think it's more interesting for Disney were we to test that 98 level. I would have liked that support coming in. I think they wouldn't dump it quite that far ahead of the earnings, but at this point, you're diddling in the middle. You have 101 resistance. I'm just going to get this out of the way. because a few people have mentioned a name that may or may not be squeezing on news. No news, I should say. So let's just talk. I'll mention it. Bed Bath & Beyond is up 31%. People say we don't talk about this stock. I feel that's not true because I'm pretty sure we talked about it in the afternoon yesterday, and we definitely talked about it a couple of days ago. I didn't put any trades on. If it had gotten to 35, I think pretty cleanly on the first move, I would have taken a short. And when you don't have, to me, if you don't have the optimal breakout trades, like if you're not long at 25, maybe there probably was a long at 29 a couple of days ago. And I would never, that late in the day, I don't know if I'm ever taking that kind of a move on a Bed Bath & Beyond. As it looks, probably the 50-cent level is what I'll be concerned with today. Let me go. The daily chart's not going to tell you too much of a story with Bed Bath & Beyond, and there isn't any news that I'm aware of. It is just kind of squeezing. It still has that short interest. Are they going to survive? Probably not. But at the end of the day, that doesn't mean it can't go to the upside. Revlon kind of did this before things got out of hand. Two big levels. 50 is psychological. But once you carry past 75 into 80, that's where pretty much everyone and their mother is going to be thinking about, like shorting the stock. And I will double check. I don't think I had to pay much.
You said 80 cents?
Yeah, 50 is the first level.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that's an obvious one, just psychological. A double up from the previous consolidation. 50 is a round number. And then 80 is a big one. It was really cheap locates. So that means day traders can short this one pretty much at will, which will mean it's a crowded trade at 50. It's a crowded trade at 80. And if it breaks 50, you don't want to fight it too much. Like 1 or 2 shots at it, but make sure you have a stop out. If it fails that at the open, I'm probably shorting it. Do I like any dip buys in there? I mean, mildly, I kind of was thinking about that 40 to 41. But if I'm being honest about it, I think the better prices were in that 30 range where the swings still feel confident. The swings can't love it at 40% in my opinion if you're trying to only hold for a couple of days. So I'm going to stay away from Bed Bath & Beyond longs unless there's a real dip.
Look, I already talked a little bit about Disney, and I see everybody in the chat go woke, go broke, all this kind of stuff. But you know what? The thing about all that is that Tyrone Bigham said, if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. And I think that's another good point there in the chat. But the thing about Disney is, at some point, it's so bad that it's good, right? I mean, there's going to be, stocks that get hit all the time for various reasons, and I can understand it. Like, I don't invest in, Philip Morris or anything like that because I don't, or, even Smith & Wesson or LMT, or I never really have got into too many of those plays for reasons similar. But, if you don't like Disney, that's all good. I think that with this ad tier that's going to be released for Netflix, they've delayed it in the U.S. They've gotten some good responses from Canada. Apparently, I thought it was going poorly, but not according to them. So I just think that gives a little bit more of a runway here for a company like Disney to actually turn. I don't think they're going to turn their streaming business into a profitable one anytime soon, but I like the parks business, and I know DeSantis, and again, this is what it is, right? Sometimes you get politics involved in the stock market, and that's when you really need to sit down and think, is this actually going to affect this multi-billion-dollar name here, right? So I don't, and the machine that is Disney. So you just got to watch out for some of those things. You can go worse stocks where you're buying at 100 and then, saying to yourself, hey, I'm willing to be in this for maybe a 10% move down. And then if you break 90, then you can sort of get out or wait. I still think that there's moves down. I said, I think waiting for the earnings is a good idea as well. And if Disney beats earnings and you get a nice move up, then you can step in there because you can sort of put your political opinions maybe to the side and say, hey, these guys are operating a little bit better. I'd like to see that before we step in and start to buy this name hand over fist. But I like Disney, and just for the way the stock is setting up and where I think it can go in the long term there, Sharif.
I know, I got to agree with that, Sean. I think that part of bringing Bob Iger back in was they wanted a connection more into that creative side, right? Whereas Chapek had been more of a manager. Bob Iger kind of had those connections. Let's see what they do, man. Let's see if they can eke out some good stuff this year. All right, let's get some upgrades and downgrades. Not much to talk about today. I mean, you got some usual suspects here. Western Alliance Bancorp, they reported, so they're up and they're getting that upgrade from Wedbush. 18.89 at the time of writing. Walmart also catching an upgrade from Gordon Haskett. Some price target upgrade increases, not upgrades, from JP Morgan for Apple and from Bank of America for NVIDIA. Notable downgrades, Citigroup Downgrading Bank of America, price target downgrade by JP Morgan on Goldman Sachs. Always funny when these banks upgrade and downgrade each other. PayPal catching a price target downgrade also from Mizuho. And CDW really taking it on the chin there, catching a double downgrade from Credit Suisse and Bank of America.
Like everyone's playing catch up on NVIDIA because it's been moving so much, right? But we'll talk about Western Alliance there. Wall on the move, 20% to the upside. Now, you know they got caught up in the banking crisis is what we're going to be calling it. But we always talk about this, and I said this yesterday in the context of Roblox and a couple of other names. Like you get that wipeout, flush out day, and then just watch where support comes in the next 2 days. That came in at about 26 to 27. You were playing that to 38, pretty much, maybe 3 times you got it. And now you're possibly breaking out here, and they did beat on EPS. I didn't really dig into the report, see how they do on deposits. The market obviously likes what they see here. So from a fundamental standpoint, I'm not going to say all in or anything like that. That just doesn't make any sense if I didn't read it. But 38.39 was that level it needed to chew through. I think there was like 1 day that it got, or 2 days it got above 40. Each time it failed 42.5 to 43. So there's room from 39 to 43 for this to continue to go. And you're so far away from filling in this gap that I don't think I wouldn't be considering the short on a stock like this today on earnings when it got that depressed and they made the beat, but it is very thinly traded. Like 30-cent spread right now as I look at it, and even then, like there's 200 shares at 70, there's 100 shares at 39.50, there's 200 shares at 39.33. It's just, there's not a lot. The first size is like 2,000 at 32, and then some at like 10. So you're gonna have to treat this as something that maybe it doesn't halt or anything like that, but I would treat it as that kind of a stock where you could see a halt. So above 38, I think that's where I would want the longs in a WAL. Not really looking short. We'll probably have to break 38 and start flushing to consider a short trade. So that's definitely worth watching today. The only bank that's not Morgan Stanley that I'll be looking at today.
Yeah, I was just messaging Michael Noss about something there for a scanner.
Noss boss.
The Noss boss will be in on Friday. It's already Wednesday right now. And that's the thing, man. Hit up Trade Ideas, get 20% off Trader TV 20 whenever you get an opportunity. And then we also do have
Danielle, no,
I was going to say different promotions based on the different times. We had an Easter one for 25%, and we'll probably have something else coming out soon. But, okay, so I always go back to BAC. We've made some nice trades on this the last couple of days, and look where we are. We're right at $30 again, which was the key level that we've been playing off of for a couple days now since earnings, right? They had earnings, yesterday? They flew up on, or was it Monday? They had nice moves on BAC, this is BAC, on JPM earnings, and banks kind of moved together. So especially the money center bank. So we're going to watch out. We saw JP Morgan yesterday be at 141. I couldn't believe it. I asked Neil 138. I was actually surprised you got that close. I would have guessed like 135, 136. But yeah, nice move up for the last couple of days and now retracing right off the 50 period. That 50 period is $30.50. We could get back up to there. I don't know, banks down today. We had Morgan Stanley come out and down 3 or 4%. Neil was just talking about that a little bit. So now there's BAC sort of in sympathy heading to the downside. Yesterday's level right there of 29.80 held. I think it breaks today, and I think we could probably go short. Should be adding this one to the watch list or to the sticky note, I feel like. I kind of forgot about it. I didn't even realize we were down here at 30. We were just looking at the other banks today. This is a 20-minute chart. Like I said, nice little bump ups. They catch some flow there. That's the 14th. That's the JP Morgan flow. Nicely done up to the upside where we played off 30, hit us to the short, which was good. Once we broke 30, we definitely liked the long there 2 days ago into earnings. Then earnings make the move back down, bounce off 30 again, and now we're right here looking to break lower. So if we do break lower, and again, I don't think this is an instant trade. I'm trying to, like yesterday I looked back at my net and it's like, the one thing that was holding me down was pretty much all the money that I lost was on those first couple plays where we hopped in really early on JP Morgan and I think, on J&J, and I think it was also Meta that we took an early hit on, and they all kind of flowed back. No, it was Microsoft, I think. They all kind of flowed back. Yes. So we're going to try to be a little bit more patient with these names today. So what I'd like to see from BAC is actually a break of this 29.80, and then we can start playing off of that and $30. I don't want to get too excited and let my bias of the short here come into play too early. It's now 9 o'clock. I'm just going to show you the imbalance locator just quickly here because I already looked at it and I was like, oh my God.
You're not excited?
We're getting more animations. I know we keep saying that. And I want to thank everybody. We have gotten some emails recently, I've noticed, to the extent of trying to help us out with some animation. So I know Justin's been responding to those. So good. Hopefully we can get some more in there. But there's J&J yesterday. You know, again, that was a disaster for us. We wound up getting long at 160, which turned out to be okay, which was the savior, but that flew down yesterday. This is another one, and I could ask Neil about WeWork, but we already did this. So I'm just going to ask everybody else, where do you guys think the price of WeWork is right now? I see it on here. I'll just ask it to everybody, and then you can sort of think about it and say, okay, now, all right, and then say a price in your mind, and then now I'm going to show you what the actual price of WeWork is right now, 48 cents. So if you were even anywhere close to that, then you must know something about rework. Yeah, you buy the dip.
Yeah, you buy that dip. Are you crazy?
You buy the damn dip in real estate right now. But yeah, I don't. I actually, it's funny that you say that.
What commercial real estate problem? What are you talking about?
Yeah. What about Manhattan that has empty buildings everywhere? There are some good REITs. The REITs are actually getting absolutely killed right now. So maybe if we have Raheem on next week, I think I'm going to ask him about some REITs. But this name, I mean, honestly, like 47 cents? Like what? Again, maybe SoftBank was right to get the hell out of this one. This came to market here at $11 or $12 back in October of 2021. And that was its birthdays, was its best days because I sipped champagne when we Thursdays. And these guys are thirsty for something right now, and it is a bump in stock price. We worked down to 48 cents. I have no idea where we come up with these things. Like, I literally had no intention of talking WeWork at all. I saw it on there, and then we get some Biggie Smalls references, and that is the end of this. 48 cents for WeWork. If you guessed it, you probably are short.
There's a positive here. There's always a silver lining. The silver lining is WeWork is 27% short. So, if like
Sharif's buying the dips, baby.
No, but in all truth, it is so far depressed at this point, and with that short interest, there is probably more chance that the next trade that gets taken on this show in WeWork is probably going to be a long. And if it's not, it's because it's already squoze too far. That's my.
Will it squoze though?
Can I say squoze that way?
Yes.
Because it's squozed so far? No.
The stock is about to squoze? Yeah, we have to figure out what that word is.
But so don't get squozed on
Brad gave us
WeWork.
that word.
It's an actual word. You can look it up.
All right.
He's in the background there. All right, guys, first segment of the show brought to you by Search Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep up to 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to searchtrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV for 10% off. All right, I'm told we have the man ready. He's going to give us a look at the futures. What's up, Arun? Good morning.
Good morning. Quite the market we're dealing with today. I mean, that level up top, the one that I've been mentioning that's been in place since last September at 4180 through 4220, holds up once again. Just when you think it's going to take 4200, nope. Holds up once again. Here we are at 50s. So now with the downtrend pretty much in full effect here, what I'm looking for is a slight bounce. See if we can get above 4160, possible short up to 4170. So it's a tight window. I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But 4160 to 4170 should have some action to continue this trend to the downside. I do expect a bounce, especially with where we're at here at 4150. We've bounced here before a couple days ago. So 4150 in terms of support. 4150 all the way down to 4135 is also support. So you're kind of wedged in here between a continuation of the trend on a bounce, or shorting and pop kind of situation. At the same time, you've got supports down below. So you do have to kind of control your risk. If you are going for the short, it has to be above a specific price. For me, it's going to be north of 4160. As long as it gets up there and holds, that's got to be key here. Because of where we're stuck in between the two levels, we do need some confirmation that a trend is not, or a trend is going to hold, or it just a pop is not going to just rip right through, take 4170 and end up at 4180 once again. So Anything above 41.60, that holds up well. That's going to be a short. Anything below 41.50, that sets up on the long side. That's going to be a long. Down to 41.35, kind of wedged in here. I think we're still waiting for some more action. We've got some overnight, but we do have beige book later. Let's see if that has any impact on this market. That's 2 p.m. from the Fed. So more news. We just need the volatility. We're starting to get some of it back, but let's see if we can get some more action with the Fed later on today.
Yeah, that was crazy in the morning. Yesterday there, we held basically yesterday's close the entire morning on the day. Thanks for that, Arun. All right, that is the link to the watch list. Scan the QR code. Have it sent to you every day. I use it every day when Brendo writes it. Helps me organize my day and points me in the right direction, guys. All right, first on deck, our friend Stressla. Yup, they're coming overnight with price cuts to their Model Y and Model 3 performance and long range to kind of keep it in line with the new regulations that are going to come out in the U.S., which is its biggest market, that will limit the tax credits on some EV guys. Market not really liking, gapping down. We closed out about 184.5 yesterday. We're trading at about 179, give or take. Guys, what's up with Tesla?
Well, I mean, so in the context where pretty much everybody is focused on their margins tonight when they report their earnings, you make another price cut. Well, when you cut prices, unless you're getting a heck of a lot more efficient, then that's going to put stress on margins. So this price cut's not going to have anything to do with the earnings they report tonight. Clearly, that'll be something we look to in the forward future. So at the end of the day, it probably doesn't matter too much to the night's numbers, but the market, I think, is a little bit hesitant here. And I know 190 has been a bit of a thing. You got to throw that one out the window. I don't think that's going to matter. That 50 period on the daily, definitely a big level. I do want to fade this if it gets anywhere near 185, 186. It was such a ridiculous supply zone in the afternoon. Not just yesterday in the afternoon, but every time it's traded in that range the last few sessions. You've seen it get in there. It's had some explosion through it, but when it gets there, it tends to run into a brick wall and slow down. So I know that that's one level for sure. If you're underneath 180, it does give you some shorts, but it's hard to ignore where Rivian is at on the charts, and that's the one. I think I'm just going to be a little more focused on Rivian today as the EV play, and for multiple reasons. You're at the 52-week low if you break that 13. So I want longs in front of 1250. Now you have to break it to get there. So that sets up a 13 break. If it does want to pop, I would probably take a shot at 13.5, 13.6. But if I'm looking at those shorts from for the last 2 days at the 14 levels, then Tesla might actually be at that 185, 186. So I think it's more likely that if we get up there, I'm probably taking the shot on Tesla to be able to fade it. All bets are off. Once you get to like the last half an hour of the day on the EV names, you saw like the whipsaw action that Netflix was just going up and down $3 multiple times to close. I'd look for some scalping like that in the afternoon on Tesla, but for the morning, let's see Rivian breaks 13. I think it can get to that 1250. I think there's a long down there in front of the 52-week bottom.
Yeah, I think we've talked about some of these EV names. We talked about Ford a little bit that we like right here. I just want to say what's up to 1GG Beach right here. I just thought this was really funny. I don't know if I just thought it was cute. Like, I remember when our kids, and we have someone here on our family that's kid is just starting to walk around and be a nightmare, I'm sure. But this was saying about Netflix. So it's like the kid comes out, it's like, uh-oh, back in. I just thought that was really cute. I don't really know what that has to do with Netflix. Maybe that was tweeted at me during Netflix's little run there. But yeah, so Tesla's already broke through this 180. I talked about the prices already here. We've gone down in just 3 months, 4 months. On January 12th, the price of the Model 3 rear-wheel drive was $44,000, now down to $40,000. So, was $43,000. Now down to $39,000. So it's only down $4,000 or so, but it's a nice little move to the downside there for the Tesla stock, and it's been pretty in trouble for the last little while since we sort of breached that $200 mark back down to the downside. So just in the last couple of days, the red candles are definitely outpacing here the green as we go. We had one big bump up to 206, 207. Now you're coming back down to the downside. But the thing is, we saw Netflix yesterday move 10% on earnings. We can check out what the implied volatility is on this name. We'll do that right now for you and check it out. But I'm just looking at, the fact that we're below that 180. So if you're going to look at 180 as a key level, you're already below that right here and looking to make a little bit lower. So I would say it's very difficult to trade these names off of earnings or even the day before earnings. We saw Netflix bump up, what, $2-3 into the close there before tanking 30. This implied move is huge. And I don't know what the general moves look like on the expectancy, but like if you just look at their last 4 quarters, it hasn't been overly dramatic on the movement for Tesla. So, you know, a year ago today, or that's today, a year ago we had, I guess, it doesn't have it, but we have the July number there, 9%, 7%, I mean, you can read this, 11, and then I guess right here today, I don't know why it has Tuesday the 18th on there, but right there we have, oh yeah, look, it says, remember we showed this yesterday that it was wrong? It showed it after the close yesterday.
Yeah.
So that's going to be wrong. So that's why that's wrong. But anyways, as you look at Tesla, I don't know if it has a 20% move in it or not,
intense.
but on the daily chart, it's broken through that 180, and I think it's a little bit of downside pressure. You can sort of see there's the break. This is what we were looking for. It's bounced off 180 there, made some moves to 188, topped out there, and was trading in the middle. Now it seems like you're getting a little bit of a movement to the downside. I like to short Tesla. I think we'll be shorting this one if it gets around that 180 mark. But again, patience is going to be key as the NASDAQ is still down and flat since we sort of started. Made a nice move. Now you're going to see if we can take 13.1 on the NASDAQ and get back going. But we saw yesterday, man, the moves happened early and then it kind of slowed down. Then a couple moves happened a little bit late. And I don't know. We're going to have to wait on Tesla. 180 for me is obviously the key level.
Talk about downside move. What a move on Netflix yesterday post earnings. All right, let's get to it. So they missed on EPS. They 288. It was they beat on EPS 288. That was a couple of cents higher than what the forecast was. They missed again though on revenue, just shy of that 8.2 billion. Their forecast though, that was the tricky part. 8.25 billion. The street was looking for 8.5. But this one was down 12% off the move. No, that is not a fake dark pool wick. That is real, guys. We started there at 333. By the time this 50-minute candle made a 292 bottom, but we retraced. Today, though, we're finding like most everything else in the tech world, we're down 2.83 to the downside, guys.
This is the perfect example. That chart right there is the perfect example of why we caution people that, you know, you're better off standing underneath Draymond Green when he's angry than getting in front of earnings at 4 o'clock because there's just no liquidity there. And he only got 1 game suspension. I think he should have got 2. But at the end of the day, you saw the whipsaw action. The bots, the algos, I should say, they're just overreacting to the first thing that came out. And the second you got that current additions, that wasn't up to snuff, it's like Flush City. The rest of the report was, I don't know, like pretty mixed and didn't really deserve like 10% to the downside or whatever the heck it was, like 12% or whatever it was, the totality at the end of it. And all of a sudden, CEO gets on the call and it's a little bit more calm. Now, there's still a few issues here. They get priced as a tech name when, are they, like, what are they not? And a lot of that's already come out of the stock. I do think when you dip 800 and get cut in half, I'm not going to go that far back in the daily chart. You guys know it was at 800 before. But now it's the 50 period for me. If this recovers the 50 period after wiping out this bottom, that would be pretty darn bullish, and that's at 329. So underneath 29, look, you got the 20 level. That's pretty much it for a dip buy. I like the 200 period at 280. I thought if it was a disaster, that was an easy buy. If we can forget about that today. So all you got's that 320 level on the daily chart, and then you've got the 50 period on the daily, which I like at 29. If this holds that, wipes out the bottom and gives any consolidation above there, then I think there's longs to be had. Underneath it, I guess you could look for the shorts. There's a couple of easier shorts I like out there, which are at some pretty key levels. Intel's definitely one of them, and then Coinbase is there too. But it wasn't as bad as expected on Netflix, and just don't trade aftermarket. If you have some kind of crazy strategy, which works 9 times out of 10, good for you. But there's no liquidity down there, and it's just a bunch of algos overreacting. And trust me, somebody sold like 295 and is sitting here right now this morning, like, what did I just do? And you don't necessarily want to be that person.
No, I was actually talking about that with Obi yesterday in the aftermarket about basically forget about trading earnings plays when they happen immediately. It's this kind of, it's very hard to sort of level up. If you can catch it There's one thing about catching the early move, but to try to figure out like this kind of stuff is pretty insane. You could lose your month, your day, your week, your year pretty quickly if you get caught with too many or too little shares. Well, you can't lose it too much if it's too little, but nice move to the downside. You see that extended volume candle there to get flushed in. Then it makes that wick bottom. We're not going to see 291 today, I wouldn't think. But anyways, it's that 320 build. I put on the sticky note today that I really liked the fact that, Netflix talked about some ARPUs there, revenue per user, and apparently here in Canada, so they're delaying the rollout for the password sharing in the US because a little scared of negative feedback, and it wasn't super positive initially from Canada. But then at the same time, they went out and said that for $6.99, which is what it costs right now to have the ad-supported tier, they're actually making more money on the $6.99 tier with the ads than they are at the $15.49 base level. So that means that there's already $8 per user per month in ad revenue that they're already generating. And I think once they get, they have, you want to talk about Uber and Tesla and all that having data? These guys know exactly what you're watching and what your sort of tendencies are. What time of day do you watch? Like, they can really sort of target ads unlike any other company. There's other companies, I've just given you a couple there, but they can target what you're watching. Like, if my daughter's always watching gymnastics movies or shows, which there's, for some reason, there's like 20 of them. So if you're watching those, then yeah, they can sort of direct various, and I don't know what a good commercial would be for that, sort of led myself into a hole there. But you can definitely direct it, and I just think that number was really awesome. And I don't know if that's going to be the same in the US that it is in Canada, but if we have similar tendencies, then I think that rollout is also going to be successful. So I think that they've sort of carved a pathway that they can show us where the money's coming from. So let's wait to see. I'm excited for the future quarters here of Netflix. I am a shareholder. I'm a shareholder of pretty much every tech name here. So let's wait to see what happens. I like a 320 dip here for sure in Netflix, but at the same time, I don't want to get railroaded like we did yesterday on J&J. So let's wait to see if we could fire off some hot dogs at some point. Yeah, we got that back. It's back, baby. Right now on Netflix, but I'm going to wait to see for a dip buy opportunity. And I'm going to miss the first one for sure. Hopefully we can get the second or third as we let the name settle down and find its bearings.
All right, guys, the rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk and by many of our traders. Max used it on the Midday Show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in description for 20% off. There's the QR code there on the bottom right of the screen. All right, guys, regional banks in focus. Western Alliance reporting this morning saying they're making a buckload of money off interest income. Yes, they're making money off interest income. That is as a result of the increased interest rates. U.S. Bancorp coming out with good profits and numbers as well. But here's the kicker, guys. A lot of these regional mid-sized bank, they hold a lot of this commercial debt that we were just talking about for commercial real estate, the commercial real estate debt. And that's coming to fruition. It looks like it's going to get refinanced, a lot of it, next year. So are we just kicking the can down the road with these guys?
Well, to an extent, yeah, you're not going to, this is what usually happens. This is not actually abnormal when it comes to what you call a banking crisis or a credit crunch, whatever it might be. Like, the first cycle is everybody panics and it's like, oh my goodness, this is the worst thing that ever happened. You got that in 2008. And then there's a little bit of a, I guess you could call it like bounce, or support comes in, or relief. Like, you get things like Credit Suisse. And that deal, which I know that's contentious for a lot of people because some rules got broken there. But at the end of the day, you get a little bit of a bounce, and everyone has this sense of relief over the entire picture. And then you have like a second salvo, like months later, where things get real. Now, obviously, we know that there is a bit of a credit crunch happening. That's already starting, to be sure. And then commercial market's a bit of a mess. But we're here to trade. So I look at Wall. We talked about this one already. I'm going to get to Bed Bath Beyond in a second. But 38. 38, that's 38 on the break. You can forget about the support levels that have been put in. You got to play those after the dump. it's a chance to break out, maybe even get into the 40s here today. It's stalling out pretty much where you'd expect. That 38 to 39 is we're mentioning, so it's starting to come back in here. A lot of pressure on it. It's just now failed a lower high at 40. So I don't want to be standing in front of a... You can stand in front of a moving freight train sometimes and put a bid in there in a stock like this, but there's not a ton of liquidity on WAL, so I'd rather not do that. If at the open I see it holding, I want to try to work along above that 38 level, maybe even at that 39. So a consolidation down here is ideal. I did want to get to Bed Bath & Beyond because it did made a flush off 45, down bouncing off 40. So I shorted it on the way back into 45 at 44 change. I know we've got the banner up there, so you can't really see it, but I got the 44 short here off of the highs. I'm starting to scalp it out down into the 40s. If it breaks 40, I don't think I want to look. I'm not chasing this one on any kind of long. I have to get a real dip if I want to have the long trade in BBBY. I was going to short 50s, and I saw it fail a lower high, so I'm short in front of that 45.5.
Okay, it looks like finally teams calling about Trey Lance. Like, I was wondering, like, why? It's just funny, like, no one would take a shot. Like, if I was the Jets.
J-E-T, I was about to say Jets.
Yeah, exactly. I would already be on Lamar. I mean, the fact that Jalen Hurts, and I'm not going to throw any shade at Philly, the guy
It's too late now.
brought them to where it is, and that's great, but he had 1 year. And do I think that you want to pay people early? Fine. But like a guy like Lamar Jackson, I feel like needs to get paid. He doesn't have an agent, so if he did,
He'd be signed
certain
already.
it would have been done by now.
For sure.
And I cannot believe that Jalen Hurts is now the highest paid player in the NFL after even on draft day, people were uncertain of him even being a quarterback. But good for him. I'm not trying to throw
This
shade.
happened because two quarterbacks were on winning teams, Josh Allen and Mahomes, who each would have gotten the best contract out there. They both took team-friendly deals to win. End of story.
They're going to get paid next time.
No, they will, but that's what happens. So Lamar's never going to, it's just not going to happen, man, because they set a precedent, and when the two best set the precedent like that,
yeah,
what
but
are you
now the
supposed to do?
precedent is Hurts, though, I feel
I
like.
know, but Philly's not. Yeah.
Philly paid him a lot of money there. But, okay, I'm going to go to First Republic. I'm actually surprised that it hasn't moved at all. Like, I don't understand. This FRC, I thought on Western Alliance, it was sort of would have bumped up a little bit higher here. So I am a little bit surprised about FRC and, like, what is even happening? Man, this is why I try not to look at these names too much because, like, this has been about as barcode. Like, is it being bought out or something? Like, I feel like this name has just done absolutely nothing now for a month when it's like, it's battered. When are they reporting? Hold on a second. Maybe are they reporting today? Or maybe they already did. I don't even know anymore about this. The 24th. Yeah. So a couple days. Obviously, they had it reported. Yeah, we hadn't talked about it. But yeah, a couple days from now, we're going to get FRC, and this is the one that I'm most nervous. If it's not bumping up when Western Alliance is up 20%, then I'm not sure what's going to happen with First Republic. So this is where my concern would be. I think this might be the better short. We have Zion Bank as well coming through. So some of these regionals just continue to get hit. We saw State Street the other day down 10%. That was a little bit of a surprise as well. That's STT right there. So it continues to make a move here to the south side as well. There's that flush right now. I shouldn't say it's continuing to make a move. It's flat, but there's that flush off for State Street. They made that move down on the banking worries as well. That might have made a bottom at 72, 73. So look, man, the banking structure continues to be a mess in the United States. Those of you that know this know it a lot better than I, so I'm going to stay away from making opinions on longs or shorts or anything like that. I think you just continue to trade the momentum, and the bank for me, we've already talked about it, is BAC. I love the fact that it's at $30. I think that's a pretty key level, obviously psychological as well, but it also looks good on a chart. Yesterday's bottom, $29.80. I want to play this level for sure. I think we crack it and then probably continue to go lower. I'm not willing to do anything about it yet, though. I want to make sure that it does crack that once we open. If it does break $29.80, my play is to go short against 30. So that's going to give me about 20 cents worth of risk. I think we can at least get to $29.50, so that puts you at 1.5 to 1. I like that ratio for a bank that doesn't move that much. We hit BAC yesterday, and we'll see if we can hit it again today. We actually had this break long of 30.50, and we were able to get out of that, so that was pretty good. And we actually had a short as well. So we traded this both times at 30.50 yesterday. Now today we're going to see about it at $30. I like BAC as we're getting close to an open here, guys.
All right, guys, let's just look quickly here at some inflation data coming out of Europe. It looks like the 20 nations sharing the euro Their inflation eased to 6.9 from 8.5. That had been counter to what we saw this morning coming out of another European country, England, which their inflation rate remained above 10. That was above estimates, I believe, of 9.8 or 9.5. The reason that's important is because this next thing here, the king of the speculative assets, I say that tongue-in-cheek, of course, Bitcoin falls 3.25% on the day as investors look to what may be more of a bearish environment with interest rates remaining high, guys. Let's have a look at what BTC is up to here on the chart. Down and now holding below 30,000, Neil, 29.3. We're in and around that area. Likewise with coin, holding that 64 for now, closed at 67.25 yesterday, so gapping down. Likewise with Mark, closing out at about 11.66, now down to 10.87 Neil.
Yeah, pressure on all these names, and I know you know exactly where I'm going to go with this if you watch the show every day, and it's going to be Coinbase, right? And you go back to the well sometimes until it runs dry. The 50 period here, $65. It's actually just a little bit under 65 bones, but that's the key level. It looks like you are making a breakdown, and look, 58.60, that's been support from time, and as long as we're underneath here, I'm looking short. If it breaks out and takes out the high and goes squeeze central on me, then I'm not giving it past the pre-market highs in here. So on the first pop in the AM or at the open in that first 5 minutes, I'll be looking to short off of this level, 65 into 65.5, maybe a little bit out in front of it. If we do start squeezing to the upside, I don't know if I want to go for the long. I'd probably just wait till it gets into the high 60s to try shorting there again. That's it for me. Like, I don't want to. Someone asked what are the shorts I'm looking at today. I'm like, well, what do we say every day? Like Coinbase, and then I am offering Intel. That's the other one I was kind of mentioning. This was just a flat bottom break. Flat bottom break on Intel is not related to Coinbase at all, but I wanted this break. We talked about this yesterday, thinking Intel is set up that it's going to break this level at 31.6, and then it just kind of went. We've gapped beneath it on ASML earnings, which showed to some maybe demand slowdown for the chip makers, which they're a big supplier of. So I think this is probably headed back into 30 unless it gets back above 31.5, 31.6. So first pop, Coinbase shorting, first pop, Intel shorting, very similar setups for me, and I'm already on the offer.
I only have three.
We're talking coins, though.
Yeah, it's on Coinbase. That's okay. I only have 3 names on the watch list today on my sticky note, and that's one of them is going to be AMD. I've been looking at AMD obviously every single day, and we traded it yesterday. It was my second best name. The first was Apple for me, and then it followed by AMD yesterday. And I mean, look, we broken through $90. We were playing off this yesterday. You guys remember that? Good trade, nicely moved down into the bottom of 89.40 before it ripped up to the top, and we got out of that because we had the imbalances come at 350. So definitely affecting that stock yesterday. But look at this, it's been a nice little downside move. Higher low, or lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high until the very end of the day where we started to make moves there. And now you're making that move down. But look, I mean, just look how bad it's been even on a 20-minute chart right here for AMD. It's definitely the trend here is your friend. And right now the trend is to the downside, so we're going to continue to play that. If we get any bump ups, I said if we can get something near 90.50, we'll probably look at that. But I think to be completely wrong on this, it's going to be have to go to 91, I feel like. The NASDAQ is down today. I already have an offer ready to go for AMD, but it's $1 higher. I don't want to play this until it gets to 90. If it does, if it doesn't, then like I said, we'll regroup and we won't panic and we'll wait for some key levels to develop on advanced micro devices. But it's definitely a 90 short that I like for that right now. As I just clicked on Siri because I put on a trade earlier. You're not going to see it. We are testing the position board.
Satellite.
So that's why I just clicked on it by accident there. I do like Apple. I don't know. Are we done the rundown? I guess
with 2 minutes to go.
Going back to Sharif? Maybe, but I just want to talk about Apple because Apple at 164, another level that's been pretty key down there. So if we do make a move down, I like Apple down to 164, but Apple is blasting off. So let's go back to Sharif. Are we going back to Sharif or?
Per today, Morgan Stanley, it reported this morning, not so good. Yeah, we got the EV King right next to me here. He's showing me some of the Model 3 refreshments, which I'm a sucker for. I want to see. All right, Morgan Stanley reporting this morning, not so good. Similar to Goldman Sachs' story where the deal making really dried up last year. They didn't shift to more consumer-based economy like JP Morgan did. JP Morgan reporting bad deal making, but good interest income. Not so much for Morgan Stanley, not so much for Goldman Sachs. Look at the chart. Down and to the right, guys. This one closed out at around a little bit below 90. Looks like we just almost touched 85.50 there, guys.
So just very quickly here, and very quickly, Goldman Sachs' response to their poor earnings was to make a nice little bounce. It bottomed out yesterday. It made a bounce. It rallied most of the day. It's actually coming back in. The same thing happened with Charles Schwab. So when I look at Morgan Stanley down here, it might already be doing this. I set out this morning 85. It got to 85.5. So this is the 85 level. I just want to be thinking, okay, relief rally off of 85. That's pretty much all I like on Morgan Stanley. Just a quick, for everybody out there, we're having a bit of an issue with with some of our software, so that there will be a delay on some of the stuff that usually shows at the bottom. So our positions are going to be delayed. They usually are not. It takes a couple of seconds from fill for you guys to be able to see it. It will be a little bit delayed. The time might be off as well. So just want to give you guys that heads up. We might not even have it on, but the countdown is on. We got 10 seconds to go till the open. I'm only in Bed Bath & Beyond short 44. At the open, looking at some MS, looking at some Intel and Coin in 3, 2, and 1, Mahad.
Apple is
quadunking?
No, it's
no.
Apple is ripping right now, up to 166 right now for Apple, and it's starting to go, man. I really like this. This is the #1 idea. I mean, I have Netflix right on here and AMD, but I really like the Apple long at some point here today. I love the India story there. I love the headwind, the tailwinds that they should be able to get from that in earnings. I feel like they're going to guide. We'll see what they come out with, but I really like Apple right here. Let's see what happens if we can come back into 165 or so. That could be a good little level there to start off with. I don't have anything on board right now, like we said.
No, it's working.
Our position board may be delayed a couple minutes, so right. Pay attention to that. We'll tell you when we're into something. I'm waiting to see if Netflix can make a bottom there. Looks like 323 temporarily, but hey, I'm not getting in with 30 seconds into the market. We're going to try to be a little bit more patient here and wait for a move to develop in front of us. So right now, Netflix kind of just, as if it wasn't earnings, just hanging out right now. So let's see what Netflix wants to do, potentially a big flush.
So yeah, as I mentioned, Bed Bath & Beyond made a bit of a squeeze play. I'll get to Coin in a second because I just got a first salvo in Coin in front of 65.5. That is the pre-market high. As a matter of fact, let me just get my stop order locked and loaded and ready to go on Coin, and then we can move over to Blood Bath & Beyond. Some people call it, but it just tested. Wow. I don't call it that, but I've heard other people say it. So here is 46 on Bed Bath & Beyond. It just made another test of the high. I just missed it. Talking too much, getting stop over there in Coin. It made another test of 46 and rejected it. I wanted to get back in at that same 44, 45 area, but might have just quickly missed that opportunity. Doesn't mean it's going to be completely gone, but if it breaks out this lower high, I want to get out of Bed Bath & Beyond, but it's heading back to the low. So pretty much nothing to see there. If I got the reload, fantastic. If it breaks 40, I think it could drop into 35 even.
Okay, so, we talked about there being some delays. I am short Tesla right now against this 179. It's not a huge position. We talked about, what we were trying to do here earlier on. We're going to try to be as patient as we can be with some of these plays, but Tesla already down at 3.5%. So I'm getting my orders set up right now to make sure that we can flush it if we get it. I'm waiting at 178.50 now to get some more. Okay, so yeah, your position is loading up. So I think it'll be right.
No, but I mean, I got into Coin like a minute and a half ago.
So we've explained it already. Yeah, so hopefully you guys can get that. So yeah, Fahad's saying it could be a couple minutes. So I am now short Tesla. You can see that coming in right there. My average price is 178. It's flat. So there's the short right now. I'm going to risk this one for $1 up to 179, sort of where we were before. I mean, that pre-market high is 179.40. I just don't want to extend the L if it does come in here. We take another position. There we go. Now it looks like it wants to rip upside right now. The market's taking off. So this is the problem, and this is why I've done some soul searching. And it's like, I don't, to judge the market this early is tough to do. And right now, it looks like this is going to test that 179. We tried the short. We talked about going short if it was under 180. So if this does break 179, let's regroup it and see what happens when we get to that 180. So right now, first position on the board, and it is Tesla short. Looking like we're going to get stopped out, though. We're short right now at 178.20.
Yeah, and but guess what just got to 320? Well, almost to 320. Netflix down 3.5%. You know it was worse aftermarket, but first bounce off that 320. Looks like it got back up to 322, kind of hanging out in this range. It's just with the market screaming like this, this is still looks like it's incredibly weak. And I know I like that level a bit, but I don't want to jump in front of that moving like freight train or whatever you want to call it. But this looks pretty decently ugly on Netflix. I'd like to see it show a little strength, show a little green, give me an idea that you want to go up, that you have some buyers, and then we can get to it. I didn't talk about a chip name that wasn't Intel today, but look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA already pumping up to that 275 level, so ASML be darned in terms of its pressure. If we see 280, that's the obvious short area, but it looks like NVIDIA's on another one here. If it wants to hold yesterday's lows, maybe that's just it. Like, yesterday's lows are going to be support for NVIDIA. Still like the Intel short, but NVIDIA catching a bit of a bid here. Looks like it's going to be a strong one. And there goes 320 on Netflix. So forget about that dip buy. Morgan Stanley was another name I like to dip buy in. It's almost at $88, so you can pretty much forget about that as well. Morgan on one on the rebound. Every single bank has done this. It's like every bank, the pre-market, you got to find a level in the pre-market and catch it. Because if you didn't get Goldman early yesterday, you were pretty much kaput. That was the only move to have, and it's the same thing here with Morgan.
So Tesla, we got out of that one, man. Now it's at 180 almost immediately right there, 179.60. So, trying to get that short wrong. And we talked about, getting into something a little bit too early. And we tried Tesla. That's fine. That's much more comfortable, putting on that kind of a position against the market rather than trying to go all in right there on a move that early. So we'll wait to see what Tesla does at that 180. It's probably going to stop at 180, right? That was the key level that we said. So again, just to putting things in, to remember them, man. It's like you got to stick with your guns, and maybe that 180 was pretty important. But we tried the short. We wound up losing it. We lost 80 cents on the Tesla short. I'm trying to go Apple long, breaking through 166. So there it is right now. Now we are into Apple. I'm going to give it back to this bottom of 165.50. If it breaks it to the downside, it breaks it to the downside. I'm going to be in Apple here, hopefully, for a bit. Let's see what it does tomorrow. What it does on yesterday's high, 166.68 right there in the after. We did make a huge move early to 167.50. So we can see here, we're talking about the after show, that's the later show. This was the high right there, 166.70. Let's see if Apple can climb and get back to profitability here on the day. It's still right now red on the day as Apple continues to go. I'm going to get a piece out now because, hey man, we're in the 30s now with Apple. So as it continues to go up, let's start taking some pieces out. It's AAPL so far.
Yeah, so just obviously we told you guys about the position board. Just a quick update. I also got into Intel off of that high, flat bottom breakdown. Didn't want to chase the lows, but did want to get it into that 50 level, that 31.50. 60 was the support, so money fills might actually be close to that 50 level on Intel. Netflix just made a pretty decent sized bounce there. You have to show on the 3-minute. So wicks underneath 320. It just recovered that 320 level. The only levels I like are 320 and 329. So holding here, and I think that's the first place that I'd look for that dip buy. That WAL, that was the other one we were watching early. It just now bounced off 38. So I didn't want to catch a falling knife on this, but it's giving a little bit of a bounce at 38. There's a big seller here at 38.30. So I think I wanted to clear that. Once it clears, which it just did, gimme always gets. Don't you know your... Okay. I do this, and then I end up passively bidding anyways. It was weird. Like, it broke the level, and I immediately just tried to, bid in front of the gap instead of just hitting the offer. So I tried to bid 30s instead of just punching. So I just punched 38.37. Oh, wait a minute. Looks like things are fixed. Maybe they're fixed? Because I just got into this at 38, so that looks pretty good. So I think we're fixed. I want to give this to that low, see if we can't moon on this. They had earnings today with an earnings beat, but the bigger story was the recovery from when they got quadunked in the banking crisis.
Man, you never want to get quadunked. But yeah, that's good, man. Thanks a lot, Fahad. Thanks, everybody, for that, for sure. So, yeah, let's go. Nice little move up there for Apple. We only cashed out of a third of it up there into the 30s. So it's a nice move up there for Apple. We got the high wick on that break. We got a third of them out right now for Apple. We're going to wait back for 165.50 there if it does pull back in. I will average back into this name in the 70s. I'm just going to put on exactly what we got out of there if it does come back. And then right now I'm putting my stop in. If we break that 165.50, then I'm going to get out. So we talked about this yesterday. This is kind of, the lessons that, we're trying to give to everybody. You don't get into something without understanding your risk to the downside. So we're out of a third there immediately. I'm going to try to do that every single time. And now let's go ahead and look for something else. That Netflix 322, you're on that. I mean, again, the position board is a little bit off. We talked about that. AMD
I'm not
rate
actually in it yet, though.
Okay, AMD rate to 90. This is a good short, I think. The only problem is I don't want to commit to this short right now while also being long a lot of shares of Apple. So I'm not going to commit to this short, but there it is, up to $90 right now and still going. This is the key level, so it's coming in right now. We've seen AMD be pretty weak over the last couple days. Now it's coming back upside. I'm trying to get some more out of Apple at 25 as it just retraced back upside right now. And then I don't have an offer for Apple until 40s, which is right into here where we closed yesterday, almost where we got out, but a little bit higher. Let's see if Apple, like I said, can get to Greensville today. And if it does, we definitely want to be holding that one for a little bit longer. All right, Disney. Yeah, let's check out that because we were talking about Disney a little bit there in the pre-market. $98. Again, I don't know if it's the right time to buy this. We said might want to wait
It's at 98 now?
Yeah, well, it just broke 99, sorry. 98 it was just at. So a couple 9.8s right there. But yeah, Disney to the downside right here. So it already did break. It went to 98.40 and now bouncing back. But again, I think this is a sympathy play with Netflix, obviously, as Netflix just took 320. And now we're going to have to watch because I like this name. Just got to find a level on where to get in. I think Netflix is going to be a winner today. I don't know if we're going to get back to positive, but I think I can find some longs to dig into here on NFLX. So
it couldn't catch a bid at that
20. That's the problem, is it broke that 320 pretty easily right there. And these are the levels that we were talking about yesterday where we kind of danced around. I stopped the chart, so there was a lot more action, but that 320 held yesterday pretty good before bumping back upside right there. So this is a key level for sure. Let's see if Netflix can't bottom out somewhere, and then we'll try to hop in.
Yeah, hop in. Hoppity hop. And like hop in. I do want to get something on that Netflix, but the only positions I'm in, I have Intel. We took that wall. Oh, no, it's gone again. Oh, sorry, guys. I thought that was still working. So Coinbase ripped the high, stopped out, but then came right back and kind of, wicked you out. I get right back in, pretty much the same consolidation. I just got some at 64.80, and I want the low of the day for potentially the rest. But as you were mentioning there with Netflix, that is still flush city. It's just, right now there's no bottom in sight. That 320 level looked pretty good, but there was no confirmation. So it broke down, held, now no confirmation of a bid. It looks like the gap fill is going to be on in Netflix, maybe the 300 something. I don't know. Morgan Stanley's completely gone at this point.
Oh, I forgot about the banks.
Yeah, look, I liked you, Morgan Stanley. But it touched 38 there. I feel like if it comes back to 85, I have to really, really love this. If it can bounce off that 85 level. So let's see it get down and then be patient with it. Ooh. I still have Intel and Coin. I wish I could say I was Netflix short, but quite frankly, that was a difficult one to sniff out. You had to have it early. Bed Bath & Beyond has a buyer at 40, so I am still short at 44, offering in front of 46, but it's not giving anything past that 40 level. The 40 has a wall on this, so if you're watching that name, you do want to, I think you want to respect it. Like right now, I want to respect that 40 level. I'm getting out in front of it, and then we can see if we can rinse and repeat. WAL, I'm in position on it, and it's in the pocket as far as I'm concerned, so I don't really have any, I wanted the 38 long into here, so if it breaks the bottom, I just get out. There you go. Actually live, there you go. So it's back on. So there's my long in front of 38. It does not hold on to the level, so I get out of it, adhere to the stop. It could gap fill to the downside. I'm only short at this particular moment, even though the market is trying to bounce up. And then the strength is in Apple. The strength was in NVIDIA. I will say was, because
it's a NASDAQ stock. Neil.
I know. I hit enter so fast that it's like whatever symbol I have up last, that's the one it's going to ultimately default to. So if I have a New York stock up and I just hit enter, it's going to go to New York, despite what it is. But you're at yesterday's support or resistance level on NVIDIA. That's what I was trying to get at there pretty quickly. So 277, 280 is where I would be shorting it. I like Intel here. I like NVIDIA if it goes a little bit higher. And then I have to hit enter twice. So Intel's starting to curl at the pre-market high. This is a flat bottom break, and that's why I'm taking it, but it had to pop into my level first. Coin is now $1 in the money, and I don't have a bid there. Are you kidding me? Let me just get an order out there. Yeah, Coin just made another move into the low of the day, so now we're just holding through a potential low break. Weakness in Coin and crypto, strength in some of the big tech, Netflix. I'm not trying to guess the bottom on Netflix. I wanted to pick up a bid, but I'm not seeing anything right now.
Okay, I'm going to reload a small amount here of Apple. So we'll buy a little bit more back here. We just got another piece out. I'm only in one position, as you guys can see, but it's been a banger right now. So we'll just be like bang on that one. Shout out to everybody that's watching the show. I want to thank everybody once again for coming through, man. I mean, we're putting the show on every single day. And, you know, the position board looks pretty solid now. We have the time up, so everything looks like it's going pretty good now. You can see the bottom right. If that clock is ever off, then you probably know that there's a problem, and I just learned that today. It's 9:44:08, 09, and 10 here as we trade live in beautiful and sad Toronto, Ontario, Canada, because of our beloved Maple Leafs. That's the last I'll talk about that until we beat them again or not again. We try to beat the Tampa Bay Lightning coming up on Thursday. All right, so I'm going to take another piece out at 17 right here if I can get it. Let's go. There it is right there. Another one, so that's good. We'll start spinning some money around. I mean, we're going to go 1 for 1 here on Apple. We can go back on our Tesla trade. I almost don't even feel any ways about this. But look where we bounced off, 180. We talked about that being a key level, so pay attention to that as there's the move downside again for Apple. I'm going to put an offer again up near 30 for Apple just to get another piece out as we just reloaded it. So that's been a good trade. A name that was weak yesterday was Google, but I want to talk about DraftKings. Google again down 1% here today as the market's trying to battle back. Google down 1%. DraftKings yesterday bounced off 21. That was the high, and we've just made that high again right there at $21 one more time. So it's a nice move to the downside here for DraftKings. Watch out for that 21 level, and we're almost getting this 27 that we just put here on Apple.
Hey, here comes Netflix. So this is maybe the most convincing bounce. Like Netflix had a pretty decent sized move downside there, catching 316 as a bid, and it's trying to claim 320. So look, I like the 320 level. You know, at the open, I wanted to see it hold above there. Ideally, would have held above 329, the 50 period on the daily. But if it has to be the 320, then that's what's going to be it. I will reload Coin if I get a shot above 65. I'm going to try and reload that one. But that 320 looks like we might be good to go. We might be good to go on this. So I'm going to get out in front of it. And then watching NVIDIA here, NVIDIA did get to that 77, starting to curl. I still have my Intel short. And what's the name? Oh, yeah, it was Google. You mentioned Google being weak yesterday. That's an understatement. Look what just happened at 104. So if you're not remembering 104, that was the bottom yesterday. And now you have a wick top through there. When the market's trying to go, like the NASDAQ is still 2 green candles since the open on my 15-minute while making a second green candle, and you have this continued weakness in Alphabet. Yeah, this one is a bit of a problem. Like it's clearly, I don't know what they hate about Alphabet right now, but they're hating on that stock. Where's my Netflix fill? I want that long, but I just missed 321.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, we're absolutely destroying right now. Shout out to Brendan. We're missing him, obviously, but shout out to you, Brendo. We'll put some money in the wheelbarrow right now as we just got that fill that we thought we were going to get, and that was yesterday's sort of levels. We talked about the close right there. We just got a 44 fill on Apple after another reload down there at 166. So I'm only in this name right now, looking to get into more. BAC bouncing off that level that I liked. Down there at 29.80. I mean, we just literally panned this one out for everybody right there. 29.80. I was like, hey, this is going to be a key level. We wanted to go short if it broke it, and it didn't do that yet. So I'm actually still there. If we break that level on BAC, then I want to go to the short side of this. But it looks like it's trying to take 30 again. Maybe it's an average in. I don't know. Let's see what Morgan Stanley's doing real quick. Again, we don't necessarily want to be long or short a bank if it's not with the sector. Morgan right now, obviously, a couple great days. Now fading back out a little bit there for Morgan Stanley. There's the daily, and this is what we've done so far here today. Nice move up to 89. So yeah, it's been aggressively to the upside, so that would make sense about BAC. Holy crap cans right now. It's a banger right now as Apple trying to go back up to 50. I'll take that level right there. We'll take a 48. Punch out of a little bit right there for Apple as there's the runner that we were talking about. We liked it market long. We also like Netflix long as well. I got to get into that, and our AMD is at 90, but I'm leaving AMD alone until I see something else with Apple. Maybe Apple just might have topped out there again, but I want to hold this one to see if we can take that 167.50 area that we had yesterday. What's up, Sharif?
Yeah, we got small cap crappers moving, baby. It's their day. It's their week. It seems like it's their time. We got VYNE moving up. It's up 29 points at the moment. Bit of a double top, though. Have a look at this chart forming here at 4 1/4. We got VYNE. We got CFRX. Yeah, remember this one from yesterday? Moving up and to the right, looking to touch 2, guys.
So Netflix there's a bit of an iceberg at that 320. If it can't hold on to it here, I think it's going to be in trouble again. This is the decision point on the stock. So if the long's going to work, at least the early long's going to work, this is the area I wanted it to work off of. It did make a wipeout bottom, which is a setup I was looking for. So you crush through a support level, you immediately recover on decent volume, like kind of V-shape. And if it wants to go, I think you can see them 25s here. I did not get a Coinbase reload. Come on, bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay, it's starting to settle down a little bit. I did not get a reload on coin. It's kind of hanging around the low of the day at this point, so I'm just offering above 65. If I get that, fair enough. I was mentioning Alphabet looking relatively weak, and I just wanted to, Bed Bath & Beyond might actually squeeze because it continues to, like that 40 level. If it doesn't break 40 soon, then I might just have to give up this notion that we're going to get a bigger move to the downside. So Netflix just crushed through that 320 level. Looks like we're going to have to get out of that one. Where's my fill? There we go. I just got filled on Netflix. That'll come out in a couple of seconds, though. You'll see it gone in 2 seconds. But this one could squeeze on me, and that's what I'm a little bit concerned about. You're bouncing off 40, higher lows on Bed Bath & Beyond, so I'm canceling my offer. I don't want to be standing in front of this level. I want to see it fail 46. Originally, it was 50 that I wanted to short, and then it wicked this high, so I like that setup. Wick the high of the day, short it when it comes back down. So that was a short setup. But if it doesn't ever break 40 even, doesn't break low, only one place to go. And that would be up. And 50 is a much, much bigger level. So I'm going to go 0 for 1 on Netflix. I still like the notion of a bid.
It shows you still, are you still in? It shows you still in.
No.
Okay, that's fine. No, just letting people know, that's all.
No, see, okay. Come to my chart for a second. I just want, I'm not in Netflix anymore. I said if it couldn't hold it, I would take the first shot when it looked strong. And if it couldn't hold the 200 level to 320 level, I'm out. You see it break down. I know it still shows me in position. I don't want you guys getting the wrong idea.
All, yeah.
I said I had to stop there. I adhered to the stop. I got out. That simple.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's all. That's what we're talking about right now. I am in Netflix right now. My price is accurate, $319.78. So just to let you know, Fahad, it's wrong for Neil. Okay, good. That's no problem. All right, so there it is right now. It's a nice bump. Yes, sir. Holy crap. Nice move up for Netflix right now. We went long there. Let's see if it can hold. We're $1 in the money. I'm going to take a leg here if I can get it. But, yeah, I'm looking for a little bit higher as well on Netflix. Looking at that 318 as an out for us on Netflix. So, it's, we're trying to make it $1. We're trying to lose $1 as well on that move. So, hopefully, Netflix can continue its pump up to the upside here, although it hasn't really pumped at all. So, let's see if it does anything. I think I remember that. There it is. Nice move for Netflix. I think I remember Netflix not doing a whole heck of a lot sometimes after earnings.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, kind of like it was a huge move down and then it didn't do much during the day. So let's see. There it is. Like, good thing we just took a piece out right there as here comes Netflix back in. What's up, Sharif?
Apple CEO Tim Cook meeting with PM Modi. Indian PM Modi says committed to growing and investing across the country. They're meeting right now and releasing statements together.
Didn't end up, and this will happen. Like I was in like 4 stocks at one time at one point there, and unfortunately, you saw Netflix was in there in and out. I had Wall at one point. I did miss Rivian 13. So 13, Rivian's gone. You can forget it's gone now. Like I'm not shorting 27s or 1275 just because it happens to be flushing, but I am in front of the bid. And that's the 52-week low, sits just beneath 1260. So 1250 is kind of an obvious line in the sand. It's down 5% now. I am sitting on the bid, trying to catch some on Rivian. Intel, starting to roll over. I'm not going to get coin at this point. All I can do is manage the position. I'm not going to get back. I don't think I'm going to get back in. This has room to go to like 60s. I think we could trend down into 60s. The market just put a reversal on. I'm only short. Blue is a buyout. You guys know that one from yesterday. And wow. All I can say is absolutely wow for, I decided not to take NVIDIA because I was already in Intel. It rejects that afternoon resistance and flush is $1.50. So while that's happening, you're starting to see that roll over on Intel. I never actually got all in on Intel here because I thought maybe it would pop 31.5 into 31.6. So I was looking for some money fills in this range, but the rollover is starting to come on at least a couple of chip names.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about Apple, as Apple's trying to roll over as well a little bit right now, but we already have some good outs, so that's so far so good there for Apple. I just took another out right now because I am getting a little bit nervous. Some of these lines are starting to add up a little bit here, and I don't want to take too much risk back to the downside with AAPL. It's been a monster trade for me so far, and I just don't want to give it all back by a simple dip down, especially when the market is rejecting one more time down to 13.1. That's where we're at right now. That's been a key level, so that's why I'm going to start to, I mean, now Apple's trying to come back out. I'm going to take an 06 right now, take another piece out. It could be wrong here. I just don't want the NASDAQ to break this. Well, it's going to break anyways. 13.1, it's doing it right now. And, you know, if that does fall down, I want to average back into Apple, and my out's going to be here at 165.50. So I've already talked about that. I'm at 165.70 to see if we can get some more shares. Why am I at 70? Well, it was just sort of in the middle here. It was nothing too convincing. Now you have the 200 period right there, so I like that trade for sure. Netflix starting to bump up again. It just took 320 again. Looking for some key levels. I don't know. Our last out was 320.78, which was good, man. We're long at 319.50, but hopefully Netflix can get itself going a little bit here. I don't want to get anything out until we get back into this level here, 323.50. So that's kind of what I'm targeting, like a $4 winner on this name, but I'm willing to give this up at breaking down through 318.50. So we're getting close to getting out. I don't want to hold this one. The best we've gotten is $1 right there, so I'm going to give it $1 to the downside, and if we're wrong on it, we are wrong on it. And my sort of spidey senses for Apple appear to be pretty good right now as it's fading out a little bit. I'm going to take another 98 out right there. What we're doing now is preserving capital. As this market comes back down, I'd rather take Apple a lot lower than where we are here. So let's get some more out. We're getting lighter and lighter on Apple. We only have a quarter of our position left on AAPL.
Yeah, and you know what's really still incredibly weak and about to crack 103? It's Alphabet. I should say it might not crack 103. The bottom is 103. This is a 15-minute chart. And when the market went, it never even threatened the high of the day. It was a dog yesterday. It looks like it's another dog in here. If we make a retest of the high, let me pull up the NASDAQ for you guys. If we make a retest of the high or any kind of a push up, yeah, all the shorts look pretty solid that I'm in because the market's coming back. But anywhere near this 13.12, if you're not breaking out the top again on Alphabet, I think you want to be shorting the pops. That's the one that looks like the absolute dog in this race. That is the overall market. I know some people have been talking about Microsoft, or Softy at least. This one, battle at 285. But the big level on Softy, 282. If it breaks 285 downside, 282 has been the big support. We didn't talk about all the big tech names. I want to make sure we got that one out there. Google still looks like a crap show. Tesla, you know, it's still inside range for Tesla. I'm going to sit Tesla out until probably at least after 10 o'clock. If it gets back above that 180 level, maybe it gets exciting. But you know, Intel, it's about 5 cents the money in Intel, and then Coinbase still working to that downside. Haven't really seen anything I like yet when it comes to NVIDIA either.
So I changed my order to 321.80 right now, as we are $2 in the money on Netflix. There it is, yes sir, bang, around, hit the sirens right now. And again, we got to support the name that we thought had the best chance to go here today. So that's Netflix. So again, we're taking $1 worth of risk. We just went 2-to-1 right there on Netflix, took it out for $2, but we still have half on. So, you know, we got out of half right here on the way upside. We started a little bit too early, obviously, at 321 right there, but we got our average price. We actually got a 319 fill, plus these are both 320s. So our average price, roughly 319.78. You saw that when we first started. Now it's coming back down a little bit. So we still are going to respect our out. Like if this breaks through 318.50, that bottom right there, then we're going to get out of that. So we're giving ourselves roughly $1, $1.30 worth of risk. So when we're getting $2 on this play, we're going to take that. Now I'm going to hold the rest until I don't know when. Let's see where it goes from here. But that's going to be a good one. And then never fear, awesome Apple. Oh no, the sounds are down as well. Okay, that's okay. The sound's right now down, but they're working on it. We've had some problems with the board today, as you guys can see. So please and thank you for your patience as we look to fix it all. But whatever, man. You might not be able to hear this, but you know what's good right now. It's the money, money, money dance because Apple is another 30 cents now in the money as we held out for that, and we got it out some sub 166, man. We told you that, but there it is, a nice little bump back upside here. And I'm not super convinced about Apple, other than the fact that we want to be long. If the market can't get going, then nor can Apple. Oil. Yay, it's up. What's up, Brendo? Right there, Apple and oil. Oil going to the downside right now, down that 2.3%, and looking like it wants to continue the slide. But the only stock we've messed up on today is Tesla, and that's kind of been a nothing burger for us, as we did lose $1 there, but we are very, very patient with the share sizes. And the screwed up stock of the day, I'm here to admit this, it's on the sticky note. And not only is it on the sticky note, what level did we write down here? We wrote down 90. And those of you that are like, Sean, dude, stick with your sticky note, you are 1,000% right. This says AMD short sale at 90. We even talked about it in here. Why did we like it short at 90, right? So join me. It's sticky note, Bears versus Bulls. You can hit that up. I should have followed my own damn talk right there, because look at the high of the day for AMD, 90 flat. So that would have been a good opportunity. We didn't take it, but there it is right there. It's Sticky Note Nation, long and strong.
Yeah, and this market it's topsy-turvy, but we actually haven't broken out of the range. So you always want to calm down at this time. It's almost 10 o'clock. I want to talk about Bed Bath & Beyond just quickly. It's still that buyer at 40 even, and it might take out that 46. So I just got some at 45s in there, essentially risking like 1 cent on this, which is maybe too tight of a stop, but it is showing signs of strength. So we did have the initial short that worked, got about a 10% move. If it squeezes, 50 cents is the next level up. The other name that I'm only in 3 names right now, you guys can see. Oh yeah, well, blue's a buyout, doesn't really matter. I'll talk about that later if you guys are interested, which you're probably not. So 31.5 on Intel was the best fills I was able to get. I did want a little better than that. It started breaking down VWAP. That's when I start taking it out, right? So we get short above, we look to start taking out underneath. And if it does a flush of 31, I want to hold on to a piece beneath that 31. So that continues to try to work. Rivian, bit of a frustration for me, not actually catching that short. There's that break on Bed Bath & Beyond. Why did I get a partial fill? Whatever, I'll just get out of the rest. It's like 0.11 cents or something I paid extra as you're through 46 over there on Bed Bath & Beyond. Rivian on its way down to a 52-week low. I'm on the bid still. That's only where I want to pick it up. I'm not going to try and pick it up too early. I think I want right in front of that support level. Coin is trying to bounce here, but this has just been tank city on Coinbase. So it's trying to make a bounce off 63. I've already taken a $1 scalp trade on this. Let's see if it can go any further. That's been a good short pretty much. Like every single day, there's been like a short to pop situation on Coinbase. Literally, with the exception of Monday.
Literally.
It's true. Every day,
just
the same thing, man.
There's been so many moves here that we have to pay attention to. But, okay, Netflix all the way back. I'm only in 2 positions right now, and I'm pretty happy with them, as we are now at the highest part of our day right now, as there goes Netflix through 322. Can it go? Yes, she can. We are now $3. How much, Fahad? $3 in the money right now as we're going to the upside on Netflix right there with a nice big move there. And not only that, we actually made a lot more money. Well, we're actually flat. Oh no, what did we just get out of there? Was it Apple? Yes, it was. So Apple all the way back to 50 right now. Man, this is Prince City here today on these longs. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the show. Please hit the like and the subscribe. And if you don't do it for me, do it for her.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Again, we did not follow our rules on AMD, and I talked about why. I was just biased to the long side, should have thrown that in the garbage. Trust the work that you do, trust what you're talking about, but I did trust myself with Netflix, and here we go again. Now we're $3.50 in the money for Netflix, and it's continuing to go to the upside. That's right, thanks for that, Fahad. 324.70 is a nice little level right there. That's kind of where we started the day, 323.67. Let's see if we can get a 323 fill. I'm just going to play it off the even dollar here. Looks like we're going to be able to get this. Then we can hold the rest and then hopefully get that moonshot again through this level, but we just made another top right there. You know what? We can actually wait for a little bit higher. Let's let Netflix breathe a little bit here. There's the out. We didn't take it. We could have just got it right there. We are at 80s. I'm going to go up to 324 on this and see if we really get something going here on Netflix. This might be greed, but sometimes greed can be good. I think Netflix has a chance to go. Why not test this 200 period? Why not get to where we were before this market even opened? So nice little move upside right now for Netflix, but we put the money in our pocket. Not enough yet. Still waiting for that big move, and Apple's still bouncing off 166.45. NVIDIA dancing as well. AMD moving around. We're in a couple different names here. Neil's got that blue, and right now Intel.
Quickly, before we go back to Sharif, we're going to go to happening now in a second, but Bitcoin just broke resistance. So come to my chart, there we go. Bitcoin just broke resistance. You can see my Binance chart there, a nice one. So Coinbase slapped a trail fill back through 64. I will likely short this high if we get a chance at it, but once I see that happen, I gotta get out of Dodge there. Maybe we can trend down, but take the money and run is my motto when you get a good short on. I'll get to Intel. I got another fill on the bid. Sorry, I almost said Brendo. Sharif is at the desk for happening now.
Yeah. All right, guys. Happening now, brought to you by Masterworks. Masterworks returned over $25 million to their investors last year by allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022. That is fine art. Masterworks paintings are all SEC qualified, and each of their 12 exits to date has returned at least 9% net to investors. Check them out using the QR code below there on the bottom right of the screen. Let's go to what's happening now. Ford not having a good day. They're down 4% on the back of the Tesla price cuts. Has been down and to the right. Crude futures, you heard Sean just talk about that. Crude down 2.66% as oil dips below $80 a barrel, and BTC, the crypto-related equities, continue to fall. Here is the chart on Ford. That is not a pretty chart, guys. Down, not even down and to the right, it's just down on Ford. Likewise with crude, holding there, I think 78.53 here on the continuous contract. And yeah, Riot making a bit of a retracement off that 12.5.
Yeah, you got to expect a bounce.
We'll go bang. Yeah, go ahead. We just took $5.
With crypto, obviously, you're going to get a bounce. When you see a big support level or resistance level break, if you're trading Riot, Mara Coin, whatever it has to be, just react to it. You have to watch it. If you don't have the charts up, you're trading blind on those.
All right, back over to here, guys. Let's go with BBBY. If you're trading that one, you got the Ape Nation behind you, but you also have Ape Nation behind you if you're in this Netflix trade. Now $5 going upside right now for Netflix. Good thing we held that out right now for that, because we are about to get out at 323, but we just got another piece out right now. So we actually still have a third of this position. So we told you we got out of half, we just got out of another piece, and now we're trying to moon this thing upside here. I think it could still go. It's the #1 name on here for a reason. It's Netflix, and it is wonderful. All right, Apple right now. I'm going to get another piece out at 37 maybe. We just ripped up. It stopped again at 50. I don't really know what's up with Netflix. With Apple, why it keeps stopping up there at 166 or so. But let's just wait to see if it goes. Now, hopefully it goes. We'll see if it does. But that's Apple right now. Just got another piece out. I'm in it for that. All right, new position alert. BAC just took that 80 level. However, it sucks to be short a name when I'm really trying to look at all these longs just continue to pump up. But it's a banking name, so let's go short. It took that level. We talked about where we wanted it. We got it at 79. Actually, we crossed down and got 79.50s, so we probably got either a dark pool print or we got half at 80, half at 79. But there's the print. Looks like it's just one fill, so that's good. All right, so there's the move down for BAC. It did bounce off 30. I don't want to give this one all the way back. I mean, if the range today is only going to be 25 cents, I don't want to go bottom to top on that. So let's just hold this short. This is 91.92. That's 95. I think back to like 95. Let's just watch this 50 period. Let's just watch this. If it continues to go to the downside here, then we'll trade that appropriately and accordingly on that. So let's just watch that. For right now, the stop will be at 95, but we will change that as it goes. So BAC again, taking yesterday's bottom in the afternoon out, and we're going to go short against that. So we're going to give ourselves about 15 cents worth of room here unless something changes. But that's sort of the plan there on BAC. Is your Intel printing? Because I noticed AMD.
Oh, it's in the money, but
Nice.
right now I want Alphabet. I want Google. Like the market gets to the same level on the futures. Let me just do this again so you guys can see what I'm talking about here. Because when you're focusing on one position at the time, look, this is a lower high. You can see 13.14. The market is kind of bumping up to it, resisting it. Google's the weakest name of the big tech, at least last I checked. If one of the big tech names is doing worse than Alphabet, you guys let me know. I don't think it is. So I want to short, as long as we don't break that level, I want to short into 104. It might just be that this false break here at VWAP, that could be it, and I could jam into this now, but I want to get a chance above VWAP first. If we get it, fantastic. Intel, I never got fully into this, to be honest with you guys. It just didn't happen because the money fills. It started giving them to me at 31.5, didn't really get enough. I added here at 40, and it's now starting to break beneath VWAP. So if it trends to the bottom, we get some more out there. Still going to be valid, I do think. For that short trade, as long as we're beneath 31.6, I like the short on Intel. Coin, we got out, I think, just in time. It did a huge reversal. It kind of coincided with that break that was happening in Bitcoin, but it's still trending to the downside. If we get back into 65, obviously I like that short once. I'm probably going to like it again. But Google looks like it's going to be the next one. If it breaks out, it has to be above 104. I mean, this was the weakest one yesterday, and it rejected that for 104 abjectly. Tesla, just one last one before I go back to you, Sean. Tesla's now holding above 180, looking like it wants to take out the pre-market high. So that's what I mean, 181 here.
180,
So
yeah.
suddenly you're showing some actual signs of strength and maybe continuation in Tesla. So 181 break could be in the cards. Oh, I got to get another bid out on Intel. My 22 bid, just going to get that one out there. But here comes Tesla trying to challenge that 181. Might have missed. If Tesla breaks 181, I might not get that Rivian bottom pick.
Yeah, so I just, Tesla, damn it, that 180, man, should have just waited for that. We did get stopped out early on Tesla. I just want to talk to you one more time here. Looks like our BAC is going to be a bad trade as it's going back up to the upside. So, that would look like that was support. Instead of the break. The floodgates did not open. I just got out of one more piece, so now we only have 15% left. We talked about having 30. We got out of half of that right now, and why did we do that? It was already $6 in the money, so we'll take a $6 winner. Again, it just broke below. See, this is the 3-minute 50 period. So look, like it's been respecting it. We broke it. So we got the move that we wanted, but we still did not take out 327. So that I put an order in when we broke that 50 period again back to the downside, then I wanted to empty the pockets a little bit there for Netflix. So we still have a position on. You could see the board is accurate. So that's still what we're doing. But I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that we did get another piece out because we were holding out for higher highs, but it did not take that 200 period. So to me, that was an easy flip around, and I'm actually going to say bang to that because we just got out and saved ourselves 70 cents on that play right there by getting out. So that's, 70 cents is a great trade. Now, Netflix today, though, it's kind of like the spread. Right now, the spread is 15 cents. Right now, it's 20 cents. So, getting out and getting a good price. Like my stop was 50. I got 41s. So my stop was actually 48s. I got 41, so I'm pretty happy with that one as we go. We are at a pressure point now, like BAC, look, I get filled, turns right around, and it starts marching back up to the upside. So we'll temporarily flush ourselves down the toilet for this one. I mean, when we're 3 cents away from getting out of this, it'll be a 15-cent hit, and that does suck. And, but I liked it. I think you once said it, Neil, and I think it made a lot of sense. And it was like, if you have an idea for a trade and it hits and you take it and it loses, that's what it's supposed to be. I didn't have that many shares, which is fine. I haven't been trading the banks, as good as these other names. So we go a little bit lighter on it. So I just wanted to bring that to all of your attention there.
It's kind of like, look, I always liken it to poker. Like if your aces get cracked, what? You're not going to go all in?
Right.
Or you're not going to call when somebody shoves like king 10 offsuit into you when you have aces to win a tournament, and then they end up cracking your aces. So what? You're doing it in 100 times. You're not even doing it 9 times out of 10. You're probably doing it 100 times out of 100. And just if it happens, it happens. You just got to be. It's a cost of doing business. If it's an A+ setup or even a good setup, just take it. If it wins, it wins. Apologies for not remembering about Roblox. You know, I knew there was a lot today to get to. I did get into Google short, by the way. You'll see that on the position board now. It's only 13 cents in the money, so that's not really anything. But $40 on Roblox, once again, is another bottom. So after the Quadunk, higher low in the afternoon was right here, 39.90. The higher low held 39.90 yesterday, so we're long off of that level. So it's done it again, and this time it doesn't go to 39.90. It actually goes to 40.02. Same support level, same bat channel, another bounce on Roblox. I'm kind of hoping it comes back down here again so I can try this long. So I'm going to get on the bid this time. You know, you have to have an order out there if you want to catch a fill. At the end of the day, I got distracted with it, but that 40 pretty good there on Roblox. Still down on the day, by the way, but certainly a decent one. If you got it, congratulations to you. Further rollover in Intel. Only thing we're into, it's continuously red candles in since that first pop at the open. Probably started early, but then we waited till the other end, and that's the curl to get that short. So I do want to have about 30% on if it breaks the low of the day, and then we'll just hold on for Dodge. And then we got that Alphabet just now, the weaker name, did a crazy reversal in there. I tried to get 60s or above 60s, ended up with a 53 starter position on the short in Google. But until it gets to the low of the day, there's really nothing to celebrate there. Morgan Stanley, it's still going up. This is, you know what, sometimes you just wet the beak. I always say, like, if you really want the position, just get something. I didn't want to trade it in the pre-market, quite frankly, but every single bank, Goldman did this, Schwab did this, now Morgan's done this. They've essentially crapped over themselves in the pre-market or early or aftermarket, and then they catch a bid, and then once it opens, all you're doing is recovering. So they're just wiggling people out, and then it's just getting bought up. So it probably run that course. If we see it next quarter, maybe we'll take a shot at it. Yeah, Bitcoin is making a move. That's why, thank you for the super chat there, sendcrypto.com. That's why I'm out of my coin short, but Coinbase, still holding lower highs. This might still be valid. I won't rush into the short because the market's trying to bounce here, but the short is still valid to me, at least above 65 to be sure.
All right. Yeah, man, crypto has been a wild ride for the last couple of days. They're taking 30, breaking back down in. Nice little bump up from crypto since the bottom of 15, 16. Good job on that one. Netflix just went again up here. I was like, oh man, like we were $6 in the money. We came back up to 325.49, and this is the trade that we have, man. We're long right now, 319 flat. Well, 319.02, $5 now. We almost had 6 right there in our pocket for Netflix, but well, we did have it. We just didn't put it in our pocket. Was what I was getting at right there. So let's just hold out that maybe Netflix wants to go back up to the upside one more time. I'm, debating changing my stop right now to something like this so that we can at least capture $3-4 on this trade. I think it's probably worth it. We've dipped down here a couple times to 323, but yeah, let's wait. I know I'm saying like back and forth here about Netflix, but I really think that, I'm not flipping at all. I've only been long. I just think that we can get back up here, man. I really do. I like the quarter. I like what they're talking about there when they're talking about their ad sharing and all that kind of stuff and sort of that new model that they have. So I'm going to try to stay long this name as much as I can. And to be honest with you, I think I'm just going to hold the line on this. If it comes back down into 318.50, then we'll probably get out. But it's just really tempting. Like the 3-minute chart, we're still not even up here to anything like this. We could still fall back down. And then there it is on the 1 minute to 50 period. That's generally something that I look at for a momentum changer. And like right there, we hit it, we break it, it goes all the way down. We try to retake it there, doesn't work. So I just get nervous that if we take that, we could go down like $1 and then just rip right back up to the upside. So I'm just going to get this out if we take 320 again. I think that's going to be my best strategy there for Netflix. So let's watch it and hope. You don't like that word, and neither do I. But let's hope that we can get to a level that is satisfying for us here on Netflix. And that, for me, would be a take of 326 and then up to 330. So I'm going to be as patient as I can with this. And then BAC did fall back a little bit, right off of our level. So we take that. We should have maybe averaged into it, but I'm not super confident with this trade. I actually might take a piece out here as we've retraced all the way back in on BAC.
So here's something that quadunked for sure this morning, and it might get actually worse than this because look at Alibaba down 2% here, but watch this on the 15-minute 93.5, then flip to the daily chart. That's your 50 period. That's your last support at 93.5. It's not exactly free falling down here, but it did make a charge up before it did this. Now, in the pre-market, it tried to have a gain. It then flushed right back into support, and now look at it. It's just going sideways. The risk to reward, when fortune favors the bold, what's Max's line? Maximilian, it's be brave in the face of danger or something along those lines. Well, the danger with Alibaba is that you're short the bottom and the programs just take hold of it. But I mean, you're telling me like VWAP here, 93.80 or so.
Oh, Baba.
Yeah, right now it's just I like the short in here in case because if it flushes, it might be hard to catch the move. If it bounces, you know you're dead wrong if it gets above VWAP. So I'm going to short into this, just knowing that it absolutely could squeeze back into the upside, no question about it. But if we break down from here, it's too significant a level for me to miss out on. That's a setup I usually like. You see what happens when it works, and I love it. Google does not want to give money fills, and I stole this one from Luca. I'm all about this, man. Like, I got no issues. If you say a really cool term or way to explain something, I'm just going to jump all over it. Why I like the term money fills is if you have a line in the sand on a stock, like VWAP or a support resistance level where it's just making a decision and jiggling people out, money fills are above that level. So not short beneath 103.50 or at 103.50 on Google, above 103.50 are the money fills, because those are that's where people are getting scared and you're taking good fills and then you're in the money if it reclaims that support level instead of trying to get into the short at 103.5. So that's what I'm trying to get. I just grabbed Alibaba. I still like the shorts in Intel, obviously. And then just going back over to Tesla, man, it just, 181, I don't know what to tell you. It got to 181 exactly and just started pulling back. So no breakout yet for Tesla, but it looks like it's trying to.
Here comes Rob with a refill. And the thing is, I forgot.
That is a big cup.
Oh, God. I still have some of the hazelnut here, so shout out to my wife for that
one.
Look
at that cup.
What do you
Look at that. You know what it says?
Yeah, Neil,
help
help
This is what
others.
We're all about here.
Oh, well, thanks, Rob.
You guys can help others by...
Hola, like and subscribe today.
There's like a chip on the inside of this. Anyway.
I want to see yours. All right, you're doing great. Thank you, Rob, and you're doing great as well, my friend. All right, cheers,
Don't do it
Neil.
too hard. I think this is like chipped, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Hola. No, that's a good one here.
That's a good cup of Joe.
The worst one is this one, of course. Take this opportunity to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
What are you
Quite
talking about?
disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
What are you? Whatever, man. It's
Yeah, well, we're trying to throw down some bangs right here today. We'll go bang
There's
with
nothing
our new
wrong with
bang
that
as
one.
well. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, we're almost at 400,000 subscribers. Like,
what happened
mad
to
love to everybody out there for
it
all
used to
that.
be right up there. Sorry, no, you know what I mean.
The subs, yeah.
It used to
the
be in
Streamlab.
the top corner.
Yeah. Well, we can throw that back up if we get a chance to do that. I think that'd be a great idea to do that. Meanwhile, Netflix back to $6. Cha-ching. Now, see if I do that, doesn't do anything. There we go, we'll do that with the cha-ching. I really like that. I got that from Fahad. He was hitting it. I used to do that with another one, but then when he started going this bang, 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 that was pretty cool right now. But it's either way, this Netflix trade, man, the #1 name on the sticky note, we're going to try to keep on respecting that. And there it goes. It's a nice move to the upside. We talked about where our outs are. We're letting this rock and roll. We are now at 6-1 risk to reward on this trade. When we first had it, our average price was our average price was $219.70, and our out was going to be $218.50. We talked about that. $1.20 worth of risk. Now in the money, Neil, $6. And I think that you got to be. I know you got out there, but it was a very slippery slope there.
Well, it's different style.
It's
on
different
Netflix,
style, yeah.
On Netflix, I'm 1 in, 1 out.
Yeah.
And that's just how I play it. Like, it's going to be different because for myself, I'd rather take a bunch of small paper cuts on something like that. Like if I'm going to get in multiple times, it's going to be on something like an Intel, where I know the range is a little bit better. I'm never going to get slipped $2. I'm pretty much never going to make like a big mess of it. But when the bottom, it kind of bears mentioning here. When the bottom is $4 lower, for me, like if it doesn't work right away, I got no issues with that because I don't think it's wrong necessarily till 316, but I take my one shot in it. I never want to make a complete mess at that time of the day. Oh, we're already 10:20.
I don't know if I have good news for you or not. We're going to throw it to Sharif in a second. I actually like the patties. We have the salad, so we don't ever get lunch here. But today, we get the salad. But it's traditional, and obviously, I know that they're not.
They get them from Costco.
Exactly, they're not fresh made or anything like that.
Yeah, the beef.
I'm going to ask the guy where they get.
Well,
them
Randy
from.
doesn't. Randy's not happy about it.
No,
He
no.
just basically
with rice and peas. Which
that's
is nice.
that face. That's what my daughter makes when she doesn't like our dinner. It's like that. Oh,
But they'll
that's
be
what
good.
Randy,
They'll be good.
You're a grown man, Randy. Come on.
Is he though?
No, he's not.
All right.
What are we supposed to do?
I don't know. I'm going to go over and say let's throw it over to the gun show at the big desk with Sharif.
Yeah, thanks for making.
My favorite segment, obviously, small cap recap, guys. All right, we have a whole bunch moving. We haven't been talking about them because the big cappers have been doing all the moving for us. So first and foremost, ASNS. We've been kind of just halting a bunch, and 540 top, 310. We started the day off. SAI, remember this one? It's back in focus. A bit more tradable is SAI, starting off the day at 235 and making our way up at 360. It's been a continuous, buy the dip type thing. VYNE, we mentioned this one earlier. This one's looking to retrace the high of day, 445, technically the HOD, but look at that pre-market move earlier on, hits that 481. So pre-market highs, watch for the flush near pre-market high though. That used to be the move on some of these small cappers. PRST, yep, that's back on watch. It's up 15% up and to the right, looking to test $3. CFRX, there's a lot, guys, at small cap season, and it's back in full effect.
In full effect for sure. 93.
Rex in effect.
Rex in effects. All I want to do is zoom. Oh, I can't finish that, can I?
No, you cannot.
No, I can't say.
What
So
happened to
93 is a
BAC?
bit of a thing on Alibaba. That's what my first out's going to be. I am short at the creative price of 93.49, right in front of 93.5. Sometimes you do that and it doesn't burn you by not giving you the fill. Other times there's just an obvious level at 50 and you get the fill right in front of it. So that's what happened. So 93 will take some out. That short continue to work. Alphabet is rolling over as well. So look, Alphabet. Yeah, no money fills. One money fill above VWAP and then nothing because I thought we'd get a little closer to 104. But as we get to that 103, I think we can take some out in front of it. And man, the futures are just telling you, like if you're looking longs, wait for it to get back down to support, go long. If you're looking short, wait for it to get the resistance and find something like through the short side. So you're winning in either direction this morning. You just have to make sure that you're trading off of the range and not getting short too early, not getting long too early, that kind of a thing, and then give yourself some room to allow it to work for you. So it's been a good morning so far. I want a bigger flush, obviously, in Intel. And oh, that's right. I did mention, I was talking about Tesla as well. So Tesla, I could be shorting this 181 Tesla level, but I don't want to do it. So I'm looking for this to break out at 181 and go. So I'm not going to hunt this short trade on Tesla here at that 181. Above 180, I feel like it's strong, so I don't want to short 181. But you can see how good it's been if you've been doing it.
Yeah, for sure. We did get out of some of our BA. Okay, let's go over BAC quickly. So I did the Momo strategy, so thanks for that again, right there, as we're still short.
What's the Momo strategy?
It was just get out of pieces, don't get out of everything.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
If you're wrong, so that actually pays dividends right now. So I'm going to say thank you so much and hit the alarm for that one, because yesterday we were talking about the market moving up to like our sort of max pain areas, and then getting stopped out and then being like, oh man, like wish that never happened. And sometimes you can't control those moves, right? And so right there, I think that's basically what happened to us on BAC. Went up to 95, but look, we said we would monitor this 50 period, and it actually came down, and we should have looked at that and maybe got out at 92 before. But again, I was actually monitoring the Netflix trade. Although we're only in 15% of it, it has come back a little bit. So I want to talk about that. But anyways, we got out of a third there, so we're still holding a third as it's coming back in, and I'm looking to get more short at 30 against this 30.05. So hopefully this will still work. I don't have any bids out now on this name, but if it does come through, then that'll be great. And we'll be able to take this out lower than where we are now. Could still be a winning trade. We're still in a third of this BAC, and we only got out a third. Remember when we was down here and I said we just pulled back and we wanted to take some out, so we did get 87s the first time, and we did talk about that. And then the second time, we did get that break of 95 and we got a 96 fill. So not a great trade so far, obviously on BAC, as it's making the move downside again. Let's just talk quickly about Netflix. I actually want to go to Disney right after this. But yeah, Alibaba, you're still short or what? That's breaking lower?
No, I am. It's something
the market
else.
Could, okay. I just want to get over to Netflix just real quick. I'm going to get out on 321.50. So it's kind of in here. It was the past tops before that we were dealing with. I said I'd do some work and try to find a spot for it. So this is what it is. I'm not going to let a winning trade turn out to be a losing trade. And quite frank, I don't want to throw any money back. What's up, Frank Caberna, by the way? I'm going to get out if it comes back into here. It'll still be a $2.50 winner, but look how many times we rejected up there. If that's not a clear sign that I should have got out, then, I'm not in the right spot. So I'm going to wait to see if it comes back up to the upside. The good thing about it was we held out, and we got out of about 40% of our trade right up here for $4 plus on this trade. So it's a good one. We were nervous early. We got some pieces out for winners, but on like 50 cents, $1, $2, $4 and $5. But then we spat in the face of 6, which we should definitely not have done right there. And the sleeping giant, are we finally about to wake up here, King Apple? I'm going to put an offer right here at this high. We've made it all the way back up, man. We should have respected some of these. We were waiting for a little bit lower. Let's take another piece out. There it is right there. Spin the money for Apple. And what a good morning it's been for us. I'm at the highest spot despite having an LFT here on Netflix because it's telling me I've given up $250 from the top. But hopefully that can resolve itself. So far, so good.
Yes, sir. So far, so good. I just tried to clean up my Alibaba chart, and it kind of it didn't work. But like there's this wick, so I can't fix the scaling unless I get rid of this crazy dark pool wick to 99. And every time I try to get rid of it, it just kind of the cat comes back, and it's ignore those fills. They're absolutely meaningless, but it does skew the chart. So we got 93 half. I got some out at 93. It's going to be hard to tell how big the moves are when it looks like this, but you got to ring the register. It's caught a bid here at 93 even. I don't want to be that aggressive catching another short. If I get another short, it should be closer to 93.5. I do want to respect it. I also want to remind everybody, and we've been talking about this for a couple of days, and as we creep closer to it, we're about a month away from the launch of the campus program at Day Trade the World. If you followed along, you probably know that Sean and I, when we opened our own trading floor, we actually hired students only. And this is an opportunity for something very similar to that. So starting on May 15th, you can scan the QR code below. Anybody located in the GTA or GTA focused, if you're able to come in, then you can apply to the program. Learn on PPro, which is the platform we trade on with Day Trade the World. Have the opportunity to become a funded trader, and it can work around any kind of a schedule that you might have as a full-time student. So it is open to anybody. It doesn't matter what your age is, so there's no age limits or anything like that. But get your application in if you're interested. I think it's a fantastic opportunity to learn. It costs you nothing but your time. That's what Day Trade the World is about. Traders behind us, they come in here, they don't pay a dime, they learn, they earn the ability to go live, but they get to learn for free. But your time is money, so you have to be focused. You have to have the passion for it. Just wanted to make sure everyone had that for you, so check out that QR code below. Going back over to one other name that we're in here, Alphabet. So Intel's still in the money, that's fine. As I mentioned, Alibaba's still in the money. I kind of thought Alphabet was going to give a little bit better than this. It doesn't seem like it wants to go that much higher than VWAP, so if I can't get better than 103.5, it kind of wicked up here again. I'll just reload it. I'm on the bid in front of the low of the day, and as long as the market keeps doing this, where we do not break out the top, then I want to be net short the lower high on Alphabet. It gives me an easy out, and for me, I don't want to chase necessarily underneath VWAP here. What I will do now that I've reloaded is once it's under VWAP, I'll probably get more aggressive. Someone said it's stalling out in the 40 range. Okay, then maybe I'll just take that 25 cent winner if it gives it to me. I wasn't willing to do it before, but we'll do it now. Tesla's still trying to make a break of that 181. I think it wants to. The 180 long could be something here for Tesla. Now, 180 has been holding higher lows. I have a wick here at the same time on my Tesla chart too. So that dollar range looks like it's not a move at all, but that's a good dollar range that you're holding. So 180 has been a long off VWAP. 181 I think is a breakout trade for me. I'll take definitely the breakout. I want to see how we bounce off this 80 before I jump into it to the long. I just want it clearing out resistance before we get into that Tesla. Still down 2%, and the EVs have been relatively weak for most of the morning.
I am, first of all, like really impressed that some of these names are actually moving the way they are, because like if you're going to look at the NASDAQ right now,
it ain't.
This looks like a disaster if you're a day trader, to be honest with you. Like up to 31.25, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, wicked higher every time, giving you a thought that maybe we were going to break. you know, and then even the same thing at the bottom. Retraced once, twice, 3 times, all with bottom wicks as well, thinking maybe you're going to break lower, but that doesn't happen at all. So I'm really, and I just tweeted out our Netflix trade, like couldn't be happier with some of these names that we have today. I mean, look at what Apple just did. We just got it out again at 80. Like, you want to talk about a chicken dinner winner right there, Apple. We liked it so much. We took a huge position early, and then we also reloaded it right there as well. So it's a nice little take there on Apple as this move starts to moon as well. The 2 names that we're on right now, Apple and Netflix, both on the sticky note and both printing. Netflix back up to 450 now with the money, and the Apple story says itself already. So the only position that we've lost on today, well, we did lose on Tesla early. Neil's sort of been talking about that, and that one's, again, this kind of looks like the market. Like, you think you're going to take 380. Well, actually, the thing about it is, it never took 181. So if you've been going short against it, you've been getting paid off a little bit, which has been nice. And the same thing with 180. If you're playing a dollar range right there for Tesla, then you're fine. But I don't, when I look at Tesla, I play it for a little bit more than that. This was a dollar hit right there as we hit the short. Through once, I thought once we broke 180, we were going to the downside. We took that level out. We tried to play off the pre-market low. That didn't happen. We took 178, 179, and we were out. But you could see this was actually only 70 cents worth of a hit, not even $1. So that was good. But all right, let's go, man. It's been a good look at Apple, by the way. This is the frustrating part about the market. Like, we just get that wick, and then it pulls back 20 cents. So it's like, get your orders out, get your fills ready to rock and roll. The man, the myth, the legend at the big desk filling in superbly, Sharif, for Brendan over at the big desk.
It's nice of you to say, Sean. Thanks. Crypto back in focus today. We know that Gary Gensler was on the Hill yesterday. He testified in the Senate today. He is in the House. A big topic will be regulation. Yesterday he was pressed on scaring away American companies, American crypto companies. Anyway, we will see what is made of it today. BTC back in focus now below 30,000, trying to retrace back up to 29.5. Some of these equity names also paying the piper today. Morrow down 4 3/4% with a 1084 low. Trying to retrace now. Back up over $11. Likewise with Riot, this one taking it on the chin, down 6.5% with a 1250. Looks like support level there, guys.
So just a quick one for a couple of things here. Tesla did make the 181 break. So I mentioned you guys, I like the breakout on Tesla. Yeah, 180 was a good level. You know, fantastic if you got the dip buy, but I was waiting for it to crack some resistance. It just did it. I've scalped out in front of 181.5, which pretty much I'm going to do almost every single time. Now I want to look to join trend for a dip buy. The issue with this is, you know, it's the same. I'm not going to show you the NASDAQ chart again or the ES. Like, we're just not breaking out the top on the futures. We keep on finding resistance up there. So one by one, some of these names are going to start to break out these highs. I want to be able to dip buy in front of that 180, work the position if it's going to trend into set upside. So we're into Tesla now. I wanted to go back over to Alphabet because we got the reload. The lower high could get busted. But I mean, ultimately, the only mistake I'll say I made here is I didn't actually take anything out when it got to 1-to-1, which generally speaking, I'll usually do that 9 times out of 10. And on very few circumstances will I get greedy enough that I don't start covering when a stock gets to 1-to-1. But I just felt we're so weak on Alphabet, I wanted it getting to low of the day. And ultimately, it hasn't really moved that much. Like, I still think, even if I stop out above 75, risking 20 pennies here, I think there's still shorts at 104. This is going nowhere right now when things are trying to break out. So Alphabet remains a short, Intel remains a short. As I mentioned, Tesla trying to make that breakout now. And my goodness, you know, I don't know what to tell you about Morgan Stanley, except I came in thinking go long in front of 85. And now my main thought is go short off of yesterday's high.
Yeah.
So this is what, I mean, just where we're at. It's kind of turning right now, but if it gets back to that 90 level, like 90 into 90.5, that's kind of a short zone for me. I didn't think that would be the case, that I'd be looking for my first position on Morgan Stanley to be short, but it's already moved like $4 up. So I'm not chasing the longs at this point. Can't do it, won't do it. I guess the short's at 90 if it gets there.
Can't stop, won't stop. Okay. All right, just noticing this position coming back upside right here. We did get as low again as 85. This just happened real quick. I'm going to take, you know what? I mean, I might as well take this rate now on BAC. I was going to wait for 30 flat, but what really is the difference if we get a 99 or not? We'll put an offer at 9. Don't tell me I'm going to miss this at 99. Hopefully we do get it right there on BAC, and we'll be able to put an average position on again. And I'm going to give this up to 305. We've already talked about that. That's where the 50 period is, the 200 period is on a 1 minute. So I'm going to try to get that in right now. All right, the market still below the day's high right there, but again, not really moving and barcoding pretty heavily. I don't really understand why we're barcoding so much right now, but we are. This is oil. Oil number comes out, move to the downside right now, still down that 1.89%. Oil makes a big move down to 78, and now a move back. So, maybe a stock like an XOM today or a Chevron or an Oxy might be a decent name to trade. So we're back into BAC now. This is the position, one last position. It's going to be a 10-cent hit. If it takes out that 05 level, then we are gone. Other than that, we can make it. We haven't even lost that much on this name. Wasn't a full position there, but I did like it to the breaking of the downside. And I'm not putting on big positions when we break like that. It needs to break it and then continue to go down. Then I'll use this level. And the reason, let me just zoom back out just to show you quickly here. For those of you that missed it, that was the bottom yesterday, this 29.80. Then we had that miss. Neil was just talking about it with Morgan. And I just thought that, hey, maybe BAC did want to continue its downside push there because it had some nice moves. BAC had some nice moves on the daily chart. We're now below the 50 period at 30.50. Thought we could sort of drift back down into like this 29. That didn't happen. So we take the risk there. What I wanted to do was use this. Hopefully that sort of cascaded us down. And if it keeps going, great. We have a position about half of what we want, but then I wanted to use somewhere around here as, another area to get more short once we continue to go down and bumped back into here. But since we failed immediately, there was no averaging back into this trade until we got to the key level back at 30, which looks like, there it is, look at it, starting to get bumped up right now. So we could have another L on this one here. Damn it, we're gonna be only really red. The Tesla we're red on, but that's nothing. It's this BAC that really sucks because I hate when we're just wrong twice in a row. And looks like that's what we're gonna be right now. It's gonna take 305, 30.05, and that's that. The good news is though, at least, Netflix held, still $4 in the money. It held that magical level, man. We almost got out right there. Remember we picked 321.50? Well, it went down to 321.70 there and should have punched us out like 50 cents more and we would have been out of that one. So here it is. Now the climb continues, man. I just tweeted it out. Did we make a mistake not getting out at 325? Well, sure we did when it's down here. Let's see if we can retrace back up, take 325, take the 200 period, and then go to 330. That's the plan here for our friend Netflix. And by the way, this is why my net's not really changing. Look at Apple. It's a monster move, man. Up now, another push on Apple, trying to take down 167. We're long 166.
So this was almost simultaneous here. You would have seen, like, you see me now out of Alphabet, and then you see me long in Tesla. Like the 181 break on Tesla, maybe a little bit sooner, but you broke the channel in Google. I still think 104. I don't know how it's so weak. It was all like this yesterday, and maybe this is reaction to that Samsung thing. It's hard to believe because the initial reaction was for it to go up 2 days ago. Like it actually found a bid. And maybe it wants to find this same bid, but unless it gets above 104, I'm still bearish on it. I did grab the Tesla long. That's starting to make its work above that 181. Gotta feel like the gap fill can be in play here today. The gap would be to 183 on said Tesla trade, but we'll see what happens. I don't think it's necessarily done yet. I do want to at least respect Bed Bath & Beyond. I was only trading it off the 45 level, 46 actually, 45 entries around that 45 level, outs at 46. We went 1 for 2, but you have to adhere to your stop. This could be taking out the high. Just watch out. 50 cents is an obvious psychological level. The next place I would trade this would be at that 50 cent level. I want to see it fail at 50 before I went into the short. And it's now 10:40, and we are going to be going to Sector Watch. Sector Watch. Not what you just said in my ear, Mahad.
You said something in my ear. I was like, check. I thought you said check your watch. I'm like, okay, and then it got stolen.
No, like basically, let's just say there's like Justin Timberlake has a song where you know, Sexy Back. It's not Sexy Watch at the desk. It's Sector Watch.
Oh, is that what he said?
That's what he said in my ear.
All right, guys, it is a mixed board today, but mostly red. You want to say we're getting like pockets of green here and there. Yeah, let's have a look at the heat map here. CDW decidedly down on that double downgrade, 13.5 points, taking information technology down, followed by WDC. You see strength in healthcare. That's where money runs. When we are down on the day, financials though up, Schwab up, PayPal a little bit down though, Zion, some of these regionals up, FRC as well as MTB. You're seeing some more strength, weakness in the communication brought down by Netflix and Fox. Both of Fox's stocks down, Disney as well as Meta, bringing communication and media down, guys. It's mostly red, pockets of green though.
See, this is why I hate trading in these banks. Like we just got stopped out at 05, and then it comes right back to O's. Not a big hit. We're not in too many shares, but that's just a frustration there for me on that name. As we'll continue to watch it go right now. That of course is BAC upside, and that's going to be just a wrong call. We talked. Oh no, now it's going back down. Don't do it. See, now I'm thinking of like, okay, now I got to get back in because we had the right level, but we just didn't give it enough juice. It did go all the way up to 308 there. Oh no. Oh, that sucks, because you guys know where our average price was. It was actually a pretty good spot right there, and now it's obviously coming down to the downside. Oh, that sucks. Okay, 96 is now. So we could have, you guys saw we were short there 99s, and we got out there, so that's a 6 cent hit, which is now back in the money, 5 cents. Who cares? Just that's the frustrating part for me on that one. As we'll just continue to watch it out, man. All right, let's go back over to AMD quickly. We should go over to NVIDIA. Actually, I did want to check out. Yeah, whatever, BAC. You know what? I'm going to change it off one of my other screens there and look at NVIDIA at AMD right now. Back up to 89.50. So that 90 still in play. It's just giving you $1, so it's not going to be really, a crazy huge trade to make that again. But if it does come up to 90, we'll look to do that. We did talk about Netflix kind of barcoding. So I did mention also that I really like Disney moving forward. And today it has that flush down just like Netflix did. And look at this. You want to talk about a range? This is 98.50. Like, what are we even doing here? 98.50 on Disney, bottom, 99 top. Like, it's just doot. Like, I don't, great to trade.
Lots of stocks
this should be yeah, exactly. This should be a good opportunity to trade support and resistance. Holy shit. Money. Apple right now, we are long 166. What a pump, man. We talked about it. Like ever since that store opened up in India, they've been pumping it moving forward, man. Their earnings, I feel, are going to be huge. I feel like they're going to guide. They're going to talk about the sales, what's going on in India. I can't wait to hear about that. This is 2 days in a row that we have banked hard on Apple. Yesterday it was the #1 stock on the show. Today it's #1 again. Well, that's not true. Netflix. But it's still going to the upside for me. Netflix is well $5 in the money. And look at the futures. We finally did it. Hooray. We finally took out that day's high and now finally starting to get a little bit of a move upside here again for the market. So yeah, man. So far so good here today as we continue to be excited about all of this, man. Yeah, I said the same thing about Betflix. You mean Netflix?
What's Betflix?
Right. That's not a bad idea. Betflix. You get it going there. You can make some bets.
Well, if you get live sports, then it obviously makes sense.
That's why I liked Fubo. Wasn't it Fubo that they teamed up with
No, they were, yeah,
somebody?
They were gonna do
I think it was
betting.
some British company to show betting
That
while
didn't work
you're.
out.
But I think that's something
No,
like
it's a good
Netflix
idea.
could do it, or Amazon with the
idea.
Thursday night games. Be kind of cool if you could like click a button to automatically like bet the next play.
I think it's a no-brainer.
Something just happened there. The market.
Yeah, the market just did a right turn. So Tesla was just in the money. That came back down. I was just like, I was about to talk about Intel. 'Cause like, I'm about to get some fills on Intel because it's underneath that flush zone. I'm going to short it. It goes to the top. When the market screams, this never even went against me off that high. But as we just said that, like Tesla just came back underneath that 181. I've had the long breakout. We scalp, we reload. Now can it get back above that 181? I don't know if it can. Quite frankly, if you reject this top, that would not be a good look because then you have a false breakout, you get back beneath 180.5, and suddenly you could be in a little bit of trouble. Only 15 minutes to go. This is absolutely flown by. There's been a lot to look at, obviously. I haven't talked about Alibaba because, I shorted 93.5. It got to 93 and it hasn't done anything since. So it's still trending down as far as I'm concerned. Doesn't Baba doesn't seem to care that the market's strong right now. So I think this one is probably headed to the tank if the market has a slight rollover. Let's go to Sharif for some earnings.
Yeah, so we'll do that in a second, but yeah, keep an eye here. ECB's DeCoste making certain statements that could move the markets, especially with eye on inflation there. So I won't go through them, but just keep that in mind that there are being statements made. Okay, let's look at some earnings. Obviously on board today, the big one, Tesla. We'll be seeing that one probably at around 4,405. IBM on there. Discover, not many big names. Las Vegas Sands, Equifax. They'll be up there tomorrow morning. Philip Morris, AT&T, American Express. We'll be looking to see where consumers are spending their money. I like that part of the credit card earnings report. Union Pacific, Truist, Snap-on, and some regional banks as well, guys.
Yeah, like, I mean, talk about it's all about Tesla. But we shouldn't say that because Las Vegas Sands certainly could be a mover.
Yeah,
we've seen that before. I only ever care about Lam Research in the context of what it means for the overall demand in chips. So if you trade Intel or trade AMD, then you care about what happens at ASML and Lam. But that's pretty much it. I mean, we talk about things that move. Nucor is a great stock, but I don't think we're going to ever trade that one. Now, something disastrous happens on a really solid company. If something really disastrous happens, sometimes you can catch a bid that you might like. But outside of that, it's Tesla, 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 which, by the way, if it fails at 181, this would not be a good sign because the market just got to resistance on the NASDAQ. I didn't realize I can zoom in on these charts, P Pro 8, using the, I just figured this out now, using the trackbar on my mouse. I've been hitting this button for how long? Come on, Neil.
Can you zoom in and out?
I don't mind making fun of myself. I can. I can zoom in and out on it.
I can go back and forth.
You can't. I don't know. I feel like maybe that didn't work before on the previous version, but you have a rejection of this high on the NASDAQ, and that's not good. So if you're in any breakouts, which I am in Tesla, I might have to give this a tiny bit of a short leash here. If we can't get above that 181 pretty soon, this could reverse all the way to the low. We've seen it time and time again, where when you get tops and then a wick top on the futures at a significant level, you can retrace all the way to the bottom. Now, I'm in too short, so that'll be a good thing. But for Tesla, that is my one long. It does make me want to go back over and revisit Alphabet. Because, as strong as Apple is,
yeah,
I would say Alphabet just got to 104, and it didn't quadruplicate, but it certainly didn't break 104. So I should be short in front of that 104, taking another crack here at Google.
Or crap, whatever.
In my head, I'm like, stock goes down.
Yeah, stock.
Crap.
Crash.
We'll see.
Okay, so yeah, thank you for watching again. It's been 10:50 right now. It's been a very, very good movement today in some of these names, but at the same time, some of them have not moved too much. So is there any stocks you guys want us to look at? I'm going to look at the chat right now just to figure out. We can look at, I know there's been some talk about Bed Bath & Beyond earlier.
Yeah, it's slowed down.
Has it slowed down? Okay, so 47 cents there, bouncing near 50. Before we throw it over to Max and Sharif, Schwab, yeah, okay, Amazon. All right, I'm down with that. Thanks for that suggestion. Right there, Ponzi Fonzie. Again, so the interesting name for me on that board, we forgot to talk, didn't forget to talk about it, but didn't talk about it, is IBM. I really like IBM. I think that with their 5% dividend, tech name, pretty solid there with IBM. So I think that would be a name that I'd look at to grab some longs in not ahead of the earnings, but let's wait to see what happens tomorrow for IBM. Okay, so Amazon. What's that? Oh yeah, that's right. We're having VWAP issues still. My VWAP is trying to build right there. Maybe it just got fixed. All right, so 102 and change. Nice little bottom there at 101.50. It's aggressive today. Wow. Okay, good. So Jackie Robinson, Neil, up 42 while the market was down 42. We actually just had a match there.
Both were 0.42.
Yeah, both were 42s there. Again, they're both 42s again. All right, so there it is. Amazon, nice move to the upside. If we're going to look at anything here, though, the daily is kind of topped out a little bit for Amazon. I said that I don't really like the long until 104. If that does happen right now today, 104.30, that's a huge breakout. It's the same strategy sort of as Apple. When Apple came in and took that 166, I really like that level there. So it doesn't surprise me that Amazon has a good chance to go. So I do like that level. I do like what you're doing there. You know, you can see on the 3-minute 102 now is where the 200 period is, and for some reason VWAP working over here. So that's been a good little level there at 102. I think you can get the meat of that trade yesterday right there. So I like it. I think a pullback into 102 gets you even longer. So that's good, man. And it looks like we do want to try to break that 104. Look, we actually broke it yesterday. I didn't even realize that. Yesterday in the morning, there's that 104, and there's the take up to 104.20. So yeah, it's got to get above. It's got to go to like 104.50. So that's a good little look there for Amazon. Thanks for bringing that up. I think that name has a chance.
Oh, another name that, thanks for bringing this up, is Momo bringing up that Moderna level, because you just reminded me about Roblox, which is good because Roblox is getting close to 40, but you get a gap down or monster move to the downside. It made a low, but it sort of broke the low from the previous day, so it hasn't made the bottom yet from that gap down.
Right.
Then it makes a low at 141, and it has yet to break it. So what I want to see today, because this sets it up for one of those like dead cat bounces, but it's not a dead cat, 141. If this holds the day, then starting tomorrow, or maybe even lower highs today, I'd be looking for a long trade. But it has to show me that support, which it's trying to do here. That's exactly what Roblox did. And I want to say we're getting really darn close to that 40 level. So Roblox actually made the higher low, so it immediately showed support. So we liked it almost instantly. And the 40 level we took yesterday. I'm on the bid at checks, orders. What? I thought I had a bid on this. See, it's really good that I looked at it because I'm actually not on the bid. I thought I had a bid. I'm on the bid now at 12. 40-12 on Roblox. We'll see if we get that bounce off 40 again, but I do like that, especially during lunchtime. If you can find good support levels, it looks pretty solid. Baba still doing his thing. Tesla looks like it wants to give it up. I might do that. I'm going to get out half a Tesla, maybe give the other half to 180.50 just to give it some room, and I'm looking to add to Alphabet here. So Alphabet, the first shot we took, it just got above 104 a couple of times and didn't really make any kind of a serious move into yesterday's close at 104.5. So I'll probably add to this, ideally above 104, but if I have to take some, if I have to add to it beneath 104, that's not the end of the world either.
Okay. I was just right now. I'm looking at. So this is something from Trade Ideas here that they've built for me. You can ask Michael Noss for this. It's just showing you stocks that might be at resistance right now. So it's actually showing some Coinbase. So I'm going to go. You were talking about Google. Okay, I didn't want to talk about the exact same name.
Is it?
I don't know. It's something that
it is.
I've had him build a little bit there for me. So if you did want that, shout out to Michael Noss over there at Trade Ideas. Hit those guys up. Looks like Netflix might come back. It's at 322 right now. Remember where our out is on this name. At resistance. That makes sense. Yeah, right there. Why not? It's at resistance, 64.50. Yeah, that's a good call right there. We'll have another look at that in a minute. But there's a lot of stocks. So first of all, thanks for the scan. There's a lot of stocks that look like that. Remember Disney and all that kind of stuff, but definitely pay attention. So we almost broke 322, or maybe we did right there again. This just makes me think that my level is pretty good that I'm looking at right there, 321.50. This is where we're going to get out if we break right there. It's really 321.71, but we made this before that little wick. I was just working inside here, and I just thought 321.50 would be a level that, if we broke 322, like we almost have done, and kept going, then I really thought 320, and then I didn't want to lose this 319. So, we'll take $2 if it does crack lower, but we just resisted it again. I feel like Netflix is coiling up here for another big move long. So, 321, 322 right there. Keeps dropping down. You're getting the wicks to the bottom, meaning that once it breaks 322, someone's coming in and buying it right back up. So, hey, man, I like Netflix. Apple $1 in the money, Netflix $4 in the money, and we've been holding them all day. Like, that's, again, this is what I'm talking about. I'm waiting for better opportunities, and when they're there, I'm striking. And the only trade that we really screwed up in front of everybody was this one. And screwing it up, yeah, I mean, we take this last piece as a 6-cent hit. All right, and then we did take a 15-cent hit there. So it adds up. We'd be higher if we didn't have BAC today. But we're pretty happy with the performance, and thank everybody for watching. It's 10:56. The show continues, man. Even though Neil and I will be off the air at 11, you're going to get Max and Sharif, which has been killing it there on the midday show. Maybe we'll have Randy back. Maybe we'll figure out some guests.
He tends to show up.
I don't know if Obi's coming back on today, but if he does, he is. So that's another good thing.
I think he's on all week.
Okay, good. So there you go. So yeah, thanks Edson, and thanks everybody in the chat, man. It's been really great. What was the bet? I didn't even make the bet.
We didn't make a bet.
Oh, okay, someone just said they lost the bet. So okay, that might have been yesterday. I don't know. I was not in any bets. So just like that showed Coinbase, it's now showing Tesla right there. If you want to come to my screen, also at resistance right now. And yeah, that makes sense. I guess 180, 150, just right back up to the upside there. So as a lot of these stocks continue to bounce around, we continue to use trade ideas and watch it. There goes Netflix again, $4 and still trying to go. But hey, man, 3 more minutes left, Neil. Was there a bet out there?
No, you know what? The problem is Streamlabs, sometimes it acts up. So when I went to award the points last night, I don't think it awarded the points. So I'll get that figured out. Look, if you bet that we didn't get to that 13-3, you obviously won. I'll make sure you guys get your points. I just realized that yesterday's bet, so I have to open it back up. I have to open it, then close it. It's just kind of annoying. That's the way it works when it glitches there. But we have 3 minutes to go, 2.5 minutes to go. Tesla back over 181. I took out half and held the other half. So now it's absolutely screaming. I'll look to see if I can. The trend, I think, is pretty strong, and it just took out the high of the day as well. So profit taking on that one. And I did get Morgan Stanley. So I'm now into Morgan Stanley. We said we'd short it. If it got to 90, 90 to 90 and a half, it is pumping to the upside. Looks like it's pretty strong. Rivian, look, there was 2 trades I wanted on Rivian. One was a 13 break. I didn't get it. You can see it flushed down. Then the other was just long off the 52-week low, but it never actually got there. So it's not quite at that bottom on the 52-week, which just happened like literally last month, but it didn't get down there. So that's the place I want it long off that support. It's closer to 1250. It's at 1275. So no real trade for me on Rivian. If you grab the 13 short, congratulations. I just happen to like a couple of other ones better. And as I mentioned, I just got into Morgan Stanley. I was also asked, do I think Intel's still weak? So I'm not really looking at a 3-minute or 5-minute, and maybe that's the judgment that you're watching. But this is 31.65 or 60s, whatever you call it on the daily chart. Right? Like previous resistance broke out, barcodes, breaks underneath. ASML wasn't the greatest in terms of their the reaction to their earnings. Gaps under it. So I'm just trading it off of this. I don't really care what it's doing in here as long as it's beneath 31.5, 31.60. So I'm shorting above this level, that 31.30 into 31.50, giving it to 31.60. I'm starting to cover when it breaks underneath that, quarters and beneath. That's the entire structure of the trade for me. So anything in between, that's just as far as I'm concerned, noise.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, good little review there. Yeah, back into Morgan Stanley. We've sort of thrown up our hands in the air for BAC, but we could get back into that. Just looking around, just to see if there's any other names here before we throw it over to you guys. Microsoft's a name that, oh, I know one. We talked about this yesterday. Oh, I go over here because we used to have it. It's Uber. We used to have like the little Uber guy cab going across right now. But look at Uber right now. Nice move up. That's just what I want to tell everybody. You're bouncing off sort of the pre-market high right now. Uber up now, up, green on the day, which is nice. And look at this move. And then again, some dark pool dumps happen at 8 o'clock. So, but this dark pool went right up to 31.80. So if you're one of those traders that thinks that dark pools are somewhat important. Right there, 31.80 could be the top. Looking at that, we did take Uber yesterday. I believe we lost on it yesterday. I think I like the longs, and then it just did this all afternoon. Oh yeah, it must have been a long at 32, and then we got it out of the way. Yeah, right. So that's a good one. But right now, it's a nice move back up. You have some protection down here. I think Uber is going to be along if it can come back into this 31.50 area. So that's a name to look at as we are now over 11 o'clock. A big thank you to everybody. I checked the likes, but they're going to float over to these guys anyways. 1.5K. Hey, if you liked the first show, hit the like now. But don't hit it a second time for the next show because then it will take away your like.
Exactly.
So that's
you don't want to do
that's
that.
the other thing. But hit it maybe when we turn over. So hit the like now, and if not, hit it when you see these two handsome fellows. So for me and Neil, it's been a good one. Thanks, Neil. Here, cheers. Let's not break your cup, although this coffee is already freezing cold.
It is.
Cheers to everybody out there. Thanks for watching.
Anyways.
It was a big show, and we're happy to bring it to you live every single day. Tomorrow at 8:30, catch us one more time. Mahad, thank you. Fahad, average day for you. I want to thank Mark as well in the back, and Rob and everybody that was helping us out. But now, over to the big show with Sharif and Max.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Mad Max. I'm Sharif. And yes, this show is brought to you by Mometic, makers of Momo Pro Scanner. If you haven't heard of Momo Pro, it's got all the tools to uncover breakouts and momentum plays before in real time. Momo Pro is now being offered for 25% off exclusively for the Trader TV audience with code TTV25. So head over to momentic.com and sign up and try it out now. Max,
Yes.
what's good, man? I haven't traded, so I was just going to put that right out there. I've been at the big desk, and I don't have my setup, and yeah, there's a whole thing there. But yeah, you've been on the ball. What's going on?
Yeah, not a huge day today for the momentum names, your typical ones, or at least for me, I just didn't see the market too well. I did take a couple trades on Netflix, tried the short twice, now I'm long. So yeah, tried that 320 breakdown. It went like $2 in the money, but I wasn't really looking for that. I was looking for more of like a $10 move on this Netflix break. And yeah, so stopped out there, took the L, should have got back in here when it wicked that 322. That was my idea going into there, but busy with some other things, so missed that one. Tried another breakdown here, didn't work. And then we hold this area right here, this 322, which broke out and went up to 325. I'm like, all right, come on. I can't miss another one on Netflix. So wick it down here, get back in, get in more, and yeah, now we're kind of riding this one. I only have like 20-ish% out there, and holding most of it for up here and higher. Netflix seems to have put in a bottom today, so loving the long, and NASDAQ and ES kind of making the move off of the bottom. So yeah, hanging out in this Netflix long. I tried a couple small caps. None of them were particularly successful. What I got, LUNR, I was in pre-market. If we want to take a look at that, I don't even know where it is right now, but this one was, UNR. Yeah, this one was at like $120 once. It went from like $8 to 120, 130. So I'm thinking I can get long here in the pre-market and get a $100 winner out of it. Did not happen. Got stopped out.
I just had to turn around for that. I was like, whoa, what is this stock?
Yeah, you know,
I've been missing
$12
out
to
on?
120. Why not? Why
Right?
not? In this market, anything can happen. And Netflix pumping up. So let's see if we can take out that 324 there. Looking for that 324 into 325 move for one more profit taker, and then to blow off the top and get up to 330 area. But we'll see on that. But yeah, this one kind of just failed and doing nothing. I tried this Chinese name because a lot of us had the smart idea. Smart idea to you know, take it back to the pre-offering price. What was that? CJJD. That did not work at all. I tried twice, got smoked twice. I don't even know what this one is doing now, but yeah, CJJD went long the top. At least I stopped out. Yeah, so that's all I've got today. Really not a tremendous amount of trading today. Did you just jump into a NVIDIA long there?
Yeah. It's flat. It's a little bit above flat. It's up a 1/4 percentage point. It's stronger than a lot of these big tech names, which are all decidedly red. I want to say for the exception of Amazon and Apple, right? And the pattern that I'm seeing here on the 5-minute is one that you like. It's a VWAP hold, consolidate off. Like I don't like my entry, obviously. My ideal entry would be off 276, and that's where the VWAP dip is. But I think that you possibly have a retracement up into 280 today if the NQ gets going. The NQ is down now 1/3 of a percentage point. To get to break even, we got to get to, if we retrace, you got to think we retrace down to that, up to that 13.2, right? Technically, the high on the day is 13.186, but we had some pre-market action above that level. Right, so I'm thinking maybe we see a retracement here, man. And so I'm going to see what we do, get in a 1/4 position. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing else. I saw some of these small cappers earlier. VYNE was one. Look, nice rejection off 5. Let's bring the scanner in here so you guys can follow along. Yeah, it's top dog here. VYNE. What's this thing doing? Yeah, there you go. You get that rejection off 5. Retracement now close into that 4.5. VWAP, you think, I would have thought would have been the dip area. It doesn't quite make it down there, or at least not yet. So we're seeing some consolidation around 5. Let's see if we hold that $0.50 level, or that 3rd level ends up being the better play, which is VWAP. So before, whether we break down completely. You got to think that we're going to encounter some support here because that was where we peaked out initially. So possible area of support at this $0.50 psychological area as well. VYNE, then below that ENSC. I was talking about that one on the small cap recap. Very similar prices with these ones. This one's bouncing off 5.5. Thing about this one is you're seeing a series of lower highs. You get peaks here. You get a 569 peak, possible another double top, and now you're getting a rejection off the half. Been kind of holding off the 50 period here. We'll see with this one. You know, they're losing some of their steam. I mean, today we don't have any small cappers in the triple digits, do we? No.
Yeah, nothing really
biggest
running
among
like
them is CJJD. That's up 72%, but that's down about 14 points since the open, so it's going the wrong way. Yeah, no, not a lot of continuation. Triple digits on small caps. Come on, bro.
Very muted day today. I came in and, yeah, not a whole lot to trade. Netflix was like kind of the one thing.
Yeah.
But, I mean, even Netflix, really hard trade on Netflix, hard to manage risk. You got like a $2 stop on this one, so. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really see this as like a particularly good trading day coming in, so I wasn't willing to take a ton of positions. We'll see what comes this afternoon. It seems like NASDAQ just wants to repair this little gap down that it's done. So NASDAQ going for the highs. My Netflix really trying to shake me out here, but holding long and strong. Apple taking out highs as well. Was that yesterday's high? Yesterday's high on Apple, 167.40. We're in like the 20s now, so that would be pretty bullish on Apple. Wish we saw this move yesterday when I was long. Yeah, just straight up on Apple today.
We're going to see 170 on Apple soon, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we are, says Sean. We're going to see new highs, which means a breakup. I think we checked it the other day. 181, 182. What was it?
Yeah, it's 182, I believe, all-time high on Apple.
Yeah,
that
I mean, I completely see
away.
that. Yeah, it's an absolute monster. It's like, it is the blue chip. It is the blue chip.
The blue chip, for sure,
right?
For sure.
And it's income paying. Like, you know, it's the double whammy.
Never bet against Apple.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, they got good news. They're expanding into one of the world's biggest countries, or trying to get bigger there. I guess not expanding in. UAL has bounced off of 45 3 times today.
Turn the algos off, says gained weight. Yeah,
I missed this one again. It wicks this high, and then, yeah, right back down. So UAL 45 level, absolutely money today. If you look on the daily, this is exactly where it's consolidating on the daily. So 45, I figured this could break out today based on good earnings and get into this like 46, 47, 48 kind of area, but no. 45 holding, missed the short again. Was looking for the long. Looking for the long. Oh, Ian in the back just sent me a message. He had this. We were talking about this. Damn.
What?
Nice trade for Ian, the 45 short. Just money straight off that 45 level. You risk 2 cents and you get 60. That's a beautiful, beautiful.
I didn't even follow this
trade.
after the bell, so it ended up going up because their report was mixed.
Yeah, yeah. So it goes up.
Nice.
1, 2, 3, 4 times you can short that. Beautiful, beautiful. Great trade there. Missed that one, sadly. All the NASDAQ names kind of pulling back at the moment, waiting for that explosive move up. I kind of was talking about something else, missed my profit taker on Netflix there, sadly, above 324.
How is our Netflix
but whatever. You know, we're holding this one for a bigger picture move.
So were you around yesterday for the whole move?
Yeah, I was.
So you stuck around?
I was watching it. I liked the idea of shorting off 320 because I was reserving there for about 30 seconds. But hard to pull the trigger on those after hours moves.
No thanks.
Pretty nasty there. So
no,
I did not touch it after hours. But
like,
the move back up off of 300 was absolutely money. That was crazy.
Well, it was retracing when we left.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't retracing. Like it held 300. So it had broke that 300. Then it retraced above, and then when I got home and the call was on, all the right things were said, and we're right back up. Yeah, what a move. I mean, I used to try these earnings plays. You know that. I was all up on that. It is tough Tough cooking, especially the bamboozlement.
I mean,
that
it gives you
came.
the move down, and then
Okay,
it gives you
wait.
the move up if you want it. So
I took the subway with Brenkles and Ian home yesterday, and this was my description to them. I'm like, okay, when the algo spike came out, you had it like the candles would go like this, like the bottom of the body. Okay,
Yeah,
it would go
yeah.
like tum, 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 and you had like $8 or $9 of a move. Now, when the real numbers came in and the algos really started reading, then you would see like dun, and then it wouldn't go back up. It was like dun, it was newer low, newer low, newer low, and then you're like, okay, so now the algos are out.
Yeah.
Now there's no wicking. Now it's directional, and that was very evident on it yesterday. So I would never touch that because that's just deadly.
Netflix is too crazy for you.
No,
Yeah, you got to
it's
find
just
like the
risky.
extremes of the algo moves, right? And then you
And
get
the
in
300
above or
dip.
below that kind of.
The 300 dip. Okay, so if you wanted to say, okay, let's play the 300 dip. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about this body has a low of 292. So you have to give it $8. You have to give it $10.
The back through 300 was clean, never looked back.
I know, but like I'm talking
was
about
looking
having
at
a
that.
dip. Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
would touch it. 320 base today on my half an hour candle. Like we got below it, we got low, I think it's 316.10, but on my half an hour is 320 holding up nice. The next level though, high of day 325.75. I don't know how you see that.
I'm looking for a breakout. I think the way that a lot of the other NASDAQ names are looking right now, we could definitely see a breakout in Netflix. So that is my plan on this trade. I've taken less than 20% out so far. So I'll take some out in front of the high, but that's just going to be another 20%. And then 60% for the dream of 328 plus. I don't know how much higher we get today. This VWAP is wrong. VWAP is actually at somewhere around 321.50. But
It's the
yeah,
anchoring.
I don't know.
The anchoring times.
The anchoring time?
Yeah, those are anchored from 4 a.m. I think these are anchored from 7. Or sorry, 6.
Well, our VWAP is broken on the platform.
Oh yeah, it depends on the letter. What was it you were saying yesterday? The VWAP from letters A to.
Yeah, there's something. I don't know exactly what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's not.
Anyway, I'm basically looking at this 330 level on the daily chart. You can see hit it a bunch of times, lots of action around here. So 330, probably the final out on Netflix.
Go,
But
baby.
you know, if this gets running in the
Let's go, baby.
afternoon, Netflix has a tendency to
I
just
bet.
trend and go so much further than you expect it to. Like it'll make like $20 moves. So I'm not going to count anything out. I will trail stop my last minimum size piece on this one, but yeah, 330 definitely will be 90% out by this point on Netflix. Everything kind of making new highs right now. So
Yeah, Google too.
Tesla off the bottom looking pretty good right now. I believe 178 was a level for me on Tesla. I wasn't really watching today. I haven't been watching it much, but you take this fail breakdown of the pre-market lows on Tesla and never looks back. Gives you a chance to get back in right here, which is beautiful. And now we've just been like riding this 50 period up all day on Tesla, kind of dragging the NASDAQ up with it, I believe.
Drag it.
Tesla probably like the one of the strongest intraday moves to the upside.
Yeah, I want to say you're seeing a lot of nice retracements here on these big tech names, and you're seeing it on the NQ as well, where we're not at day's highs, but we're definitely at recent highs. So let's have a look at the big tech names. This is Meta, top left over here. We're looking real close to breaking that 216 area, 215.96 high. We're at 215.70. Likewise with Microsoft here, top middle, 287.59. We're at 287.36, so we're real close to highs. We're knocking on the door of highs right now on Google. I think we just made highs. 104.23 on Google. Likewise with Stresla. Likewise with Apple, we're seeing new highs on a lot of these names. Here we go, baby. Do we get a retracement? So you got to think on the ES, you're looking at 41.80. That's going to be resistance. That's yesterday's close. And on the NQ, you got to think 13.2, right? So some good room possibly here on some of these names to retrace if we in fact do get that retracement. So let's keep an eye out. I'm long NVIDIA. It's I'm in the money, but it's not great. Like some of these other names are definitely looking a lot better. Meta's looking real good. Apple, Tesla looking a lot better than maybe the chip names today. I'm seeing, yeah, Netflix is kind of doing that same thing too. It's not really moving up with the NQ. It's kind of marching to the beat of its own drum. And much to my chagrin, the fact that NVIDIA is doing that too, I want move with the market because I'm basing this trade a little bit off the market. It looks like I chose the wrong stock though.
NVIDIA looking pretty strong at those highs though, just kind of curling up for that move up. Same, that's what I'm thinking on Netflix. We're curling up here. We're, you know, winding up to explode, blast the shorts off above the highs. We shall see on that one. Somebody was asking about coin. There is size here on the bid. Not too much though, 64.85, 300-ish lots. That's notionally not really enough money for me to consider that super relevant. I think that could be taken quite quickly. But I mean, if you're long, I guess slightly bullish to see size on the bid there. What else? We have XOM
Coin,
has been very strong recently, and I have been I've been watching out for this 117 level on XOM. If this holds at any point, I would like to be long for the move into that all-time high of, or is it all-time high on XOM?
I thought they redid it.
This high of 119.80 or 70 or whatever that is, and then ultimately the 120 break. So XOM been ultra strong and very, very close to highs. So looking for that 117, that is a consolidation high, 117.20-ish, right where this dark bull wick went to. And we'll see. I'll be watching this for the afternoon, see if we can get above 117. Maybe it's a fade, but I don't know.
Can you try my headset again, Mahan?
Looking for that one long.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, someone wants to have a look at coin, so we'll talk a little bit about coin here. Come to my screen. Here it is. So coin was obviously off the news today. Not really off the news, but inflation news was bad news for Bitcoin, at least it was this morning. BTC retracing on the back of some of the bad inflation data coming out of the UK, and coin retracing as well. So gapping down, but look at this double bottom here that's brewing on the 1 minute chart. We get a bit of a bottom, you want to say at that 63.50-ish area, breaks it on this occasion, but that's on heavier volume earlier on. We've now retraced above VWAP, holding above 65. We were now at 65, acting as a bit of a top. So maybe look for a VWAP retracement, even though, yeah, I mean, it's respected VWAP somewhat today. I mean, have a look at the rejection here, and then here it's a top as well, and then it gets taken out. So my pitch on this is go dip trade, don't be like me and go into NVIDIA head first. Look for a dip trade. By the way, I'm looking for a dip trade on NVIDIA at that 276.65. That's going to be yesterday's close, and that'll be a key level of support. So I'll be looking to take a dip trade on that. But yeah, coin, maybe wait for a dip and keep your eye on BTC as well. As I think Gary Gensler may be at the house right now. I'm not sure if he's testifying at the moment, but I know he will be at some point if he hasn't already today. And that always may have, not always may, that was great, eh? Always may have. That may have an effect on the BTC's prices next. So anyway, keeping an eye on NVIDIA. Looks like I'm 10 pennies out of money at the moment for all intents and purposes. I'm break even. But my eye on the NQ, looking for a possible 13.2 retracement and a 41.80 retracement on the ES. And then, yeah, also keeping an eye on some of these small cap crappers. We've got a few in focus today. VYNE looks decent. Let's bring that thing down again. There we go. VYNE. There we go. This is holding VWAP, baby. It's flirting with that 450. Last time we were talking about this one, it had broken down below 450. Reclaims it now. Does it hold and test that $5 area? You know, I don't know. I don't know how you feel about this one. I don't know. Have you been on VYNE?
No, I haven't touched VYNE. I did have a look at it earlier when it was consolidating, but I don't know. Never really found a way into that one. But that wick off of 5 is pretty nasty. Eh? Those are the money shorts. Those little wicks, and then you get 50 cents. It's a 10% move off of that.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Pretty
I'm
good.
still watching my Netflix pretty intently here. It bounced once again off 322. So 322 is the price today on Netflix.
Money.
Just got to get back over 324 to do that next move up, in my opinion. But yeah, looking pretty strong. Anytime it gets down there, instant bids up. Look at all these wicks down here. Every time it gets anywhere near 322, 322.30, it gets bid up every single time. So not scared about that. Stop is in, obviously, knowing that you're going to lose a lot of money or a lot of cents, I guess, per share on a Netflix if you are wrong. But that is fine because we are going to make dollars on the way out if it goes our way.
All right, someone wants to have a look at Shop. Let me look at this one real quick. So this is an interesting one. So playing off very key resistance levels here, and it's really respecting those levels. You got to say that 49 to 49.25 area has been a key area of resistance, and that's where a lot of yesterday's aftermarket price action was, and that's where the highs are today. It rejects off that. And then look where this morning's pre-market action is, around that 48.50 to about that 48.25. So that's an interesting buy area here. Maybe an interesting kind of dip trade to start accumulating in this area where you'll find a bit of supply, and I think buyers may intervene here. We'll see. I won't take a trade on this, but yeah, that's kind of the intraday perspective. Not much in the way of range. I mean, we're talking about a 49.20 top and a 48.25 bottom. So yeah, very tight range. Now, longer term, let's go to the 30. And yeah, okay, so we get off some bottoms here around 44, goes back to, yeah, early April. And now we made a top nearer 50 and retracing off those levels. You got to think that 48, a bigger general level, a lot of price action around 48 here, and then you get the rejection off 48, and then you get the reclaim of 48 here. And so maybe it acts as a level of support. So more macro, if you're swinging this 48, possible to hold for like a 2-3 day thing. You know, giving you a very perfunctory view here of the chart. Haven't been following Shop for a while, so, and it hasn't been doing much, to be fair. Not much in the way of catalyst. Trade ideas signaling a buy here. I have those indicators turned on. That's not obviously an endorsement of any kind, but just giving you the indication. It's signaled a buy at around 47.12. So if you're holding that, you're like $1.30 in the money. Bravo to you. So that's my look on Shop. No, not much to talk about there. VYNE quickly there. Huadunked below that 40, come on. $4.50 area. It's looking to make newer lows, but keep in mind VWAP around 435. So if you're looking for that dip on our friend VYNE, you may be in for a fill here, because 435 about 10 pennies away max. So let's see what happens there. Let's move this one out of the way and see how our NVIDIA trade is doing. Geez, we're still right at the same place we left off. The only thing is we haven't got a dip trade here. Like, I'm getting a bunch of good potential fills near 277, but I've been yapping about these other stocks. I haven't been able to get a fill. Maybe I should have a resting order, because I think if I get a better ACB on this one, it'll help me sit a little bit more easy.
I've been stopped out of Netflix, sadly. 49 there, 321.49 got stopped out. Hate it, but is what it is. Thought we were going to the promised land on that one, but not today, not today. Yeah, still looking at that XOM, which just turned off of the high of day there.
Boo.
Or not high of day, but XOM. Why? Sorry. Turned off at 116.75, 72, whatever that is, and going back down to low of day. So could potentially try a dip trade around 116 for the move back up on XOM, but no trade on that at the moment. Have to see it come down here and consolidate at these levels before I get long there.
I just didn't know if we forgot about it.
Yeah, Apple kind of waking off of yesterday's top, almost exactly the price. So maybe that was the short to have. Apple 167.38.
Turning down
the
here,
high
bro.
yesterday was 41. That's that's a pretty clean double top on Apple. So we shall see if that one can rebid. 167 looking a little strong for now, but all the NASDAQ names deciding to pull back.
Yeah. Poop.
Oh, UAL is back at that 45.
Again, eh?
If UAL can hold a bid above 45, I think that's where I will get long. But I want to see it happen first, and I would have to give it some space. So not like a huge trade there, but I think, I mean, the high of the consolidation on this daily chart is 45.08, or yeah, 08, I think. So yeah, I mean, it holds down here before earnings, and then we get it back above. Maybe we can get this move back into the 50, 46.50 kind of area. So yeah, I kind of like that trade. We'll see what that one does, but not going to get in before that breaks and holds. Have to see what happens at the price. Netflix really breaking down there. So I hit the wrong side on that one. Triple top on that 325.
Well, you're
Guess
due
it
for a
was a short.
retracement. It's a nice move up on both the NQ and the ES, right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll see. We'll hold up around these levels.
We got none of our small caps going today, really.
Yeah, what is going on up there? SAI looking like it made just a move here, Max. I think that's moving big boy at the moment. Let's bring down the chart, the scanner over here. Yeah, now it is King Dog on my, let's go to duplicate. On my scanner here, there we go. It just made a new high. I want to say we got up to 379, did it? Yeah, 380 we got up to on SAI. The float on this bad boy is 6.5 million shares. So micro float, guys. Market cap, a whopping 83.5 million. So careful with this one. What's the daily chart, though, look like? Let's go, because I've seen this before, obviously. Their name definitely rings a bell. Yeah, multiple day runner. Goes back a ways, but recently making a high of 735. More recently, though, we're looking at yesterday's high and today's high is almost identical. You got to think, though, this day, where do we get up to? We got up to about 452, so 4 and 450 going to be levels likely on this one. Should we make it up there? Probably nearer to 4. So SAI making moves, not bad. I don't know what the spread is on this one. Let me have a look real quick here. SAI.
Spread isn't too bad. Well, there's 5
see?
cents. This one's SSR.
Yeah, it's
so
like 8 pennies at times. Yeah, it is SSR. Good call.
380-ish was the high yesterday. That'd be a breakout level.
And today.
$4, obvious breakout level. And
There it
we go.
is. There it is.
So
388.
388.
Bump it.
I was considering punching that long, but
Oh, baby.
Yeah, spread's pretty nasty here.
Yeah, that is nasty. But hey, you know, if you're taking breakouts on this and you've got resting orders, if you're super quick with the hotkeys, you're taking profits. I mean, the liquidity is there, guys. It's done. Where's my volume thing, Majig? Where's the volume? Oh, okay. I guess I didn't put volume on there for whatever reason. Let me just look at this then. Volume on SAI, yeah, okay, 3.86 million, but it's done about 500,000 in the last 5 minutes, so the liquidity is there to get in and out with size on this one. 402 the high right now. You got to think 4 is going to be a level. Again, 450, that's the top wick a few days ago. It didn't close out there, but 450, definitely the top wick there. We're huadunking on some of these names. Here, I'm seeing a retracement, sadly, on NVIDIA, but I did get that dip around 77, so I'm happy with that with a better ACB. But I'm seeing Meta retrace down to 215. Some good strength on our friend Microsoft, though. That's at day's highs, 287.59. We're printing towards the higher part of the day, 288.36. That is yesterday's close, so look for a resistance level around there, Max.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking the 4 level on this SAI. I may take the breakout if it gets there with some velocity. I like the SSR idea. I like the fact that this ran the other day and that 4 is the high. I don't believe it broke based on my other charts. Maybe it did, but just for a second. So if we get back above there very quickly, we could probably halt up on SAI on the daily chart. I mean, were these wicks real? Did it get to 7? I don't remember. I do remember this one running the other day. Yeah, so it did get to 7. So, room to $7 on SAI, I guess. Maybe look for the high of this consolidation at 5. But, yeah, we'll see where this one goes. take a little breakout at $4, see if that works. Again, it's SSR, so people can't hit the bid if they're trying to get short, which does help me slightly on the breakout, but that is not going to guarantee victory for sure. But yeah, kind of liking this one for a potential move up. Figure lots of people are short around these prices. Might be wanting to exit now. Netflix going back for that 320 level, so yeah, maybe that's the next stop for the hold on Netflix, but I'm not going to try that again, I don't think. Looks like the market has decided on this one that they do not like the earnings. I figured maybe we could get the move back up. Market says, you know, we're fine with good earnings and bad subscribers, but no, subscribers are always king on those Netflix earnings. And yeah, market not liking that.
Well, at least they didn't lose subs this time around. Remember when they lost subs and then they actually were dipped $100? So what was it, $130? I think in that one
was wild.
candle. That was wild. NVIDIA breaking down below 277. We'll see if it holds. I like the 276 level. So my out on this one is the break of 275.86. So that's a new low. If it breaks below 275.86, that's my out. But I will be looking to get probably long in front of there at 276 for that hold, and then give it about 15 pennies for that add. But 276.69 yesterday's close. So that should be an interesting area of support. You got to assume 277 will also be an area of support. But Huadunking at the moment, but we get the dip at 277 that I wanted, so we'll see. Someone asking Netflix long, John Sproul. Yeah, that's what Max is. Are you still on that Netflix long? No, you're out, right?
No.
He's done. He's out of that. He's at $1.50 ago, guys. It's a big difference. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing some stuff pop up on your chart on SAI there, and it's getting me excited, so I'll send it to you. What is that dip trade up there?
That's not a dip trade. That's a breakout, baby.
That's a breakout.
That's a breakout. We're going long on $4 on SAI.
I like it.
Concerned about the risk a little bit, but I mean, you know, whatever. You lose 40 cents. It's not the end of the world. I think this could, you know, blast off 40 cents and halt up potentially.
Dip trading.
But yeah, we'll see what happens on this one. Maybe you could dip trade at the teal 350, but I don't necessarily like it as much if it gets back down to 350.
True.
So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I like when these guys break key levels on, you know, 2 days after, because now shorts are exiting. Now some momentum might pop onto it. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel it.
I mean, it's not like the best thought out trade ever, but it's.
Well,
it's
these small cap crappers are not exactly thought out trades, bro. They happen in the moment. You have to have like super intuition and like have tons of screen time to get these ones right most of the time. I mean, look, sometimes, and then there's different ways to trade them. I mean, like we talked about this yesterday about taking them short at times, taking them long at times, and it depends on like what the trend is. Are they in the beginning of the cycle, the end of the cycle? If they're towards the end of the small cap cycle, then you're taking them short more of the time. So super interesting stuff to see what is going on there. Haven't traded them a lot this time around. Haven't traded them well, quite frankly, either. Yeah, not really sure exactly why that is. Maybe lack of interest as much now that I look more for big cappers. But yeah, SAI accumulating quite nicely at that $4 level. I like how it's building up a series of higher lows on, and let's put SAI over here instead of drug. Can you come to my screen? There we go. So let's a 3-minute on SAI. Let's fix that. Yeah, and we're getting a series of higher lows on this one, holding that 7-period EMA quite nicely, accumulating for that 4. But my concern with this one is, you know, there's always bamboozlement, but it's building up quite nicely. 6.5 million shares is the float, so keep that in mind, right? That will it will move a certain way. All right, now NVIDIA coming back down into yesterday's close. So this is an interesting area of support if we hold around here. As I look at the NQ, yeah, I mean, it's retracing back into 13,137. We'll see what what NVIDIA does around here, Max.
Speaking of NVIDIA, AMD today gave you this money trade off of yesterday's low. goes down there off the open. Wicks yesterday's low was 88.30. Wicks that and then makes a basically a $2 move up almost instantly. So if you were on it on AMD today, this would have been an absolute money trade. I did like the idea, but I didn't love the idea, so was looking at some other things, unfortunately. But yeah, AMD, you know, gets to these bottoms, and I mean, I feel like AMD is kind of saying this is our low. This is our swing low here at these same tops around here at this 50 period, and maybe get the move back into like the 92s, 94s now after this. I mean, this is a gigantic move up, so you have to expect a pullback, and this seems like it could be the low of that pullback. Maybe this is the place to swing AMD long. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw, 91, 92 this week, next week. We shall see. SAI did the dip, so see if it can get back up. If it just shoots above $4 right now, the trade is definitely on. This is what I would like to see. Dip down, try to find liquidity to the sell side, can't find it, go back up. We'll see what this one does. You could structure a dip here if you wanted to with like a 360 stop, but that's not my style, so I will not. But yeah, SAI is still waiting on the breakout on that one. And Apple trying to take out yesterday's high. So Apple, maybe that was, I was considering that 167 hold there, but I figured if the NASDAQ wants to dip, Apple has so far to fall. Strongest name in the market for the past couple days, couple years.
I tried to cover the mic.
Apple.
I tried to cover the mic. I tried.
Starting to make a run. So now Apple's a multi-day runner off news. That is pretty bullish if you are long in any capacity. And there we go for the high. 167.50 incoming. A little bit of size there.
Baby.
That ain't nothing for old Apple. And yeah, flying off. So 170 quicker than maybe anyone could expect. Maybe coming in today? I don't know.
Baby.
That would be a big move. But anything's possible on Apple. Anything's possible in the stock market. Could see that 13.2 again today. Who knows? Yeah, what a dip buy off 167.
Oh, yeah,
How many
classic.
times did it hit that? Should have been paying a little more
Everything's
attention to that
pumping
one.
though right now, man. We're getting big boy moves. We're getting a
when
move up.
Apple's pumping, everything pumps, right?
Right. I'll take that for my NVIDIA trade, but man, Microsoft is moving, Amazon is moving, you're seeing a whole bunch of stuff move here, Google, even Tesla. Apple is flying, 167, 64. Do we see 168 like right now?
I would not be surprised for
It's a good
Apple
move.
to kind of just shoot up right now. SAI is starting to make a move. Not really, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be taking this SAI breakout. After all, the tape's kind of slowing down on SAI, so possibly not the best idea to take a breakout anymore, but we'll see what it looks like going into that break. Not, we'll see. You gotta finesse it, as you say. You gotta have the intuition. So
Yeah,
we
it
shall
is. It's
see
very
if this looks good at the level. If not, not gonna take it. Apple going nuts. Should have been long Apple. What else can we get long in anticipation of it following Apple?
Not NVIDIA.
I'm not sure. Netflix, maybe it holds 320, but I think Netflix has a mind of its own today. I'm not really.
Yeah,
gonna go
wow. It's not. It doesn't want to do it. Well, look, man, it's got its own catalyst there. That's a whole thing. Possible good double bottom, though, you say at 319. Here's what I mean by that. Where is Netflix at here? There we go. Let's zoom out to the 5 minute. Here's what I'm talking about. Look at this. Max, what do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, that's like where the
Possible
bulk of the
hold
volume
here.
was done off the open is in that 319, 318 kind of area. So if you're going to find support, it's probably going to be where all that buying and selling was done previously. There was interest in the stock there, so you want to catch a reversal, catch it off that same area. Right. That makes a ton of sense. I just feel like it's rejected VWAP basically. It's rejected that 322. So what's your upside if you're just trying to scalp it? Sure.
325.
But in the face of a, trending up market. Netflix has broken VWAP and is going down. I
Yeah.
think it's more of a short off 322 versus a long off 319. And SAI, little dip, starting to rip.
Oh,
so
yeah.
tape speeding up. So I'm looking at this
Amazon
breakout like it could
pumping.
have some potential here. Looking for like 20 cents and then 40 cents and potential for halt up on SAI. That's just how I see it. Maybe actually I'm not looking for 20 cents. I'm not going to get out for 20 cents. I'll look for 40 cents and then the halt up. Yeah, there's no point. You're risking 20
This is
cents. No point
breaking.
in getting out for 20 cents. But yeah, now just kind of bamboozling around. I don't know. I don't love this one.
I'm going to
it had
dip
fresh
at
news.
350. Here, that's what I'll do. So I'm going to sit at 355 for a dip trade on SAI. If we fill there, great. If not, whatever. I like this area here for maybe a quick dip and a quick get out, but you're going to have to be quick on the keys, I think, if you're going to take advantage of this trade. This is why I'm doing this. Here's my idea. This is the area where we rejected off last time, that 350 area. We eventually broke it out on a lot of volume. This is the 5-minute chart on SAI. If you look to come back down, it's going to be near 345, 350. You get some support around here, and then usually you see a quick bounce back up. So that's how I'm going to play this one. Let's see what it does. But I'll have to be looking at it because you can get that. You can get that fill on the dip, and then it can, pop up 30 cents, 20 cents, whatever, and then you can find yourself right back down there again. So that's how I'm going to play that one. I feel more comfortable with that. But look at these big tech names; they're all moving, guys. NVIDIA, wake up! Like all your brothers and sisters are moving here, and you're not doing anything. Amazon near 104. Obi, what's your stock doing, bro? It's knocking on the door of 104, baby. It's having a day, 1.5% to the high side for Amazon. Meta now retracing back up to that 216 level, 215.96. That's a high day. Microsoft as well, 288.01 high day. We're back up to 287.81. Google almost about to go green. Now it's only 0.11% to the downside, 104.50. The close yesterday were right there, guys. And Apple up now 0.2%, 167.70. Tesla, though, you could tell that's the weaker one at the moment. Now down 1.5%, and it's 182.13. That's the day high. But a lot of pre-market action above that, especially yesterday after the bell, 184-ish or so until this morning when they announced that price cut. So yeah. All right. What are you in there? Are you in anything?
Not in anything. Still watching UAL for that 45 break. Just tape is super slow on this one, so I don't know. Maybe this is not the trade to have. Netflix, I just put out an offer in front of 322 to get short. I believe that is the way to go on Netflix now that we have rejected. So I will give that like
SAI
50 cents. Up into here and then cut that if it doesn't work. But yeah, Netflix, I feel like we've rejected. So feeling that this is now the short, maybe my offer should be a little lower. But we'll see on Netflix. I don't want to miss this, but I don't want to chase it either. So we'll see on Netflix if I get filled or not. But 50 period right there, VWAP
Yeah, it's
is
curling back up.
just above, and I feel that this is now a short that we've given all this up. But yeah, we'll see on Netflix. See on UAL. Do I have that? Yeah, I do have that up somewhere, so I will be watching UAL. Market kind of making a wick top at the moment on the NASDAQ. Look at ES. ES is just consolidating below this 41.72.25 for some reason. You don't see that very often on the 15-minute chart for exact price, exact same top. So interesting on ES right now to be rejecting it like that, and NASDAQ or Netflix not wanting to fill me. So I feel that I should just punch into this. Probably.
It's curling off that 319 double bottom, maybe.
Yeah, just spike up 20 cents, fill me, and then go down. Come on, Netflix. Be nice. Be nice. Someone says, are they not allowed to talk about BBY? What's happening
Oh
with
no,
that?
we can.
We can definitely.
None
look
of
at
us are in it.
BBY.
Yeah, but what is it? It was up like 30-something% today, right? I mean, that's what I was
50
saying.
cents. Okay, that's an
Yeah.
interesting price on BBY.
Oh, there you go. It's up 50% now. Woo,
I do
day's
like those
high.
50-cent breakouts. So now it's starting to fly.
Hey.
BBY declares bankruptcy today, I think, or
I have no
talking about it
idea.
again.
have a look.
Yeah, look, you get 2 cents off that 50-cent breakout. Those are the moves that you want. That's 4% already.
Here it is. Come to my screen. This is what it's about. Kind of
Wow.
late to the party here with this report, but come to my screen, guys. Bed Bath & Beyond jumps 23%, even as bankruptcy talks are reported to be ongoing again. So I don't know if this is kind of like a Wall Street Bets kind of pump or what kind of chat rooms. But here we go. When it raised around $48.5 million last time, we know about that. That was the raise of talking about the Chapter 11. And the next several weeks also looks for new financing options to arrive. So we'll keep an eye on this one. It's up nice. 23% of the time I'm writing. Obviously now, as Max just showed you, it's 52% with newer highs, baby. Go back to his screen.
Yeah,
He's,
it goes to 53 cents there
just
on the
happened to
50-cent
all my
breakout.
windows?
Love those 50-cent breakouts on these small caps. They tend to give you that
6% breakout.
Yeah, 6%. we take those. We take those. Usually you're looking for 10. So maybe we get to 60 cents here. Get a little 20% move out of this, but BBY is flying. Already done almost 400 million shares of volume. What is the float on BBY? Oh, come on. Not loading for me for whatever reason, but yeah, probably done more than its float in volume today. Oh, come on, trade ideas.
Yep.
All right. Reloading here, reloading.
There you go.
Yeah, 400 mil float on BBY, according to trade ideas, and we've almost done the entire float in volume so far. So traders on this one, for sure. Short float still sitting at 19%. That's 100 million shares. Could have got out of that today if you wanted to, I guess. Probably not. But yeah, BBY flying. Maybe we hold 50 here, and that could be a trade back to the upside. I did get my fill on Netflix, by the way, so looking pretty good on that one so far. It has rejected this 322, can't even touch 322, rejecting the 50 period there, and VWAP, which you can't see, but it is at about 321.80-ish. Making a little bit of a move up, but that don't scare me. Netflix has proven to be weak.
You don't scare me. All right, took the dip trade on SAI, got 55 fills. We're up to 65, but it's spready, guys, for a $3 stock. Super spready, holds the 50-cent level, so the $0.50 holds for now. We were looking for an area of support around there. Let's see if we're getting now some 68 prints. But again, spready and ugly. It's not what you want to see from... yeah. Sean. There we go, baby. Into the 70s we go. Yes, small cap crapper world is back. Oh, baby. There we go. We'll take some out through the $0.75. And then Huadunk here. No, we're not Huadunking. We're good. We're good. We're at 70s. We're at 70s. We're taking a little bit more out there. And yeah, we're pretty good. We're pretty good. The chat is yelling censorship. He's not censoring me. He's just making a note so that I observe what I say next time. All right, guys. We're holding this one. I'm not going to take any more out here. I want to see the next print at 80s. Let's go ahead and have a resting order there at 79s. And let's go ahead and sit at 85s as well. Taking out bits and pieces as we crawl up here. But always keeping an eye for that $0.50 break. That's the support level on this guy. And there's all sorts of Huadunks that can happen on these ones. You guys know the bamboozlement levels on these small cap crappers, especially ones with micro floats like this, 6.5 million on SAI. We've been flirting with the $0.75 for a little bit now. The volume drying up a bit as the tape slows down, but again, looking through, that $0.75 continuation with an eye for a $0.50 out. Our NVIDIA trade is getting better. I mean, we are finding support at yesterday's close. I'm talking about 276.70. We found a little bit of support there. I'm not very ecstatic with this trade, but it's not showing me the things that I need to see in order to get out of the trade. So I'm going to continue with this one and manage SAI as well. It's really spreading out, almost 10 pennies. There we go. Now through the $0.75 again. We're sitting at about 79's max, and yeah, we'll see if we get filled. What's AMD up to?
AMD chilling. I was just looking at this 89 level potentially later if the market pulls back. Netflix went and stopped me out again, so yeah, that's it on Netflix for me. Too many losses. I'm done with it. Can't structure a trade there for whatever reason on Netflix successfully. LUNR starting to pick up a little bit back above $12. So we'll be looking at the 13 level on this one if this wants to be a afternoon runner. But yeah, not going to get in down here. Obviously, has to prove itself up at this 13 for the potential for the move back to $137, $136. So yeah, we'll be looking at that one if it can move back up to 135. Apple looking to take out the high once again and gives you a little pullback again into those 40s. Hard to buy a pullback all the way up here, but right into that teal, right into that high of yesterday, and now making the move back up. So Apple looking very strong for the potential move into 170 this week, next week, whenever it comes. Don't really doubt that that is going to come. What else are people watching? Massive UAL volume spike. Let's take a look at that. I am interested in that 45 level. See, it does it again. 45.01 potential for the flush off this one, but I mean, we do have higher lows here, so looking like it potentially wants to take out that 45 and make the next move. I think I will be long if we take out this 01, 02 and show us a bid. And Sharif's SAI is going without him. Is he still long? He is still long. So yeah, doing a little wick high on SAI there. We shall see where that one goes. Still not at $4 though yet. SAI. Not SAIA, SAI. Yeah, it does a little wick high, but we still haven't broken this level here. We still haven't broken this low, so no reason to stop out of that one. But yeah, SAI going for that $4 still. We shall see if this is the next moonbound stock. Chill Vibes asking about AMD. Whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, AMD is just kind of consolidating. I like it down here. I don't like it in the middle. No real reason to like jump into a stock in the middle of its consolidation during a kind of rangy market, I guess you would call it. So not going to jump in here. If we get down here to that 89, which is a level that I've liked for some time now, I would be interested. Your SAI did a little bit of a wick there, but still looking strong.
We're still good. We've got resting orders that we're taking profit on, so not bad. We're moving into the 80s there, you know. My jittery Jerry hands want to take more profit out here, but the spread is definitely not my friend. What is this spread? This spread is ridiculous. On this $3 stock, how many shares is it done now? It's 6.5 million shares. Yeah, okay. Anyway, I'm sitting at 85s for the next fill, but realistically, we probably have to cross by quite a bit to get that fill. So just because I see it on the ass doesn't mean I'll get the fill. Anyway, decent move here. The one I'm happier to see is curling back up now is NVIDIA as we come back closer to that whole dollar, that 277. So that's good news for me on that. SAI is moving, baby. We're getting close to 85 and therefore closer to my fill. And there it is. We spin the money. There it is. There it is on SAI. The dip trade ends up being money, money, money on this one. Let's take out some more money, money, money. What's happening? SAI. Okay, there we go. There it is, Max. There it is to the high side,
does
baby.
it get to 4?
Ooh. Okay, let's take out some more there. I missed the very pop though because my old man hands can't handle the speed of this. There we go. Yeah, so maybe we'll save some until we get near to 4. I mean, we're hanging out at 90s at this point, but you got to assume we're going to test 4 somewhere around here, right? And you want to have some shares for that test. Otherwise, I'm going to have...
Otherwise, what's the point?
Right, let's go ahead and sit. Let's have a resting order on the other side of 4. I'm going to sit at 405, but I will still keep in mind that this can huadunk in any second, and it can go right below my entry. Yeah, I know. But I did get bottom wick there. This looks pretty good, Max. Look at this.
Yeah,
right?
that's a nice little
Yeah, that's right. And it wasn't like random. I based it off the 55 earlier. I made that very clear. You guys can rewind and listen to that. But that was the whole point of that one. But maybe the 50 period helped me out a little bit here too. So anyway, how much shares do we have left? Yeah, we still got a little bit of shares here. We can take out some. So I'm sitting at 405 for the, you got to assume this one wicks above 4 and then quadunks quickly. And then maybe retraces right back up. We've seen that. We've seen an initial rejection through the major level break, an immediate sell-off, and then an immediate buyback right up to that level. So all sorts of bamboozlement. That's why I have resting orders. So if it goes up above there, but really quickly, you can kind of catch the fill anyway. Anyway, slowing down here, Max, it looks like at 80, but NVIDIA, wow, here we go. It's pumping to the high side. There we go. Finally, NVIDIA giving me back some of that trouble it was giving me earlier. It looks like I missed the top wick again. We broke through 40s, but now retracing back into the high 20s. Let's have some resting orders here because I can't manage this. We'll sit at 40s again, and maybe on the other side of 50s, we'll sit at 55. So we're seeing a nice move up on the NQ and the ES as we now close in on day's high on the NQ. Day's high is 13,186 3/4. We're at 13,172, so we're getting close. And the ES as well, we got close to 41.75, not quite. I believe 41.80 is the level we were looking at there, Max, for the ES.
Yeah, I just got long Amazon here. It's holding above 104, which is quite nice. That is what we want to see on this name. It broke 104, went to 104.20, 104.25 is the recent high. Amazon has been kind of in this whole range.
Dang it, Amazon.
Amazon has been in this range for quite some time, and it seems like it's looking to push it. So looking to push highs here on Amazon and get past that 104 into the 105, 106 levels. I've been waiting for this for quite some time, so we will see where it goes. Not going to let this go too far against me. But yeah, looking to add at maybe the 104 at the teal, and then definitely not let it take out the bottom of this consolidation. But yeah, a little bit of a Momo long here on Amazon with the NASDAQ coming into the highs, breaking the highs basically, and yeah, getting into those 80s and potential for that 13,200 soon. So very bullish on Amazon going into earnings soon. I'm not quite sure when the earnings are on Amazon. I believe like at least in the next couple of weeks.
Put it in there. It'll show you right away.
This
yeah.
shows me?
Doesn't it show you earnings date? Right there, yeah.
April 27th, so in like a week or two, Amazon will report earnings. It did a strong move into earnings last time, kind of banking on that this trade here, and yeah, looking pretty good for that 420 break.
Let's go
into 450, 460, and potentially 105 later this afternoon. Yeah, looking good here, looking good. What else we got going on? Apple made a new high, kind of wicked it a little bit, but Apple's still holding the teal.
The teal, baby.
Chilling out. Oh, now the teal's broken, but I promise you the teal goes like this. Yeah, makes a little new high at 106.79. Not stopping. Trend is straight up on Apple today. Looking to make that 170 test potentially soon. Maybe today. Hopefully today.
I'd be good with that.
That would be fun.
The only regret is not having punched into Apple. Never got a piece of that action. But SAI is what I've got my eyes on. SAI and NVIDIA. Obviously, SAI continues to hold near that $0.75 level. In at 55s, looking for continuation in a test of 4. I have a bit of an out after 4. I'm thinking I'm probably going to sit in the high 90s here for the test of 4. Let's put a little bit of an out right in front of 4 there. As we retrace, though, but looks like we've held the 50 period quite nicely, and the 50 period right now is above my entry. I'm going to give this one all the way down to my entry, so I'll give it to 55s. So my out will be at 55s for the remaining amount. And I won't let any part of it go against me, but ideally I'd like for it to hold the 50 on the 1 minute chart here at around 62, 63, if it even has to go that far, and then we retrace and test 4. It hasn't looked like a bad chart for a small cap crapper. We've seen a lot uglier charts recently like this. So if we do get that 4 test, maybe we'll get some continuity if the way it's trading is any indication of the future. So we'll see. Microsoft coming real close to breaking even now. We're 0.10 to the downside. Microsoft looking real good. Meta now above 216. It's retraced off that 212.92 bottom. That's a nice almost $4 retracement. Like you heard Amazon, you heard the dialogue between Max and Sean. Amazon 104.20 top.
How good was that 103.50?
Sean saying, how good was that 103.50? It was money, baby. You took that top 103.50 break. That's a high day break, and you were rewarded handsomely with an 80 penny winner. Apple as well, near day's high, 167.79 max. Stressla seems like it's the weakest of the bunch at the moment. I'm not going to lie, right? Like, I haven't really been into it at all. By the way, before I send it back to you, Google, break even, just came back into yesterday's close at 104.51 as the ES marches back into 41.75, and we come back above as well, 13.175 on the NQ. So we look to retrace, albeit very slowly. Sadly, NVIDIA didn't get the memo about the upward move because it's coming right back down into that support level. By support level, I'm talking about yesterday's close.
I took the Meta short.
Sean has taken Meta short, guys. I'm assuming off that 216.
Right now.
Right now, so you took it right now. So essentially 215.99
On sale.
One more special. Yeah, you're good.
UAL broke that 45 very convincingly. So, yeah, I got in. I didn't get in as much as I wanted because I got in 10 cents too high, but was looking to try to catch more of a dip. But yeah, UAL really starting to go now. Amazon, I'm going to have to manage. I think I have to add to it once more. Fix this. But yeah, Amazon, like 79 would be kind of the give up spot probably for me on Amazon. But still looking bullish. Lots of buying here around these prices. So maybe add one more time.
Oh.
Now I'm just going to let this one ride. Let the Amazon ride. We're 10 cents out of the money. No big deal. Looking for 105 on this. Not going to offer out in front of this high on Amazon. Going to wait for higher prices. UAL giving a bit of a dip, so I may get a little bit more in front of 45 there if it'll let me, but maybe not going to let me there. Canceled that $4 break, by the way, on your SAI. Didn't look like it would be, looked like it could be a little sketchy, so didn't want to take that one. But yeah, SAI is still looking good. Apple pulling back to the 50 period, again to that 40 price. So Apple maybe, I mean, I can't get along everything here, but Apple giving you a good dip trade once again into that 40 and potentially making the next move up. Not too sure yet. What should I do with this? So, Amazon making the move up. Let's just take out this 15, and then I can set my stop and not worry about this one anymore. UAL doesn't give me the dip that I wanted, and it's going. So everything moving up right now.
Man, Microsoft is strong, bro.
I haven't even looked at Microsoft.
Microsoft and Amazon are strong. Yeah, they're looking pretty good. Their sell-offs are getting bought.
Yeah, Amazon may be doing a little short squeeze into earnings kind of situation that we've seen many times.
Sean is trying to get a piece out of Meta, guys.
Meta, what's Meta up to? See, I haven't even, when there's so many names going, you can't, you have no idea. Meta's down to 215. A lot of these names have the exact same charts, dude.
Here we go, Max. Come to my screen. Here we go. That pop up on SAI. We get a little bit out there. This is what I expected. The volume comes in sporadically. If you're not quick with the keys or you don't have resting orders, you will miss these moves on small cap crappers. But equally as quickly as they can go high, equally as fast as they can go low. So you have to be ready to just get out of everything there, because the bid can just drop off like no tomorrow. Let's get some out at 89s. Do we get that filled? No, we don't get that filled. It's super spready. Look at that. Now a 5-penny spread on a $3 name. Why? Crazy illiquidity. Okay, so even though the ask way above that, we don't get that fill yet. Now I'm sitting here at 96s, 97s actually to get that. Look at this spread. Look, we are decidedly above that. Finally, I get the fill. That just gives you an idea of how illiquid we are at certain levels. And then we're finding a lot of trouble in the 90s. Look at that. Huadunk all the way back down into the 70s, right? That is ugly. We're still 20 pennies in the money, right? But here we go. No part of this trade is going to go against me. So if this comes back into the 50s, I will be out. 55 is where I'm long. What a move back down. That is so frustrating. But the bamboozlement is real on this one. Anyway, it looks like the 50 period has been holding out on the 1 minute. It's been mostly respected. You got to say after this consolidation area here, ending at around 11 o'clock, it's been respected for the most part. So going over an hour at the moment. We'll see what we get at these levels. NVIDIA right back up into my entry again. So yesterday's close ends up being a very key level of support that we've bounced off a number of times. I'm talking about the 276 3/4 level. Yesterday's close and a key level of support for us today. Going in, wow, here the bottom really dropping off on SAI now, as we may see 60s real soon, Max. We haven't seen 60s since initially getting through that area. And here we go, the bottom really dropping off. SAI now as we get back into the mid 60s. Do we get bought up? Where are the buyers at this point? So we break through. We break through the 50 period on the 1 minute chart. We haven't broken through that for about an hour, but we get bought up quite quickly. 2-penny spread at the moment. That could open up anytime. Not ready to punch out yet. 355. That'll be my out.
Sharif, we are flying on Amazon. Absolutely flying. Took out the high, going for 40s. Didn't get my offer yet, but not going to change it yet unless I see something. There was some size at high of day at 104.20. We are squeezing out anybody who's been short in the last couple months on Amazon right now, potentially.
Aren't you holding Amazon long?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but not really in the money yet.
Whatever, it's going up.
A little bit in the money, a little bit in the money now, but yeah. Amazon blows off the top. Feeling pretty good about this one. Pretty good. UAL also just kind of blew up. So, UAL didn't give me the dip. Sadly, I only have a third of the size that I actually want on this. Got a little bit out in the 30s. UAL, I think, can get a decent move up to 46 kind of area, I believe I had marked off on the chart. So I think the remainder of this position will be a hold for a 46 kind of move. And Amazon, I'm looking for 105 on Amazon. So no profit takers yet. Should be, I will take one at 39 here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take one maybe ahead of that if it doesn't want to print me 39 right now. Go ahead and print me 39
Print
right
him.
now. Why not? Why not? Take out the high. 35 is the high. Blast off, Amazon. You are. What's Jeff Bezos' space program?
Oh, Blue Origin.
Blue Origin?
Yeah.
Yeah, Blue Origin merging with Amazon today, taking off.
About them. I'm not like, obviously disrespecting it. It's a very good achievement, but yeah. I'm a Musk supporter.
Yeah, you're a Musk guy? Fair
Yeah,
enough. I should have added
yeah, he's got, Blue Origin is cool. You kind of go into the, what they call that, early low Earth orbit, right? You're in the low Earth orbit. That's as good as it's going to get for the program that they have. But with Starship, bro, you're going places, baby. You're on the back of that Falcon Heavy. You're going. Yeah,
fair enough. I don't have to get all the way to the moon on this Amazon position. I'm fine with low orbit on this one.
But you'd be good
Not
with the
there
moon.
yet. Not there. Yeah, the moon would be nice. The moon would be nice, but what's the moon on Amazon? Like 1,000 or something? What is the moon? How do you define the moon?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. AMC is like GameStop and AMC. They're the
so like
definition
times
of
100.
moon.
So
There you go.
Yeah, times 100 on this. 10,000 on Amazon would be the moon. I would take that.
Do you
That'd be
remember the memes and videos that went viral at the time of people going to AMC theaters and like worshiping it, like setting up like prayer areas in front of it? Like, that was funny. And people would go like to GameStop and the employees didn't understand what was going on. They were being like hailed as heroes. Like, I just work here, man. That's funny. Brings back good memories. All right, SAI really coming down here. I've got my my stop order, my resting stop order right there, but I've given it 5 pennies worth of spread, 55 to 50. But this could huadung. The bottom could really fall off, and the bid could get really pushed down. So I got to keep my eye on it. I might have to hit the flatten key if it doesn't fill. But yeah, I see BBBY now retracing, curling back up off that 52 penny level, looking to curl into 54. So all you BBBY bulls, it's up there, baby. Can you see WW, Stonkonia? What's Weight Watchers up today? Weight Watchers, man, not bad. Up into the right, Max. 7 1/3% on the day. 8.96 top, $9 level. The thing is, I'd like to look at it, but I got to decide whether whether we're gonna go up or down here on SA. Do you want to have a look at WW for something?
Yep.
At the moment? Yeah. Sure. Got to get out of this.
WW is starting to pick up some volume,
Holy
getting into that key
Microsoft.
9 area. Yeah, so we're holding this. Wow, I wish they would fix VWAP on these charts. Pretty bad on that one, but yeah. Holding the 50
Holding
period
red,
there,
baby.
and looking for 9, I guess. Let's take a look. I didn't get my daily chart loaded. Second, guys. Sorry.
You said BBBY about to get rinsed?
All right.
Delisted. Oh.
Here we go. All right. Day chart on WW. I recall 9 being a level on this one. Oh, wow.
What happened?
We've really blasted off on this WW.
Yeah. It was beginning.
It was
pumped.
7 that was the level that I was looking at. So 9.
Yeah, they're
We're
getting
really
into,
coming into like some serious levels on WW now. This consolidation goes all the way up to $10, $11. So WW.
They bought some prescribing company to prescribe Ozempic to their patients because people have been using that to lose weight.
What do you think about that?
I don't have any comment on it one way or another. I'll stay out of that one. But the whole point
I read
is,
that, or I heard that like a lot of the weight loss on that stuff is bone mass and tendon, like connective tissue.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I really hope that's not true.
And the kind of people that are taking this to lose weight do not want to be losing bone mass.
No,
or connective
definitely
tissue.
not. Definitely not. I really hope that that's not
know.
true. But if that's true, that sucks.
Unconfirmed. Look it up. No, we are not a news
sucks,
outlet here. We just read the charts. And
Yeah,
if you're reading the chart on Weight Watchers, looking like it's going to the moon.
Yeah.
Amazon following suit. Little
Oh,
dip here.
baby.
Give me those 49s. I still have 90% of the position. Maybe I should have a little bit more out on Amazon.
Pump it. NVIDIA going here, baby.
Money.
Oh, that is money, 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 money on NVIDIA. It's pumping to the high side, baby. Here comes 278. We wait on this one, and here it is. Let's go ahead and have some at the high 80s, because, 88s, that's good. That's a good number for the Asian culture, so I'll take that one. Shout out to my boy Alfred. Alfred will be coming on the show very soon. Yes, there we go, baby. NVIDIA printing to the high side. Yes. There we go. We're taking more out on NVIDIA, baby. There we go.
Market saying, F this dip. We're going back to 32.
Oh, baby.
Every time we repair the dip on the market these days.
Yeah,
the
NVIDIA
range
moving
is
up.
nuts. Anybody who's just range trading the market,
Tough.
printing these days, printing.
Absolutely. NVIDIA is a rocket ship, guys. Look at this move, bro, through 278 like nobody's business. And we're scalping through the push there. But, ideally we want to see more, right? I mean, the move on NVIDIA, we're only half a point here, right? We're 0.46. I'm not unthankful for it or anything. I'm just saying we need to be a little bit higher. Now, looks like yesterday we got to about that 279 and a third before we retraced. I mean, we got to above 280, but that was a quick wick, and that was off the open. Doesn't count for much in my books. What I'm seeing here is 279.42, 279, let's say 279 and a third. That's going to be an interesting area of resistance, but ideally you want to see that 280. You may not see that today, though. 279 and a third, that's going to be my level for the resistance area on our friend NVIDIA, but it looks like we're rejecting 278 at the moment as we come back down to the 80s, but I'm seeing a lot of orange on my tape. That usually means above the ask bidding. And here we go.
Everybody buying above the ask
Everybody,
right
baby.
now, eh? This is nuts.
We're curling up, but
Everything going up.
Renata Haddad wants me to look at AI, so I'm gonna look at AI for Renata. Shout out to Renata. Let's go AI. These charts aren't loading. Don't know why. Oh, that rhymes. That's cool. All right. Oh, AI pumping up, baby. Let's go to free floating window. This is the 3-minute on AI. Looks like we had about a 22. You want to say not quite 22 and a half top. It's a tight range, Renata. I mean, we're really only down 0.7% on the day, but the low is 21.87 and the high is 22.65. So the notional range, a little weak on it today, but the breakout area obviously was that 22.40. Look at that. You have a lot of peaking in and around there, but, you're getting up to 65. Not a bad look. Clearly, there's a resistance coming up here at the 75-cent level. You have a lot of aftermarket consolidation at around that level yesterday. And ultimately, yesterday's high, though, around that 23 area, didn't quite make it 23, 22.98, I think, 22.97. So decent, but expect some resistance, I think, around that 22.75. All right, let's have a look back at NVIDIA. It's still dancing below that 278 level at 278.80s, low 80s, mid 80s. Here we go, holding on to this one. How about our other trade? Yeah, we have another trade, guys. Yeah, it's SAI, and it is about to Huadunk. Here we go. I'm getting out of this one. Yeah, so I got out of it for a little bit of a win, and then it gets bought right back up. But something tells me here comes a sell-off, Max. Are we going to break through the $0.50? I know this kind of move. It's ugly, and you see a lot of blue on my tape usually. So maybe that $0.50 breaks. This was my entry here at 55s. I got out at 59s. So the last little bit was the winner, but something tells me it's going to get bought up, and I'm going to feel stupid. Anyway, back to NVIDIA, still hanging out at the mid-80s.
Yeah, Amazon made a new high at 104.48, looking to break that 104.50. I took a little bit out at like 38 there, canceled my 49 offer, and looking for 69s now. Wink, wink on that one. UAL now making a new high. Once again, so UAL holds that 45 finally. Wish I had 10 times the size here and making the real move up. People were talking about Roblox as well, which Roblox, I let this go off of my watch list, sadly. But 41.10 highs yesterday. Let's try to bring this up on the date, on the 30-minute chart here.
Okay. I figured that would be appropriate.
Nope, it died. But just trust me, 41.10 highs yesterday. Breaks that, does not look back. Roblox looking to repair a bit of that gap that it put in off of those bad earnings report. Or was it earnings for Roblox, or was it just numbers?
It was like the March metrics. I don't even know why they do it. Why do they keep releasing that? They stopped? So that's the last one, guys. I mean, I didn't get it. What was the point of that?
Well,
I mean,
probably
you're just
pumps
sending
the stock
your
up every month for a while.
Well, that's the thing,
then,
right? You drop some bad numbers, you start making some buys, and you buy it under the guise of, hey, well, the stock dropped on our metrics, and the metrics aren't cooked. So, yeah, I know, right? It's kind of like the endless upgrades and downgrades, right? Where you,
oh, there we go on Amazon. New high by 1 cent, 49.
Wow,
so
104.50.
Amazon, 104.50 incoming. Just take out 300 lots. That's nothing. Who cares? You need like 1,000 to push Amazon down. Let's go through 104.50
what are you doing?
into my 69 offer for another 10%, a mere 10%.
That's it?
Highly convicted for that 105 test today on Amazon.
Max.
If this market can hold up.
quietly, or not, maybe not quietly. I mean, we've been moving on these big tech, but we got to 13 too. Not exactly 13.
I did see that little bit of a wick there.
We got to 13,196, essentially 13.2. We got up to it. We're back at 13,184 on the NQ. The level, though, that I was eyeing on the ES was at 41.80. Quite made it up there. We've been hanging out at 41 3/4. Yeah. As we do make highs, like you said, on Amazon, you're seeing newer highs on Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft. Google as well among them. Not so much on Tesla and Meta, though. Meta slowing down and really trying to hold on to that 216, but looks like it's meeting some resistance. Now, NVIDIA, been the weaker of the bunch. It gave me a nice little, pop up here into 278, but that we essentially retraced 50 pennies. My long is 17s, and now we're hanging out at the $0.50 level. Ideally, I mean, I don't want this to go against me again, but that 276 3/4 level, yesterday's close has been absolute money for a hold. Let's just say from 11 o'clock onwards. When we did that test from 11:30 to about 12:10, held that level quite well. And I mean, wick below it, but for the most part, the level held. So it's turning into more of a range dip trade. So if you're looking to make a real good coin on this one, it's the dip trade probably in order off that level. But I'm in already. I'm in at 17, so I've got to deal with the trade I've got. But if you're looking to get in, it's a dip trade off that 276 3/4 level. All right. Yeah, same thing here on the futures. Nothing new to report about that. Quickly look at SAI before I send it back to Max. Didn't really break down below 55, so it's been holding. So look at that. Literally, it held my entry. Now, it obviously has nothing to do with my entry, but I am seeing some good size show up at 55 here on the bid every time we get down there. But you got to assume that that's not really reflective of the real bid there, and that this is probably an iceberg, because I'm not seeing enough size to kind of keep a $3 stock from breaking down there when we get to 55s, but it's standing out relative to all the other levels, Max.
Yep, Todd was saying AAL making a move as well as UAL. Look at this, straight up on this one. No consolidation for AAL in the same way that UAL was. Nice move today off the bottom for AAL. Sympathy with UAL, $13 name, ultra liquid here, so you could take crazy size on this one if you so choose. And yeah, making new highs, same as UAL, which has rejected 40. Might as well just bring it up. Rejected the top here, but I mean, trusting the teal for now. So could have bought a dip here off this like 16 area, 20 area, looking for that 45.50 breakout into the 46 level. Holding Amazon, looking very, very strong on that one. I think Amazon will get to that 105. It loves the even dollar levels, as most large caps do. We haven't talked about Apple in a minute because it is just hanging out, waiting to make that next move up. Apple's been kind of consolidating since it took out that 167.40 high from yesterday. Only done a 50-cent move.
Oh, what's going on back there? I like when people get excited back there. I always immediately want to know what I'm missing out on.
They're having a putting challenge back there, actually.
Are they?
I believe they have a mug out.
I see. Is that Spencer?
Yeah. They got,
I love working
the
here.
putter out.
It's
These
the
guys
best.
are nuts. Amazon makes a new high, so 104.55 new high on Amazon. Just pumping to the high side. Amazon doing a ton of volume today, relatively speaking, and just crushing it. No sell in sight for our Amazon trade. Now 50 cents in the money.
Sean reloaded Meta short, by the way.
Sean reloaded on the Meta short. Let's take a look at our friend.
Projecting off that 200 period on the 5 minute on my chart anyway, which is 216.44. That's high of day. Nvidia long, we're curling back up here off the $0.50. I'm hoping for another retest of 278. I'll likely take some more sharage out in front of 278, but I'm looking for that 278, continuation, 278.10, the high of day. You always kind of want to judge how aggressively the sell-offs are bought up, right? And then that kind of give you an indication as to, the strength for the bull case or the weakness in that case, if one is warranted. So, yeah, they're getting all sorts of excited back there. I love it. Everything's a competition here, bro. So the sell-offs are getting bought up, you got to say. So we'll see. If we get that continuation through 278 and another test, you like the chances of this one making a newer high and testing yesterday's level that we talked about, which is that 279 and a third, 279 and a quarter. So keep an eye on that level. There we go, baby, back into the 90s. Let's go, Nvidia. Liking this trade, but it's got to go above 278. Let's go. I need that 278. We got to keep that in the rear view mirror. We want to be done with that. We want to be looking past that to that 279, baby. CXAI squeeze, someone's saying. Okay, so that's moving. That's up 25 points since the bell. 1245 high, Max.
There we go. Another profit taker on Amazon.
We're going to spend the money there for Max.
Fills me there on 69, makes a high at 70. Amazon not stopping. Guys, last chance to get on the rocket ship to 115.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, look at this guy.
Apple trying to make a new high. Just below that 168 level. I would expect to see a lot of size on the offer at 168. Apple, when was the last time we were there? I got to fix these charts. My apologies.
Dang it.
Yeah, Apple. Hang on, let me look at the daily chart just for a second. I don't believe, we have not been at 168 since August of last year on Apple. So this could be quite the breakout level for Apple if we stay strong into the afternoon. Everything pumping off of Apple's strength, I would say. And I mean, Amazon not lagging, I guess. Pulling its weight today.
That's good. I hate to pull a
new
dead
highs
weight.
again for Amazon. So 75s, I have no offers in front of 105 on Amazon. That is the level. It's getting there. It's getting there for sure.
Where's Obi Trace?
Oh yeah, we need our Obi. He says he's good.
He's good to go.
King of the
Obi's
jungle.
coming on soon.
I guess he's not long Amazon with me.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he's long, I'm sure he's gonna be pleased. Are you looking at what your stock is doing?
I'm watching it. I'm waiting for my levels.
He's waiting for his levels, guys. So
It's touch every level today.
do not interfere when the master is working.
The master
is working, and he shall not be interfered with. Kidding, of course. All right, guys, that's it for me. Mac's going to take over. Obi will be on in a second. I will see you guys on the closing show. Don't forget today, 3:05, Danielle Shea will be on. We'll be talking everything from Tesla earnings after the market and Netflix earnings today. We'll be talking regional banks. We'll be talking everything. So fans of Danielle Shea, stay tuned for that 305.
All right, thanks, Sharif. Get set back up on that big desk up there, and yeah, I'm taking a look at BVY. Actually, I kind of want to watch this Apple breakout. So let's see. Okay, so we got like 2,000 lots there on Apple 168. I wouldn't usually take a breakout in the middle of the day like this on a name like Apple, but that 168 is kind of calling my name. I think I will watch it break and see what happens. Given that I'm already long 2 stocks as it is, I don't know that I can just, get into Apple as well, but this is looking very, very strong for a breakout of that 168 level. Could definitely structure something with maybe 10 to 15 cents of risk and get, 40 cents to $1 out of it. So yeah, Apple looking ultra strong. Would have liked to catch that dip buy at like a 167 into 168, but yeah, did not see this move coming. Can't say that I saw this one coming. Netflix just doing that compression pattern in the middle, so not really anything there. Let's see what happens on this Apple break. Are we taking this out right now? Let's see. 99's on Apple, 98, 97, so pulling back a little bit. But I am not going to bet against this one breaking. You could theoretically front run this level, try to get a scalp back down with a stop above or even a stop on the level if that's how you like to do that. But I would not be stepping in front of Mr. Apple today. What about Tesla? Tesla off 182. So Tesla and Meta, the ones that are relatively weak. Apple and Amazon, the ones that are flying up. What's our AMD getting up to? So AMD makes the dip into. I hate missing a trade. Hate missing a trade, Obi.
We're definitely going to be talking about missing some trades.
Obi's got some trades for you guys that he missed, but look, it comes right into that 89. Gives you 89.05, 07. I guess 89.10 you got to pay up for, but you're paying 10 cents for a 70-cent move and consolidating below the highs here on AMD. So definitely some room to run if this can break 90, run back up into like the 91s potentially this afternoon. Who knows where this could get to? I wish I did actually put some orders down there to get long on AMD, but. I mean, you can't trade everything, guys. Cannot trade everything. DIS Disney at the teal, eh? Disney. I did have this one in the long-term account for a while there, but I got out long ago, above 100. Yeah, I mean, does a little 99 break. Now we're breaking the consolidation highs, looking for whatever this orange line is pretending to be. It is not VWAP, but. Yeah, Disney starting to make a move back up. This one, I guess, sympathy to Netflix went down today. Usually Disney not the greatest stock to day trade based on this 6 million shares only done on the day. I'd rather, there's the Apple break. So, come on, load Apple. Apple breaks 168. We only go 7 cents there. So could this be a wick high on Apple? I'm not going to say that yet. I think Apple definitely has room to run based on our look at that daily chart. Yeah, this might be a good buy right in here, honestly. Looking for like a 168.40 and then continuation to 169. Apple showing us all the strength today, dragging the market with it. Let's have a look at our NASDAQ. 13.2. We kind of facetiously. Is that like, does that mean joking, Sharif? What is it? Word of the day? Facetiously called 13.2, and look where we are. We're above 13.2. Yeah, crushing it to the upside. So next stop, that 13.230, and then, we got these highs up here. I would be expecting a pullback, but, who knows? If the market feels like being strong, the market feels like being strong. We're now positive on NQ despite starting the day down what were we down when we started the day? Like 1%. So kind of crushing it here on NQES. Also doing well, getting into yesterday's highs. So that 41.80 was a big problem for us yesterday when we were on the show, when I was long that Apple, and coming into those levels now. So I guess if we're going to turn somewhere, this could be it. But I mean, the idea of a breakout would be pretty nice on NQ for our longs right now, or ES, sorry, not NQ. Tesla kind of doing a wick high there. So this is the one today that maybe if you're looking for a name to short back into VWAP, maybe Tesla is the one if the market does do a turnaround, because it's not making those highs right now. Kind of turned around almost exactly off the same prices. So trying to structure a short off of a key resistance level, Tesla here at 182, take it back into 180.50 kind of area, and then see if you can get 179s. That is how I would play it. That's not how I'm going to play it necessarily. AMD going for that high. Apple is holding 168 for now. Maybe trying to turn around. I don't think so. I do not think so on Apple today. Apple is a buy until it breaks 167.40 for me. And it gave it to you like 3 times. So should have been involved in that. Should have been involved down here. Apple screaming up. Amazon chilling 75 cents in the money. Still have 70% of my position on Amazon. So crushing that one. Sean talking about his Meta short, I believe.
Saying like it hasn't ripped up with the market.
Yeah, Meta, exact same thing as Tesla here. So market's ripping up, Meta not ripping up. So if we're going to turn around, get short Tesla, get short Meta, take them back down into VWAP. Kind of perfect, easy setup there. And gives you that clean out at high of day or at 216.20, wherever you want to do that. But yeah, Meta looking like a very solid short right now in the face of a screaming market. This is just sideways. So looking good there. AMD as well, kind of looking a bit weaker, but put in a good move today. So AMD, I kind of like the fact that it put in that low there. And Sharif is yelling about NVIDIA, so we'll have to have a look at that one. 278 high of day, 278.20. So Sharif crushing the NVIDIA long. We're crushing these UAL. I haven't even talked about UAL in a minute. UAL making new highs above 45.50, got to 45.60, waiting for 46 bucks for the next profit taker on this one. When you have a consolidation on the daily like this, that is $4 range, and you get a breakout, you've got to expect at least like $1 on the breakout on this one. We got good, well, mixed earnings today, but market liked the earnings today. So UAL, I think we can get that move to 46. I think we can get to 46.50. I will be there if we get there. Stop is in well below this. So yeah, and this is just holding the teal again. This is what happens on these moves. For some reason, this 21 EMA is a magic line. I don't know who told me to put this on my charts, but whoever did a long time ago, thank you to them, because that is quite something there. 21 EMA, the teal.
21 EMA, yeah, a lot of people.
And Apple making new highs now, so here we go.
Markets
here we go
are really,
on
really pushing.
Yeah,
really
markets
pushing.
actually,
We thought we were trying to sell off, but then, boom. This
Nope,
goes to show
nope.
that, like, you think you know, and then the market will be like, you thought you knew.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty crazy. I did have a short bias on Amazon coming in. Let me just.
Ooh, mine turned around.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently we're making too much noise. Okay. Mic fixed. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I did have somewhat of a short bias coming in, and I guess I applied some of that short bias onto Amazon here. So we were talking about yesterday and the day before that, like, this 103 to 104 has been kind of a selling area from last week. I sized into, I might have been a little too early here, but I sized into this 103 area that I really liked. And when it did come in, I took off like 90% here. I didn't like the way it was holding 102s, and we know that 102 was a level from yesterday as well. So holding above this, I didn't like it. Lightened up about like 90% of my position. Had about 10% left. When we retested this high at 103.50s, I put some more back on just to see if this will follow through. No follow through. You can see that like I was probably not the only one exiting. Look at this volume candle down here, the largest one on the day. So definitely some longs getting in and some shorts getting out off of that break. So that was definitely a good decision. Coming in, like this strength, I didn't like that this was holding this trend so tightly as well, like right under the previous high a day. So I just let it go and kind of let it do its thing. And yeah, markets are raging. Markets are raging straight to the upside. So if you were in the long, I think I was talking to Neil and Sean about this, that this break here was a pretty solid trade off the 103.50 high of day break, and then you have the market confluence to kind of guide that trade along with you. So yeah, no, now I guess I'll be rewatching this like 105 area. We're starting to kind of pull back, but like this trend is still valid in my opinion. Let's take a look at ES and NQ, like similar trends, strong green candles going straight up. We kind of bounced off this 13 area on the NQ, and as well as this 4150 area from yesterday, right? We were kind of wicking off this 4165s yesterday, and then we kind of push a little below and don't really sell off any further off that area. So yeah, no, I'll be waiting for 105 to come in, see what it does there, if I can put on a trade. But other than that, yeah, my bias was short off this 103 area, and I took a piece of that. Now I'm just going to reassess to see if there's any other opportunities available on the day.
Absolutely loving that dip just getting bought up right now. I was sweating for a minute there.
The red one.
The red is the 50.
Okay, 50. Nice.
Guys, moving averages, that's
definitely
the only way
a trend.
To trade
when you're trending, those moving averages are in play.
But I was thinking of punching out some down here in the 60s. Did not. I'm going to get some out there at 79 instead. Amazon just crushing it. 105 incoming. Like, there's no way that this doesn't get to 105 now. That was a crazy dip buy. Dips 40 cents and then instantly bought back up in a minute and a half. This is strong, guys. And AMD following suit, going for 90. So if anybody took that trade that I set up there and didn't take, you owe me a beer.
Nice.
Going for 90 right now. And high of day. That is a great hold of 89 there on AMD. Market taking out highs as well. So everything looking pretty if you're long. The only thing that would be worrying is this 4180 on ES. But I mean, probably shouldn't have too much trouble with that based on the move that we've just seen. However, we keep talking about the ranges staying valid.
Exactly. So we've seen sellers
if you want to range trade the market, this is the spot to get short for the move back down into 4150. We're kind of seeing the opposite move that we usually see when we're sitting here, is the market's at lows and we're waiting for it to bounce. Maybe we should be getting in shorts right now, waiting for the market to go back down.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a decent area to start considering that. Like we've seen that over the past few days, sellers have kind of come in at the same area. So if we see them there and it confirms there's confluence, I think that trade might be on.
Yes.
So we were talking about missed trades. What were some of the trades that you missed today? Or
some
did
of the
you
trades
miss
that I missed today?
Yeah, something
well,
that you planned on.
AMD one. I missed that Apple at 167 consolidating that we were just talking about. I did like the idea of Amazon going long, but I didn't like what I saw when I came in this morning, and I didn't do enough prep, honestly, on the large caps on the levels, and that's on me. I didn't have any trades really ready to go when the market opened, and then we do this massive move up, like we've been expecting for so many days, and Yeah, I kind of just thought we would get like a muted little down move today and wasn't really looking at that many key levels on the large caps. I had a couple small caps that I was trading in pre-market, which also, took me away from the big boys, and those didn't even work.
So small caps are kind of sizzling off for now.
For now, yeah. But not ready to declare small cap season off, especially when
not even
BOVESPA
close. Oh,
is
Bed
doing
Bath is moving.
565 million shares of volume today. And broke back through that 50, so you take it up, gives you 6 cents, take it down.
500 million?
565 million. Yeah, we'll probably get to 1 billion shares of volume on BVY today. This is nuts. But gives you the clean break to the upside and gives you the clean break to the downside. So maybe if you like breakouts, penny stocks are the only way to go these days.
Yeah, I mean, when you have like 250 million moving through the float, that's there might be something there.
This is what I'm always talking about when people are asking me to pull up small caps under $1. This is what I want to see. I want to see all this volume going off. I want it doesn't have to be at 500 mil, but like 80 million shares of volume. I want to see size on the book everywhere. I want to see this massive bid here at 38. Well, it was there, 3,800 lots. I don't want to look at a name under $1 and see just like a spread of 1 cent, no size on the book, no volume going off, 40 million shares done on the day. That's just not enough. So Bed Bath & Beyond meeting all of the criteria. Maybe the 50 break back up for the next move up could be the way to go. Obviously, a lot of short interest on this one. 100 million shares will be short, according to this trade ideas thing. 20% short on almost 425 million float. Market kind of turning around off those highs at the moment. Obi, what are you thinking?
A bit of a turn on the futures, but again, like we don't know. This candle hasn't finished forming yet. I'm seeing Apple's continues to make new highs unless my charts are frozen again. No, actually, Apple kind of pulling back a little bit. So hold on 1 second. Apple, that's not Apple. There we go, that's Apple. Yeah, pulling off that 168, but still, like you said, if you have a trend line up on some of these charts, like we're still within the trend. Nothing has necessarily broken. So yeah, definitely keeping an eye out for that. Now, I was taking a look at MS this morning. I don't know if you were, but MS was a little bit in play. They had earnings this morning. So let's pull that up. So I'm not too sure how they did on earnings. So we can just take a quick look. Got to refresh this page. But yeah, I think it might have been a mixed batch. Actually, no, above estimate earnings, and then revenue also above estimates. So pretty decent earnings. We sell off on it, which is fine. We don't always good earnings doesn't necessarily always mean that price is going to go up, right? And bad earnings doesn't necessarily mean that price is going to go down. But just trying to see what some of the key levels on the chart are, and I think we liked this 85, 86 area to go in with, and it kind of tested that area in the pre-market, and I think we were talking about this with a few traders where some of the best prices are kind of they test in the pre-market, and then you miss them in the actual market time. Some of the best prices. So we identified this area as a decent price to go long, but coming out we kind of didn't even test. So that's something that I gotta reassess. Is if it is kind of testing my area in the pre-market, maybe I should have a piece. Right? And then if it holds coming out the open, then I can start really adding on to the position and building the position because there is confirmation. But yeah, no, up here at 86, 87 is where we kind of started consolidating, and that was $1.50 away from where I kind of wanted it. So missed trade, didn't really like the price, but as you can see, the price held.
I mean, if your price doesn't come in, then you didn't really miss the trade, right?
Right, but when a trade is this good and you're kind of expecting a piece of the ATR to follow through, and it is following through. Even if I miss the price, I think like
You can still structure a trade somehow.
yeah, exactly.
Right?
So like I can definitely go back in there and look for like an initial reaction hold or something like that, or like just like a first 5-minute high to break if I am expecting it to be pretty strong. It gave you multiple chances, right? Let me open this chart up a little bit and see like where we could have possibly taken this, and just do like a little bit of a self-assessment. So if I miss the price here, right, and then we come into the open, we dip down into this support area from pre-market. We've seen that prices kind of held, and sure, we did break down, but now that we're back up here, does it hold again, right? And it does. So right here could be a decent area, and you have this, you can structure a risk around these lows, right? As well as up here, right?
Yeah.
When you pop up into 89 and kind of start wick bottoming off of 88.50s, you can use some of these wicks as a potential risk to take the move into 90. But now we have moved almost $5 off the lows, so that's what kind of kept me away off of these prices here. But definitely opportunities to take for the brave souls. Right? If you're willing to take that. But yeah, again, trading is a work in progress. Trying to get a little bit better every day. That was a pretty solid trade that I missed. I had kind of planned on that, and it came to fruition, but I was nowhere to be found. So
It's tough to pay up off the open when your levels aren't there, because you know ultimately I'm risking down to that level.
yeah.
So it's like a size down, and then I need a bigger move up. And like, am I really thinking that the move up is going to be big enough to get me out of this with a proper risk reward? So like, I mean, you can't beat yourself up too much if it's a dollar or so away from your level.
Yeah.
I
But
did
like when the
that
ATR is like
90.
$3, $4.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I liked the 90 on that MS
Yeah, 90. I think.
for the short.
yeah.
And
Neil was talking
forgot
about
that. So comes up here, wicks 90 by like 5 cents, right back into range. You take it down to like 89.40s. Now you do a 10-cent risk trade, and you get 55 cents out of it, or 50 cents or whatever. And if you hold it all the way back down to 89, which, I mean, I'd probably still be holding it all the way back up right now based on the way that I trade. But yeah, you could get like almost $1 out of that 90 short with very, very tight risk. So another miss on that one for me. I need to get some alerts going on these ones. I'm just like, I'm doing too many trades at one time. I'm not the kind of person who can be in like 5 positions.
Yeah, me neither, man. Like
Even being in 2
costs a lot
is
of capital.
being in 2 is too much for me.
Yeah.
But when they're in the money, very easy to manage.
Yeah, I think it's probably important to just if we're focused spending that mental capital on like the higher probability trades, this is definitely capital well spent, win or lose, right? But yeah, no, definitely being wary of how we're spending our attention and focus, because if you're too divided, then I think when I'm trading too many names, I can see that in my results, where it's just like my attention's diversified, and I don't really produce any effective results when that's the case. So that's a little bit of studying, I guess I've done on myself, where it's just like these are the things I'm kind of good at. These are the things I need to work on. So kind of like be more reserved when things are coming into play that we're not really good at, right? But yeah, this market is not giving us a break. This is just raging to the upside. Nothing crazy yet. 13,200 on the ES. We're pulling back off of it now. 13,200 was kind of a level yesterday too, right? Like all day we kind of consolidated underneath this 13.2 all of yesterday, and then coming in today we're retesting this 13.2. So like let's see if players of interest kind of show up again around this 13.2, so that can give us a little bit of direction, because this trend is pretty strong, and I guess I am expecting it to give us a bit of relief, if any. But if the buying is going to continue like this, then I have no idea. We can just keep on going and break the 13.2 as well.
we have to wonder, like, are we just going to play this range again? Are we crazy for expecting a breakout of 13.2 and move back up? If we do get that, like, decidedly, then, I mean, there's got to be a decent amount of people short that would be covering into, like, 13.230 and then 50 and then potentially 13.3 at these highs, that you would expect, like, a lot of selling to probably come in at 13, I don't know, 260, 265, all the way into 13.3 there. But yeah, maybe it's crazy to expect a breakout right now of this key price. Maybe that we will just fade back into the abyss of the 13 ones that we know so well from the past week. We shall see. I mean, it could be, you know, the ES2 getting into these ranges here. I mean, this is where you would fade the ES, so might need an explosive move out of something. Maybe Apple continuation might be just what we need here, and Apple is hanging out, waiting to make that next move up. I don't have it loaded. But yeah, Apple just hanging out on the 50, doing a little compression pattern, as Sharif likes to say, and deciding which way it wants to break. Down to here, up to here, we shall see.
Yeah, it's holding that trend pretty strong in a range too, right? So definitely something there. Like if that trend breaks, that could definitely give us some direction. But yeah, no, the trends are holding. Amazon looking like it's giving a turn. Like this trend that was pretty tight has kind of broken. So I like that as like the first thing to see. Now if I can get like confluence with the markets and maybe some of the other large caps, that could be something there. But yeah, off the 105, if we can even get there, still, this strength is pretty overwhelming. So I kind of want to see. I'm staying reserved. I don't want to short right away. Just off the initial pullback here, we've just made like the second 15-minute red candle on Amazon. So, but like the 15, when I'm looking at the 15s here, it's still kind of holding. It hasn't necessarily broken. It could just be like a wick off, and I think we've been getting a lot of that, right? Where like things kind of range, and you wick out of the range and kind of pull back in. As if nothing happened. So I definitely don't want to get caught in that because I know the market's been doing that more often than not lately.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, getting long up here on an Amazon, I mean, I don't hate the idea of like the dip buy, but you'd probably rather want to dip buy into like the 25s area, giving it that 104 instead of buying all the way up here, and then you'd have to average in all the way down to like a 104 level. UAL trying to take off the top, 45.63 here. NASDAQ, yeah, NASDAQ. 45.63 top on UAL, triple top now. See if we can snap through this, get into that 46. I did take one more profit taker off.
Nice.
Got the cash dropping down on this one. UAL flying to the high side. I think 46 is in the cards today. I guess market might have to hold up, but this one kind of making a move all on its own. Let's see what AAL is doing. Yeah, same-ish thing, consolidating near the highs. So yeah, airlines looking good today. What else were we looking? Oh yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond. So BBY, I'm thinking. Actually, I'm just going to cancel that order now.
Oh, wow, look at that.
I was going to take the 50 break back to the upside, but yeah, selling back down on BBBY. Who knows where the price is on this one? You just got to get into the Momo on the way up and make sure you're not caught on the way down. These penny stocks, they make some pretty crazy moves. I mean, we're almost at 600 mil of volume, too. I think 1.5 times the float in volume on BBY today only. I'm sure yesterday was a similar day. Pretty nuts. Yeah, we've done like. Sean's saying Quaduke down AMD. He's short AMD.
I'm telling it to do that.
Sean must be short up here near 90. AMD struggling with that level. So all the large caps struggling a bit. at these highs, but still consolidating on Apple. So Apple might be something. Take a look at Amazon here for a second. Still looking okay there. Apple might be one where you like get this spike down into the 60s and then right back into this range, and then that's the next move up above 168. But for now, bit of a rejection on 168 for Apple. So going to see where that one goes. Market definitely hinges on whatever Apple feels like doing.
Yeah, I took a bit of a long here. Again, just testing it out. Let's see if we kind of keep that uptrend going. Not too sure, but let's see how some of these orders get taken. I am long here, 104.30s. Might not be the best idea, but let's see how it plays out. I guess I am looking for any sort of strength to kind of come in, and it does not look like it's really there right now because the market is turning. But yeah, no, I'll definitely give this up if there is a convincing move. But if it is a bit of a fugaze, then we are in for the long. But yeah, no, market
we'll
looking like it could be turning here.
Could be turning. Could be just doing a little dip action. Yeah, though, that is like, I guess, a 30-minute breakdown there on NASDAQ below that 13,190, but we're only 10 points off of the high, basically 15 points off the high. So I'm calling it a pullback until we break these like 180s, 170s even. Chilling in these longs. Maybe if Apple comes back into range, I'll be looking for a long there, but
Yeah, I mean, Apple's still holding. Is this it's holding that 21 MA that you had?
Not holding the 21. Apple has broken down the 21 and the 50, and but I mean only by about 10 cents, and then looking to catch some bids here. We'll see. Get back into the 80s, 90s. I think back over 168 is probably a decent play on Apple. That was a key level, so kind of rejects it here. And then if we get back above, then anybody who's short in here is thinking maybe it's time to cover. Tesla got to 182.60 and then turns around back through 182, but then that catching a bid as well. So Tesla, we'll see what happens with this one. I thought Tesla was going to be the one to turn around and go back to VWAP if the market turned, but Tesla finally maybe catching a little bit of something. Broke that 182, got up to the 60s, maybe looking for that 183.50 kind of key level, and who knows on Tesla. Earnings tonight.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a big anticipation, right? Just like Netflix, right?
And
well, that's
Netflix
what we haven't. Have we talked
rallied.
about Netflix today? Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah,
been.
I talked about Netflix today. Did you
That
try any
was a
trades on
wild
Netflix?
move. No, I was more focused on that MS trade, and maybe I should have done some more prep for the Netflix because I think that definitely gave some opportunities, right? We were watching that those earnings come in last night. On Netflix, that was a crazy move, like down like 30-40 points, we thought that re-break of the 300. What is that? What's going on over there?
FRC going a little nuts here, guys.
Whoa.
Everybody in the chat
That's,
talking FRC.
That's a kind of that's a move there. That's pretty crazy
there's any-
for that name. Is there news on that?
I don't see recent news on FRC, but similar sympathy to WAL probably. FRC.
Did that come out of a
squeezing
halt?
out-
That came out of a halt, no? That
No,
looks
this
like
thing-
it came
this
out
is
of a
not
halt.
halted. It would have to go up like $1.30 at least to halt. So
Okay.
yeah,
So this
FRC
might
going
just
for,
be looking
going
like
for
that.
the highs. Let's take a look at the daily on FRC. Look at where we came from. 120, that's the target. But I have to really zoom in here to get any levels on this at all. So $14.30, $15, kind of the areas that we'd be looking at for any kind of breakout levels on FRC. Hard to really see anything when the moves have been this nuts, but yeah, breaks that 13, what is that off the open? 13.20 decisively, and we are flying on FRC. Maybe we get a halt on this one. Sharif yelling, pump it. Is Sharif long this one? No, he just likes to say it. Sharif is not long, guys. But yeah, this one going. FRC, 14 break incoming. Lots of size on the book, actually. Surprisingly liquid here on FRC.
Huh.
Might be a nice one to take a look at if we can consolidate for a few minutes, develop some ranges. I'm not going to just jump in at the top of a range on an FRC because we know where these ones can go to. But take a look. Oh, there's some buying. So yeah,
is some
FRC
strength.
really starting to pump
You sure
up.
there's no news on that thing?
Sharif, is there news on FRC? Sharif looking for everybody if there's news. I don't believe there is news.
What are the banks doing? Isn't that a bank stock? What's like
WAL,
KRE?
a few of the banks reported this morning. So
Yeah.
WAL kind of started to squeeze off. So this one, $40 is a level for me on WAL. So if that cracks today as well, that could be crazy. But FRC, Sharif says no. Sharif says no news on this one. We believe it's sympathy to WAL and a couple of the other regional banks. Taking out 14. 1440 was a prior high. Let's see if we can get up to there. Surprisingly, I mean, this is a big move, but like surprisingly not that fast moving for FRC. We have seen this go from like $8 to $20 in a matter of minutes before.
We just had the 20-year auction, that's why.
Oh, the 20-year auction just went off.
What is that?
Bond auction, so I guess
okay. Oh, the 20-year bond auctions.
favorable
Okay,
for the
okay.
banks. Now the market's starting to turn up.
So banks are running.
Apple going back for that 168. My Amazon did not stop me out, and we
Nice.
are chilling, going back to the high side. Are you still long Amazon?
Yes, sir.
Of
I'm
course
good.
he's
I
still
like
long.
that kind of slowdown of the dip. It was decent.
Yeah,
I
so market's going
added
for
some on
highs.
as well.
Let's go. Yeah, should have bought that dip on Apple there at 167.75. AMD also just took out day's high.
Beautiful. I like that.
So yeah, everything's pumping. Large caps pumping.
Take some.
Amazon's really starting to pick
Oh
up
yeah,
steam
there
here.
she goes.
So let's take a look at our Amazon. Just squeezing. NASDAQ
that's
has
why,
taken out
yeah. There we
13.2.
go.
Looking for
Little bit of a push.
13.210. Then looking for 13.230, I think. ES just took out that 41.80 price. So markets liking what they're seeing, liking what I'm seeing in my account at the moment. And Amazon trying to
Very
take
nice.
out the high. Yeah, we are laughing. Beautiful reload in the 20s. This is what I said. What a dip buy right here in the 20s. Right in front of this previous high, right in front of yesterday's high, I think it was 104.20.
Trying to get out.
Yeah, crushing it on the Amazon long.
Beautiful, I'm
Apple
all
is
out.
going to that 168 price. So if Apple breaks that one and makes the move back towards that 168.20, we could be seeing 170 before long. If Apple decides to trend all day, you know, the sky is the limit for this one. Strongest stock in the market for the past 5 years, probably. Strongest stock in the market today is
Yeah.
Apple. Although,
Definitely a market
actually, you know
leader.
what? I think Amazon's got it on that one.
Yeah.
Plus 2% today on Amazon, only plus 1% on Apple, but yeah, crushing it if you're long.
That was a pretty solid move on Amazon. Like with that 3,200 break, we were kind of looking for that to happen. Now I got out of everything. Like I said, I am still kind of a little bit short biased off of the 105. So that's why I'm, like we talked about before, I am being a little reserved with my longs. But yeah, no, that was a great strength. And then if we can hold above this 13.2, then yeah, definitely we're breaking these highs and coming in. And we have some confluence with some of the larger caps following in step, right? So let's see what this does. Let's see where Amazon can get to. Let's see what NQ and ES can get to. Because this trend, like I said, we don't want to get fugazed by a single red candle, right? Just staying on our feet in a choppy market where there's a lot of wicking out and wicking in of ranges, right? But yeah, no.
Just went 60%, but
SIVBQ just went 60% on the pinks.
you on the pink sheets. We cannot trade this because it closed below $1, but wow.
Oh man.
SIVBQ.
Just off of that move, what?
That is nuts.
Opportunities
SIVBQ going
galore.
only 1 million of volume, and we know how much volume this name can do. I don't know if there's any value in the equity of Silicon Valley Bank, but people continue to trade it. So, yeah.
Yeah, is it?
See
Wasn't
if we get
it?
$1 on that one. This is a little nuts.
Didn't they say? Was it SIVB that said that like they've reclaimed like 7-point-something billion worth of
No,
assets,
that was,
or who was that?
FTX.
FTX. Yeah, sorry, FTX. So like they kind of initiated this whole crypto exchange or like kind of issues, right? So they're saying they might open back up because they've secured some of their assets back. Like that guy has definitely
If you put
he
your
has some
assets
friends in
back-
high places.
If you put your assets back into that that exchange, you're nuts.
But hey, if a bank hasn't failed at least once, is it a good bank?
What?
What?
Which? Silicon Valley Bank?
No, I'm
Silicon
saying
Valley Bank is
if a
done.
bank hasn't at least failed once, is it not a good bank? Is that the
enough,
measure
fair
that we're
enough,
going
yeah.
with?
I mean,
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up right now. But yeah, no, I'm liking the strength on some of these futures here. These levels coming in, and until they really do come in, we're just trying to take scalps off of this price action, some of this fugazi order flow that's going on here. But yeah, no. I thought this was Microsoft for a second. I thought I'm looking at Microsoft this whole time. It's like, why is it moving like this? All right, Microsoft is actually, yeah, look how strong Microsoft is doing. We're back up at that 290 area. That was kind of key over the past couple of weeks, right? Let me pull up Microsoft on this chart here for you guys. Pull this in, bing, bang. Yeah, this 290 to, yeah, look, this 290 area has definitely been of interest. We kind of had some heavy selling off this 292, 293 area. But yeah, this was kind of why I had a little bit of a short bias here, because we did kind of sell off hard off of the same price within a short time frame. But yeah, no, that kind of selling, I guess it kind of happened pre-market. And we got back into some of these buying areas here, and we see that those buyers did follow through. And like we said, a lot of range happening if you can structure your risk and trades around some of this range. Now it's not like clean, right? But there are movements that kind of recycle. There are prices that are recycling on these ranges. So definitely a lot of opportunity around. There goes the NQ. Really pushing, and we might get a 3-bar on Amazon here on this 3-minute.
Here we go. I just got long Apple above 168,
wow,
as I said I would.
Nice.
So yeah, looking for that market move back up. Taking out 4180, taking out 13210 shortly, and Apple potentially taking out the high, looking for the move into 169 and then 170. I like the idea of just being long Apple into the close today. This move is pretty nice. So
yeah,
I mean, we'll see.
I wonder if there's strategies out there where people are just buying the open and selling the close on a day that kind of sets up like this. Right?
It's possible.
You catch both ends of the candle on the day, you're sitting pretty, and then you don't have to really worry about all the chop midday.
That's fair.
Right?
But I mean, if you're able to execute during market hours, you'd probably end up doing it.
Doing what?
Versus just like buying the close.
yeah, true.
I mean, there's a bit of risk involved there.
Yeah.
I guess with stops, instead of just immediately sending a market on close order, you do that with stops somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I think earnings could provide for a good catalyst on some of those days where, like, you know,
yeah, if you're trying to convicted on some earnings day, you just buy the open, leave,
sell the close, and have your risk in, and that could be something for sure, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Still trying to tackle these changing markets. We don't know what's really working. So we're just trying to figure that out. What are you guys looking at today? What say OV to trade the banks? Yeah, man. I was trying to trade MS this morning, missed my levels, and kind of didn't really look back at any banks because that was kind of my trade for the day, and didn't really have much else other than that. I think I was looking at some of the others as well. There was MS, there was USB, United Bank something. And I think Ally was also reporting. There's like four banks reporting, and I looked at some of like the larger market cap ones. I had some levels marked out on those, but Morgan Stanley for sure was my top pick for a trade today. But yeah, no, look, Amazon has made a lower high as of right now. So let's see what it does, because like market's ripping up and this 105 stays relatively heavy. So I'm keeping that in mind. I'm picking up on that nuance, if you want to call it. But yeah, no, this is starting to. I like the way this is starting to set up, and we could potentially have a trade going into the later half of the day if this sets up just right. Not necessarily looking for any sort of like patterns or anything, but like more along the lines of the right kind of price action, the right kind of order flow, the right kind of stuff on the book, as long as confluence with the rest of the markets as well, right? I like Amazon. I like the way she moves, so I'll wait for the right time.
FRC just kind of double topped in front of that 14 level, so that will be the high for now. Potential shorts below 1375 to get back into this range. Not going to be jumping on this name at highs though. Could be a nice little wick down here and then spike back up on FRC. We shall see on that one. Where's my Apple at? Just get sent to the money, no big deal. On that one, going to potentially take more Apple in front of 85, and then that will be that. If we can't make the next move up, AMD made a new high at 90.25s, but also pulling back.
Ooh, there's some selling.
UAL.
There's some selling. I was like, where are the sellers at? There they are. All right. What are you looking at? FRC?
I'm looking at my Apple position right now, considering
right.
what to do with this one. If we just buy this dip right back up, then I got no problem with it, and I'll add to it. Otherwise, would have to cut it.
Yeah, I think it's something to note that we are kind of changing pace a little bit, or it's starting to look like we're changing pace. So that could be the signal for something fresh, maybe a new trend, or maybe we do a little bit of, maybe it's just more fugazi. Who knows? Who knows?
That's what I'm betting on here.
Yeah.
That was just like
when the fugazi levels are high, maybe you can definitely structure some trades around the fugazi.
Oh yeah.
Something I like to say is like you must embody the fugazi before plunging yourself into it.
Exactly.
It's definitely I think that might have to do a little bit with the sauce. No?
The sauce?
The sauce.
You and your sauce.
The sauce. Yeah. And now, as Max is managing his Apple position, I'm closely watching this 104.50 area on Amazon. I like that we're kind of chopping around this. The ES is kind of engulfing this hard green candle that we just had. So potential for exhaustion could be there. Now 41.82. You know what? Let's bring up the ES on a chart. Let's see if this level is of any significance. Over here, let's take a look at a larger time frame. I know this data is a little bit delayed. But let's check out the 1 hour. I got some old lines on here from before. Some of them respect, some of them don't really, but not what we're really focused on today. But I like this. I like this kind of rangy trend that we've been having since the beginning of April, it would seem. So April, I guess, has been a good month to go long futures if you were buying dips. But you see that we are still kind of in this range, and like we said, sellers have been showing up as we make newer highs. So maybe we do make a new high. Maybe if we can, let's see if we can get to 42 in the next couple of days or couple of weeks to see if this kind of a range trend still holds true, right? But as for intraday. Intraday trading, like I don't think we're necessarily at like maybe this 41.83 or 41.85-ish area, but it looks like the top is defined at this 42 test, right? So I think that's something we could be waiting in anticipation for. Now it is earnings season, right? So and there are a lot of large caps that will be reporting in the coming days that could potentially fuel this move, you know, be a reason for players to buy or sell and kind of draw out this chart. Engulfing candle on the ES as well as the NQ could give us some direction. Let me look at Apple real quick. Did it break its trend? Yeah, yes and no. It's starting to go a little bit sideways. Here's the thing I've kind of been noticing now, Max. Correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of times we're seeing that like the trend doesn't like change right away. If it's going up, it'll like kind of move sideways for a little bit and then shift to the downtrend if we are turning. Right?
Yeah, we haven't seen like those direct reversals and kind of nuke back down that we've seen in the past.
Those are definitely not as prominent, but we are starting to go sideways. That's what I'm trying to say here. We have started to go a little bit sideways, but yeah, no, tricky read for sure. This trend was really tight, right? And then we're kind of doing a range expansion on the trend itself. So just something to consider for those of you who are trend trading these markets, or sorry, range trading these markets. That range expansion can definitely wick you out either way. Something to watch out for.
Yep. Someone in the chat was saying Ponzi Fonzie wants a bang. Just go on, there we go. That's for you. Ponzi Fonzie wanted a bang in the chat. You get the bangs, crushing the longs, I imagine. I'm just looking at this UAL. How do I manage this one? I have 40% of the trade left on, so still looking for that 46. Obviously, not the greatest look on this dip, but buys it right back up, just like we saw on Amazon on the way up. And speaking of Amazon, looking to take out those levels again. So I'm just going to get something out on UAL ahead of this high because I can't hold everything forever. But yeah, still looking for 46 by the end of the day. Midday, we get these pullbacks, then we keep going up. So can't overreact to anything. Speaking of overreacting to something, though, Apple, bit of a chase here to get long 168. I got out on the break of this, so a bit of a loss there, but I was only in a half of the size that I really wanted to be in, so didn't add, thankfully, in here based on the speed coming down. Snap is pumping. Snapchat. Does Snap have news on it today? What's going on with this one? Oh, yeah. Maybe there's news on Snapchat. Snap says Snapchat Plus has 3 million paid subscribers as the tech company aims to diversify its business. So some kind of report on their subscribers made the stock pump up about 35 cents here. Now consolidating back down. Snap been a little, it's been okay since this TikTok news, but my daily chart's not going to load. But yeah, so not bad since the TikTok news down here somewhere or in here, but still kind of consolidating below this 12 bucks. Snapchat, kind of a not great company versus, the Metas of the world. Oh, wow, Amazon pumping up here. So thought I might have been in trouble here. Got to have that conviction when these big tech names get towards these big levels. 105 incoming on Amazon. Nice little hold here. Could have reloaded in the 20s, but yeah, Amazon crushing it now. High 87, printing 84s. So looking for that high break, looking for a fill above 105, and then we'll see where this one goes. I mean, we've already had a look at the daily chart on Amazon, and I mean, next real level is like 106.60 kind of area. I mean, we haven't really spent any time above 105, so maybe that's the high there, 105, because there hasn't been any trading above there previously. It doesn't really want to trade there today, but yeah, we shall see. Maybe we get this same move as last time, breaks 103.50 and gets to 107.20 by the end of the day. I would be yelling in the back there if we get to 107.20 in the afternoon. So listen out for those. We are not that far away. I mean, just another $2 move.
$2. What's another 75% of your daily ATR?
Yeah, what's that? Yeah, what is the ATR on Amazon?
I think it's 2.6, 2.7. Let me just pull it up.
Yeah,
real quick.
2.68 on
2.68?
Trade Ideas.
Yeah, something like that. So like, look at what we've done already.
And RVOL is up today, so we're
What's the RVOL?
1.2 on RVOL so far today. So yeah, doing a little bit more volume than we normally would on Amazon, doing a bigger move than we normally would.
Yeah.
I don't think there's news. If there's news on Amazon, I should probably know that. But
yeah, we've definitely
Fox
done more
television
than
stations and Amazon announced new content distribution deal at noon. So where's noon?
Around noon.
Noon is here, so yeah, nothing there.
Yeah, nothing really. It didn't really necessarily react to that.
But yeah, making the move up.
You still in that long?
Of course I'm still in the long.
Nice. Yeah, maybe I should have. I guess it gave opportunity to kind of re-up here, but I didn't really take it. That bathroom break was a little bit pricey. Opportunity cost indeed. But yeah, no, we're kind of retesting these highs, and like Max said, 104 break into or like the 105 break into some of those highs. There's not really too much interest in between, so we might definitely have like a smooth sailing up into those levels if we do convincingly break. But yeah, this 105 coming in, and this is where I'm looking to get involved potentially if I see the right things happening.
If a fail breaks up there at 105, then you could get a pretty nice scalp back down to like the 80s, 70s probably.
A fail break or like a break hold or like, all the different ways that area can interact. We'll be looking for what opportunities we can kind of take off that 105.
So there's a new high right there.
Yep.
By 1 cent. See if we can keep pushing here on Amazon.
Yeah.
Where am I gonna? I'm just gonna see where this breaks, and then I'll take another 10% off.
What was the so the open was around 101.50.
Yeah.
Right. So we've done 1, 2, 3 over $3. So we're pushing that pushing the limits of your daily ATR kind of.
Don't forget we had AI news on Amazon not too long ago. So AI,
like a continuation.
AI names, they do like times 10. So looking for like $900.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Amazon $900. You're looking at for that by like next week or 10 years?
Yeah. How long did it take for GFAI to do it times 10? 1 day. So should be today approximately that Amazon gets to that $900 mark.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty big float, but yeah, no, it would require a significant dollar volume. So everybody, let's start watching some Amazon, I guess. So 105 coming in.
Yeah, 105 coming in right now. 198 coming in again on Apple. So they wicked me out, and then sending it back to the high side. Let's just pull up the chart there on Apple. So this is what I typically look for to get into a name instead of something like this. I got a little chasey, saw the market taking out highs, probably a bit of a mistake there, and I could have gotten out a lot sooner than I did, but you learn, and this is a pretty small position on Apple, so should be long somewhere in here, looking for that 169, 170, sadly, but I think Amazon is going to make my day. I don't think I have to worry about that Apple trade.
Yeah, Nice. Yeah, we were testing that 105 now. Comp SRX saying advanced micro near breakpoint. No ATR, no huff and puff because I'm talking technical. But you don't think ATR is part of technicals? I don't know. What's your opinion on that, Comp? I don't know.
There's like 4,000 lots on the offer here at 105 on Amazon.
Oh, you see 4,000. I see 1.8. What?
Yeah, there's another 1,400
Oh,
on
okay.
EdgeX book, and then there's another 400. So
right above it, 5
3,500
cents above that. Yeah, I see some of those.
on the 105.
On the 105.
Yeah.
Why do we have a different book?
Maybe you don't have the EdgeA book on there.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
That's probably it.
Yeah, I only have some of the
here we go.
EdgeXs.
105, Amazon. You get into these trades and say something as silly as I want it to go to 105, and then it just doesn't.
I mean, I'm sure. Without the tinfoil hat, I think the market pressure is kind of helping us along. Like we can see that this market kind of made a bit of a doji here on the NQ, and we opened the next 15 right above it, or right around it. So that's definitely giving a strong push.
For sure.
On some
and
of these large
AMD
caps.
making a huge move here. So AMD off those 89 bottoms. That would have been a much better trade. I can take a lot more size. Well, not a lot more, but probably half more, maybe 2 times the size on an AMD. What's that? All right, Sharif has got an update, guys.
Yeah, guys, Snap shares are trading higher. The company reported that they have more than 3 million paying Snapchat Plus subscribers now. And Verizon also reporting that they're going to add Snap subscription to its Plus Play platform. Looking at the chart, look at the algo reaction right there. You get a big bump up from 11.14 all the way up to 11.40. Trading up at the moment 1 3/4%, guys. Interesting one here.
Yeah, we had a look at Snap there. Didn't really have any follow through on that move. But yeah, good news for Snap. Good news kind of everywhere in the market today, it seems like. And just kind of waiting to see what happens on this 105 break. I've kind of gotten smoked trying to add on these breaks recently. Although 105 is a key level that I would normally want, it is not the morning. So hard time to take a break like that. So I will not add, just manage the position that I already have. But yeah, I mean, if we were sitting here at 10 a.m. and we saw this 105 coming in, I'd probably be looking to double my position on that breakout, especially with all that size there, sitting on the offer waiting to be taken.
I think something big to consider was also like this volume candle here on Amazon that came in off that high of daybreak, right? Definitely a lot of large players either exiting or entering, not trying to make too many assumptions, but the size is definitely there, the volume is definitely there on the break, and then you kind of consolidate above that break and start to continue. And I think that's where you started your long, right? Off your Amazon, yeah, off the 104s. Like, yeah, I think that's a solid area to structure your trade around. But yeah, no, we're visiting that 105 off of that break and hold of high of day, and even the weekly break, right? Weekly highs on Amazon was around that 104. So seeing that hold above the 104, I think Max, you have a solid trade on your hands there.
Yep, feeling good about that one. AMD going for this high of day once again. So AMD decided that it wanted to be ultra strong today. What was that move from a couple days ago that it put in? Yeah, when it did this like 88 all the way back into like 90, 80. So interesting targets available on AMD, possibly get into yesterday's prices in this like 91 kind of area. Who knows where this can go? AMD obviously has a 92 from yesterday's open that it could get to. I'm not sure that I would be calling 92 at the moment, but if we're calling Apple 170, the market could get to some pretty high places before long. NQ still hanging out under the 13,210 kind of area, and ES, as we were talking about, that 4180 still holding, 4181 still holding. So yeah,
that's kind of a key area from before, right?
Yeah, key area from yesterday, from the day before, or 2 days before that. So Yeah, I want to see that break. Want to see that break. You want to see Apple get over the high. This Amazon 105 would be nice. Yeah,
it would be, but I'm kind of sitting short underneath it right now. Just taking the range. Just taking the range. If it gives us more, if it gives us more, I'll potentially take some more off of it. But yeah, no, a little bit of. I mean, initial test of 105. I think we can expect a little bit of a pullback at least, and that's what I'm kind of going for. That there was definitely some size around 105 that was pretty heavy, and before it gets taken out, let's see if we can take a quick scalp off of this order flow here on Amazon. Keeping a close eye on this tape here.
Good little trade there. And Netflix also. So Netflix back to 320. This setting up a bit of a shelf breakdown potentially here at that 319 price. Maybe Netflix wants to be weak going into the close. That would not help the NASDAQ stay in that positive territory today. But yeah, Netflix potential 319 breakdown. If you wanted to give that like a dollar risk back into this 320, take it back down to 316 minus. So like 310, 305. It did not spend a lot of time down there after hours yesterday, if I can turn this chart into a 5 minute. I mean, it barely spent 5 minutes below 310 yesterday. So yeah, not sure. I mean, there must be buyers down here today on Netflix if it gets down to these 310 prices, but lots of room to fall based on that after hours move. Not done yet potentially for the down move. I mean, if you're going to buy the dip, this is kind of the spot to do it. In front of 319, and then give it to the 319 break, maybe 318.50 here, 318.75. But yeah, I'm not super bullish on Netflix based on what's happened with the market, and Netflix still down on the day. Congrats to the shorts on this one. I had it short 3 times, long once. Lost on all of them. Netflix, my worst stock of the day by quite a margin, but you know, is what it is. We took our shots and can't regret those. So everything pulling back right now, but again, starting to move back up, making the move back above 13.2 on NASDAQ, and hopefully we can finally just hold above 41.80 on the ES, get that resistance out of the way, take the tops off. And, you know, hopefully Obi can lose on this Amazon so that I can print on my long.
We're playing against each other a little bit here. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Like I said, it's the long is definitely strong off of that high break from before. But I like this 105 area, and I might give it some room here. I saw that the dip got a little picked up, but let's see what we do with that 105. Now we're seeing that the ES and NQ are also kind of getting picked up. Yeah, staying on my feet with this trade. It was pretty decent a couple seconds ago, and then we got rebid back up into these 104.90s. So that's definitely something to consider. That bit of strength here.
Yeah, just went back to my UAL position, and this one just consolidating. So I would stop out below 40s here, but looking to take something off here. I think if we get back above the 50 period on the 1 minute here, back above 45.60, that's the spot to make the next move up. Lots of consolidation here still. You know, volume's pretty light on this pullback, but yeah, not making any lows below this 40 after that pretty sharp dip, and the market is holding up. So UAL looking for that next move up into $46, and I'll probably be all out there, but we'll see. We'll see what it looks like up there. Yeah, UAL super strong on the day, up 6 whole %. Wouldn't have expected that based on the earnings that they reported. AAL also just consolidating. AAL doing more of like a sideways move versus the down and then sideways. So yeah, both these just kind of gearing up for the next move, whichever way that may be. And it may just follow this Apple move, which is currently to the downside, rejecting that 168 once again on Apple. Yeah, coming back into these lows here. So Apple not really wanting to trade above 168 for now. Might have to leave that 170 for tomorrow. But, you know, don't count it out. Still not even 2 o'clock yet. So power hour rally potentially, 168 break in power hour takes you into 170. I could very easily see that one happening. And Amazon, the one that is not dipping at all right now, looking for that 105. They see the size, they want the size. Amazon wants to go up. I'm just waiting for the break to see where I take my next profit on,
Does it really, though?
On Amazon.
I don't know. I have no idea what it wants to do.
Oh, nobody has any idea what it wants to do. We just take our bets. We are educated, I guess you could call it. Our uneducated bets most of the time, sometimes well thought out and structured. But yeah, you know, you structure your risk, you decide where you want to get in and out. And yeah, I mean,
that's what matters.
Shorting it in front of that 105 off of the Momo to the downside makes perfect sense. And I mean, if you're only in a partial position at the moment, you can wait and see what happens on the break. And if the break looks bad, you just take a little more. If the break looks good, you just punch out.
So let's see how this break kind of looks. Coming in 1.5. How many lots do you have on the ask there?
I've got about 3,500 lots on the ask.
3,500. Okay. So dollar volume that would be required to take out that order is pretty heavy. So unless those guys kind of move out of the way, let's see how this.
We are coming in.
Coming in. What's the ES and NQ doing? Okay.
Flat.
Apple's kind of still there, still where it's at. Yeah, let's see what happens here.
Very interesting setup for a Amazon breakout.
Exciting.
Not a whole lot of confluence with other factors. Amazon is going up on its own, wants to take out that size. There's size on 05s as well, so that's very interesting for this break. Does it get through the 05 after it gets through the 00? Probably not, honestly, but we'll see. If it gets through 00 and 05, that 05 breakout will probably be money if we could take out 5,000 lots in one go here. But yeah, reserving 99s a bit here. People probably getting short in front of the number. People looking at the size on 05, looking at the size on the level and saying, hey, if I get in front of this, get a scalp back down to 70s, you can take basically as much size as you want right now. Because, well, like, you could take all the size that you want right now at 99, and then you punch out if 105 prints at all.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're
I
doing
mean, if somebody
that,
wants to take out like a $24 million order, in one go, that's
if the
that
bots
could
are
be definitely
listening and
significant.
you want $35 million worth of Amazon right now, it's available to you. In fact,
on the ask.
You can take 45 million if you cross past 05. So any bot that wants 45 mil, it's right there for you. You know, feel free to take it out and pump my bags.
Wording. All right. So yeah, no, things are getting a little exciting
there we go.
here.
Okay, so we get the break. Coming into 05s.
Where's the size? That size kind of moved out of the way. It never really printed.
There it is.
Yeah.
Takes out 05s. Wow, we are pumping up here on Amazon. More size on 10, so lots of size on the book. Amazon not afraid of that size, but yeah, here comes the selling. Do we get it below 105? I think if we take out 105.10 and end your short, you would want to be getting out here. But yeah, Amazon remaining the strongest stock in the market, almost up 3%, looking for that 106 price. I have not taken any profit out here, but we shall see if we dip back below. NASDAQ holding up with Amazon, so yeah.
Yeah, we're a little bit still teetering around that 13,200.
Yeah, and look at this volume candle that just went off. So 6.5 million shares. Is that what that says on the volume for that 1 minute candle there? No, it can't be true. I don't know. We'll see what happens here. That could be a fail break, but you know, chop around in the afternoon. So
Yeah, the afternoon might bring this move into fruition, right?
yeah, obviously not having the confluence with the market or other large cap names, kind of hurting the 105 break idea. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna take a little profit here. Pump back up a little bit. Actually, let's see. If we get back above 105 in the next 2 minutes, I will just hold it. But otherwise, I'll take some profit in the 90s. But yeah, Amazon still strong. I am 90 cents in the money at the moment. Not looking to take it all off until the close. PTPI is ripping. So PTPI just broke 6 decisively and got to 666. Nuts. This one has been going for a few days now. I believe there's a $7 high somewhere. Let me take a look at PTPI.
Ooh, there's some selling. Let's see if there's follow through on this selling.
I can have more to compare with you.
Yeah, PTPI going for $7 again. What is the high from a couple days ago? If the daily chart will load for me. Ooh, all right. Amazon's kind of quadruple.
Oh yeah, she's coming in. She is coming in. All right, we are looking like some heavy selling coming in on Amazon. Those moving averages are really being tested, right? Moving averages that we've been holding kind of all day. They're starting to test. So yeah, we'll see if we can have like a convincing break, or like how this area interacts, right? 105 key level. Key level interactions is definitely part of the playbook, all the different ways a level can interact and how you can potentially structure trades around that. I like the 105, a little bit of psychological as well. But yeah, no, we're still pretty strong on the day, right? So gotta be wary of that fugaze as well. So I like this, look at this sell candle here. On the, which one is this? This is off the 105 test. Yeah, so like that size that we saw getting taken out, or guys getting in with that size. So off the 105, I would agree with both of those. And look at that. Look at the follow through coming in. And let's see if we can get into the 60s, 104.50s.
So the only time you'll admit is when he's retired.
104.
Yeah, we're kind of holding the 50 here on this Amazon coming into moving average. So I did take another 20% off at 73. I should not have looked at PTPI at such a critical time, but yeah, we lose another, or give up another 20 cents of profit on that profit taker, but away she goes there. See if we can get back above 105 later in the day. Not looking to cut this whole position unless we give up like 25s probably. So we got 40% left for the move to the moon. And what about, what was it, UAL that I'm in?
Yeah, apparently what's the word I'm looking for? Airlines are squeezing. I just saw someone say that in the chat.
Yeah, UAL squeezing again. So, well, not squeezing, but like getting back to these 75 highs. Above the consolidation. This is exactly what I wanted to see for the continuation. I want to get some out in front of 46 and then see what happens after 46. But yeah, UAL remaining strong, holding trend. My stop is at 39 and it never hit. I figured I would get stopped out here, but nope. So UAL remains strong, holding all the levels, holding trend, and starting to make the move back into the highs. I was taking a look at the short interest. I believe it's actually higher than you might expect on UAL. So yeah, according to Trade Ideas, 5.2% on UAL, and we had that consolidation that lasted quite a few days below 45, so you'd expect a decent amount of those people to want to cover there.
People are calling out Fahad and Sean in the chat. They're like, we can hear you guys. Yeah, there's a lot of excitement going on the floor here.
A lot of argument about who knows what going on back there. But
We're just watching these markets. We're watching these bids and asks argue with each other right now.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Amazon really consolidating there, so does the flush and then doesn't do anything. So
like
we'll
the
see if we can
105
follow
rejects.
through on that. Good short there. You're still holding.
I could have got, coulda, shoulda, woulda, some more off the 105. I kind of hesitated a bit, didn't get the fill, and now I'm
didn't
sitting
short
with
more
what I
up
have.
there?
No, I think I tried 90s or so and didn't get the fill. Didn't really cross. So it is what it is. We have what we have. So let's let this trade play out. That's the thing. Sometimes you'll have opportunities to size up, and that's what I'm trying to learn to recognize is like not sizing up just to size up, but like sizing up for the right reasons when you see the right things. Like some of that size was nice. Maybe I could have joined in with some of that size, right? For the short, because there was definitely some interest there. But yeah, multiple ways. I'm still learning. I'm still a noob at this game, so. Nowhere close to where we're trying to be here. So still a work in progress. Let's see how this 105 deals. We're still kind of holding this trend. About 20 cents in the money. Nothing too crazy. Looking for a trend break. Now I know we initiated this position because of we just wanted to take a piece off the trend. But that rebid back up into 105, I kind of like that, and failed to follow through was also kind of in off the 105. But now what we have to do to kind of break this trend, as well as on NQNES, is convincingly break some of these previous wicks and bids that we've had. Right? If we can do that, then maybe we can have this play in. Who knows? What was that just now? Was that no? That was just a dark pool. Some of these dark pools trip me out sometimes. It'll wick up like 30-40 cents, and I'm like, are we really trading at that price right now? Like, what just happened? Because sometimes it's real. Sometimes some market news will come in, and all of a sudden you rip up 20-30 cents, and it's real. There's real gates going through. I mean, real gates, but not dark pools.
I got the
right?
news right here. We're screaming back into this 4180 on ES, looking to take out the highs and go back to the high side. Yeah, that Amazon, I don't know, Obi. I don't know, man. I think we're going back up. We just had to stop all of the paper hands out on the way to the moon. Let's go, Amazon. Back to 105.
Max is looking for Amazon 107 right now.
107.29
right
today.
He's got his order posted and everything. Let's go. Let's see if we can get there. I'm all for it if it can happen, right?
UAL coming back into the highs as well. So everything pumping back up. 4180 being taken as we speak. Let's see if we can get through 81, which was the previous high. 13202 right now. So NASDAQ lagging a little bit based on Apple, but Amazon doing its best to drag everything up with it. Amazon putting the team on its back and flying to the moon for the boys. Oh yeah. UAL also taking out.
Plug Power. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Which? Plug Power?
Plug Power. Wow, look at this thing go. What is happening here, guys?
Plug Power going
Plug
straight to
Power.
the moon.
I mean, this is a charger, right? This is an EV charger. So let's see some of the other chargers, what they're up to. ChargePoint. What are some of the other chargers? There's ChargePoint. There's our old friend Blink Charging. Yeah, some of the chargers kind of moving around. Nothing too crazy, it would seem. But yeah, no, some relative strength on Plug. I wonder if there's any news. Nothing as of right now. Maybe I don't have the right updates, but that volume coming in to Plug off of this into new highs on the day. I don't know what's really fueling this move here, but let's see what Tesla is up to. All right, maybe that could be potentially, yeah. I mean, Tesla's been uptrending as well as the market, so that could definitely be adding some fuel. Tesla picking up off. Wow, look at that wick. Some of these levels we draw on these charts, man. Like we gotta kind of start looking at some of the levels we're drawing on the chart.
Yeah,
when you start getting
177.50.
wick bottoms right off certain levels, what are we doing?
I wasn't necessarily expecting Tesla to make a decent move today. I mean, and like for Tesla, that's not the best move ever, but that's a pretty clean 178 hold off the open, and you're flying like directly, basically to 180 within 3-4 minutes. So yeah, that's a decent trade. Risk to reward wise, tape wise, that would have been a great one off the open this morning. Really, yeah, a lot of the large cap names have the same little move off the open. Same with Apple. We have this 101.50 kind of low, or sorry, Amazon 101.50 kind of low here. Makes the little wick down, screams all the way up to 103. I was thinking short on Amazon earlier today. 103.50 came in, and I mean, it's given us these money shorts off 103.50, 103.75. I
think that was great. That's where I took a short.
Yeah, and you
right?
took a short there.
Yeah.
Money, and then we just scream right through that later in the day. 103.50 directly.
Look at that confirmation of candle.
Yeah, whatever this volume
the largest
candle is.
volume candle on the day.
Yeah, that's weird. That must have been a dark pool, no? Or is that just a stop out
no,
candle?
I think those were real orders because I mean I was one of the orders punching out or punching out of my position, but I'm sure people were punching into their positions on the high of day break as the markets kind of roar to the upside, right? That was definitely a good trade. Reason to get out of a short. Definitely some reason to get into a long. Sure, I could have potentially switched over. That was definitely a missed trade. Like I said, we were talking to Neil and Sean about that earlier. That how mint that 103.50 break was, and off that 103.50, if you were long there, we got all the way up to 105, right? So it definitely gave you like more than half your ATR on Amazon today. And you said we're doing higher R vol as well, right? And the day is not over. We're doing 1.2 something right now. So
yeah,
a little
on
bit
a
of
day
an
without
extended.
any news. So yeah.
Whenever you're doing a little bit more R vol, you can definitely expect some a bit of expansion in that ATR because just naturally, right?
Yeah, hopefully, we get some more volume into the market, a little more enthusiasm now that earnings season is upon us. Because we've been seeing like ultralight volume recently, and not a whole lot of crazy movement going on, just ranging. So hopefully some positive earnings reports. Hopefully starting off with Tesla this afternoon. Maybe you take like the 200 break on Tesla tomorrow. It runs to 220. That would be nice.
Definitely
But
on watch for tomorrow.
we shall see. But yeah, hopefully getting more volume in the market based on the earnings season. Hopefully more volume into Amazon, getting back towards the 105 level. Take out these 95s, take out 105. That guy's probably still sitting there on 110. And we shall see. FRC going for 14 again.
Someone's like his mommy and daddy fighting in the background.
Yes, they are. They're talking about Fahad's lats, I believe.
I think they're talking about sports.
Sean wanted to touch Fahad's lats for some reason. Fahad said, no problem. No problem.
That's what they're setting up for right now. Yeah, we'll kind of bid back into this 105 area. I like that. Let's see how we build in and around this 105, right? There wasn't an immediate crush of that uptrend right away. There was a initial rejection off the 105, and I should have probably taken some off there. But we're back in this area where we kind of entered. So let's see if this area kind of continues. We've had this kind of wick top. Max is long. I'm short. It could go either way. We do have kind of market sentiment on our side. for the long. But let's see if this 105 kind of respects either way, right? If we can kind of bid back up and hold above that, that could be convincing for the long. But if we get short off the 105 and kind of it consolidates underneath and doesn't really make it back above, then yeah, the short could be on. But like keeping in mind both kind of scenarios and properly managing the position.
Yeah.
Why is my position not on? Because I think it's we've got Sharif's thing up there. So
Oh yeah, they got Sharif on there instead of Obi. But yeah, Obi is short. I can confirm 104.91.
Yes, sir.
I am long 104.02. We shall see who wins. Maybe both of us. It is.
Who knows?
I mean,
I've had a couple chances
to
to win.
at this point.
Right, I've had a couple chances to win on the scalp, which I was kind of initially intending to do. Right.
And there's the volume as ES breaks 4182. So ES probably, I mean, seems like it's looking to make the move up today on the market. Maybe get into these highs, 4188, 4200, not very far above us. Squeeze out some shorts potentially on the move this afternoon. What are you betting, Obi? We're at 2 o'clock. What's happening for the rest of the day?
I have no idea. That's
idea.
the beautiful thing about the market. We can be in trades and kind of have no idea where the market's going. But as long as we can manage our risk well, I think that's kind of out of the question, right? Risk management is definitely a big focus.
Definitely key. Risk management all the way. There goes Amazon breaking 105. Apple screaming towards 168. Gearing up for a sweet show in the afternoon for you guys. I will be cheering myself on in the back. Hopefully you guys all have some good luck this afternoon.
Oh,
and
wow,
good
it's 2
trades.
o'clock. I didn't even realize.
Yeah, man, we're about to throw it to Sharif.
Oh, man. All right. Have a good one, guys. It's been wild.
All right, guys, welcome to the Close Show. Let's see how markets are doing at the moment. S&P 500 battling to get back to break even. The NQ already there up 0.12. The Dow still lagging down a 0.25 point, flat on the TSX. Down in Brazil.